Oki, Dadanastada, Ambawastich, Tanse, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us again on Treaty 7 territory. Mr. Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Wyness. Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Chu.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Dhaliwal. Here. Councillor Poopmans. Here. Councillor Wong. Here. Councillor Walcott. Councillor Craw. Here. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
On the roll, Councillor Craw.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Penner. Here. Councillor Spencer. Here. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Damon.
Present.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everyone, we're resuming with the public hearing, and we are on to panel 33. I'm going to first call out the members of panel 33 and make sure everyone's here, and then I'm going to confirm if everyone's ready to go on panel 34 as well. So do we have Luka Lachner? Hi, you can come grab a seat at the front. Do we have Henry Hansen? Henry Hansen? How about Molli Bennett? And how about Andrea Riccio? Hi. What about Natalie Ofukany?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, thank you.
And then go ahead.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everyone, we're resuming. Okay, so let me ask again. Do we have Henry Hansen? Do we have Molli Bennett? Okay, we've got 3 people from this panel. I'm going to see if there's anybody available from the next panel. On panel 34, do we have Lorraine Robinson? Do we have Dave Hvizdos?
I'm here, Mayor.
Thank you. What about Andrew Bembridge? Scott Miller? Richard Lotz?
Present.
Oh, thank you. All right, we are, sorry, who was that?
Richard Lotz.
Yep, I've got you, thank you. We're gonna go with a combination panel. We're doing panels 33 and 34 combined. So we have Luka will start us off, Andrea will be next, then Natalie, then Dave, and then Richard. So Luka, please start us off.
Good morning, Mayor Gondek and councillors. I'm Luka Lachner. I'm from Ward 14, and I'm a student at the University of Calgary in the Bachelor of Design and City Innovation program, and I'm in favor of blanket rezoning. I recently did a research project on the barriers to affordable housing in Inglewood with 2 of my classmates, Gianluca Cross-Busley and Chloe Liao, and we made it into the finals of the Map the System competition with this project. I would like to thank Councillor Carra for allowing us to interview him for this project. One of the insights I gained through doing this project was how convoluted the process is to add any type of density on R1 or RC1 land, which in the last census in 2021 made up 50% of our city. My team looked specifically at the process of creating a secondary suite in Inglewood because it has the potential to add density while not disrupting the neighborhood's character. And we found that just for the land use redesignation, you need at least 12 documents and a minimum of $2,547. And if it is approved, it must go through 3 governmental departments and your community association. And community associations are often opposed to any dense development because the people who make up these associations are securely housed, and their main concern is their own property value. And the last key step in this process was looking at any restrictive covenants that may prevent densification. All this is on top of the expenses that would be needed to develop and build a secondary suite. This lengthy process is filled with jargon that is not understood by many people and has steered away people who may be interested in creating a secondary suite or a lane home on their property. These developments could add missing middle housing into the existing communities of Calgary. Passing this blanket rezoning would allow the process to become a little bit easier and create opportunity for more diversity in our suburbs, created by the residents instead of developers. The lack of density and diversity of housing in Calgary was created as an easily exploitable situation, as seen in the dramatic increase in the number of people going into a form of houselessness as previously discussed by a representative of the drop-in center. According to Calgary's last census in 2021, 23% of Calgarians are paying over 30% of their income on housing. This has likely gotten much higher in the past 2 years because of the influx of people moving to Calgary. It is crucial that we remember that the people most affected by the housing crisis are unable to participate in these decisions and these discussions because they are busy trying to just survive. If you want to actually make changes in people's lives, the city needs to genuinely engage with these communities through activities that people actually want to go to instead of just random meetings. And through this, we can gain an understanding of how to create meaningful and long-lasting affordable housing initiatives and programs that will genuinely improve the lives of your citizens. If this relatively small action of rezoning is unable to be passed, I believe that there's a small chance of the city enacting larger projects that will dramatically help Calgary's housing crisis. We cannot allow the largely unfounded claims made by well-off homeowners stop us from creating a city that shows through its actions that they care about their citizens' well-being through authentically engaging with its citizens most affected by these pressing issues. Housing should not be treated like a commodity. You're playing with people's lives, and housing is a human right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Andrea, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Andrea Riccio, and I'm speaking in support of the proposed bylaw changes. I'm a 60-year-old native Calgarian. I'm a retired real estate lawyer and have lived in Calgary for most of my life. I grew up in Renfrew. In the 60s and 70s, Renfrew was a mixed-income neighborhood, a socioeconomically diverse community where working-class immigrant families lived alongside professional couples that worked in offices downtown. Unfortunately, today, the working-class family of my childhood simply cannot live in Renfrew. But then neither can my daughter, a registered nurse who's studying to be a nurse practitioner. For the last 28 years, I've lived in Hawkwood. My neighbors and I started our families there in the mid-90s. Our kids are now in their 20s, graduated and working, but guess what? Still living with mom and dad. Each of them needs a car to get to work. So right now, the 3 households to the east of me own a total of 15 cars. Also on my street, some of my neighbors have taken in their elderly parents. So I'm effectively living in a gently densified intergenerational multifamily neighborhood without any changes in zoning. I'm part of that sandwich generation that can't downsize. My point is that Ward 2, where I live, is not immune to the effects of the housing crisis. And the social and economic repercussions of that crisis are felt citywide and across generations and income levels. I love my neighbors' kids. I've watched them grow up, but I feel their frustration. They want to be less car dependent, but without improvements in transit, their only option is to live closer to where they work, but they can't. And if they can't find affordable housing that meets their needs, I fear they will move to cities where they can. And without an educated workforce, our ability to attract investment to the city will suffer. As a council, you have little control over the many factors that impact the price of a house: birth rates, immigration, changing demographics, commodity prices and the resulting booms and busts, buyer preferences, interest rates, labor costs, etc. But one area where you do have a significant impact is on the cost of land. There you have a significant ability to influence the supply of land and the ability of builders to convert that land into housing. Through regulation, you can make a supply problem worse and make housing unaffordable, not only for people with lower incomes, but also young middle-income earners. Extensive academic literature over the last 20 years finds that housing markets with restrictive land use regulations are less responsive to changes in demand, making housing more expensive. The argument that affordable single-family rentals in established areas are being replaced by more expensive multi-unit developments is not an argument to do less, but evidence that we are not doing enough and need to make our land use rules even more flexible. If there is a strong demand for affordable housing in an area, the current rules limit the ability of builders to respond to that demand. And so they build what is allowed and leave it to the market to determine the price. The market will always satisfy the needs of the wealthiest first. With RCG, there's the potential to create more affordable housing, but without it, there's zero chance. What I worry about most is that the current regulatory environment is in effect creating invisible gates around established communities like Renfrew that will result in a very segregated city. What I fear is that in this fight to preserve the character of a few neighborhoods, we will lose the character of our city as a whole, from one of opportunity to one of privilege. I want the next generation of Calgarians to have the same opportunities I had. I hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Natalie Ofukany, please.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Natalie Ofukany. I'm from Ward 4, and I'm in favor of blanket rezoning. As of today at midnight, I will have completed my undergraduate degree in Law and Society at the University of Calgary. This fall, I'm going to law school, and the University of Calgary was my top choice. While I was accepted into U of C, I can't afford the rising costs of renting here. I'll be going to the University of Saskatchewan directly because housing is cheaper there, and so is the cost of rent. And I can assure you, I'm not the only person leaving the city after graduation due to the rising cost of housing. What I would briefly like to talk about is the argument that some have made about how no councillor campaigned on this issue and it would be anti-democratic to vote on it now. And with all due respect, I find that assertion a little bit ridiculous. You've all voted on motions that you did not campaign on, and that's okay. That's just the nature of how holding a public office works. A lot of issues come up each year, and when I vote, I know that the person I vote for will have to make decisions that they didn't campaign on, and I trust that they will act in my best interest and the best interest of my community members anyways. I also think it's worth mentioning the voices that are excluded from the conversation at these public hearings. While I do appreciate the democratic process and the opportunity to speak here, as I'm sure we all do, is it democratic to continue to ask the Calgarians who stand to benefit the most from RCG zoning, the low-income Calgarians, the working-class Calgarians, Calgarian students, to continue having to keep finding time in our schedules to fight for the ability to afford to live in a place we want to call home? Is it democratic to require a public hearing for every zoning change when we know it will be so much harder for the folks who benefit most from this to make their voices heard, and so many people need housing right now? When I needed housing right now and I can't afford it because there aren't enough homes in the city. I implore council and everyone here to consider what matters more to them. Does the potential for some people to maybe cut down some trees on a lot matter more than the students living in cars and sleeping in the campus library? Does the potential for a house to be built that is at maximum 1 meter taller than is already allowed under other R1 zoning laws matter more than my friend whose apartment got sold who now doesn't have a place to live because they can't afford what's available? Does the potential for there to be a little less street parking matter more than the young professionals who still live with their parents because they can't afford anywhere else? Does the potential for a home to maybe be built in different styles than the houses around it matter more than the Calgarians like me who are leaving the city directly because they cannot afford the cost of housing? I know none of you know me, but I can assure you I'm a super cool person who would have been a great addition to this city. This vote is a vote between the potential for some homes and neighborhoods to undergo aesthetic changes or be inconvenienced in some way, something that is already possible and not necessarily going to happen if this motion is passed, versus cutting red tape so the housing supply can be increased and more Calgarians can have safe, affordable places to call home sooner. Personally, I prefer the second option. This is why I urge you all to vote in favor of blanket rezoning. What makes our communities great is the people, not the parking spaces, not what the homes look like. So please vote yes for the new graduates here and in the future. Vote yes for the Calgarians who are speaking here, and vote yes for the Calgarians who cannot afford to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Dave Hvizdos, please.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Mayor. I oppose blanket rezoning with a slight asterisk. Basically, rezoning good, blanket rezoning bad. I don't believe that blanket rezoning the entire city is going to improve affordability. I don't believe that there's sufficient infrastructure for increasing the population that dramatically, that fast. And the ecological designs of the buildings that I've seen so far, I don't believe are ecologically sound. In terms of affordability, these new houses that are being built are going to be basically the cost of my bungalow in Varsity as a starting point. If you're trying to improve affordability, you should be building affordable housing. You don't build a horse barn because you need eggs. I believe that these new builds are going to help middle and high income Calgarians. Some of those may be turned into rental units, some may not. Either way, they're not going to be going towards the people that need it most, students and the unhoused. In terms of infrastructure, there has not been a significant improvement in a lot of the infrastructure since it was built. The Winston Churchill Pool still looks essentially the same as it did when it was built in the 1980s. In order to supply all these people with the infrastructure that they're going to need, we're going to have to improve these group areas. The population is still less than it was back in the 1960s when these were built. But then you had mom, dad, and half a dozen kids all living in one house. By having up to 8 or 12 separate units on one piece of property, you are octupling the amount of furnaces, ranges, ovens, water heaters that are going to be used in the same amount of area. Are we improving the power, gas, and water supply to that area? I haven't seen a lot of action on that. Then there's grocery stores, there's medical services. I was watching the news this morning, and there's a number of medical places that are shutting down because they can't afford rent where they are now. Ecologically, yes, living in tighter neighborhoods is more ecologically productive, but if you already have the building built, subdividing that is going to be less destructive than to tear it down and build a whole new building. These new buildings are going to be hardscape covering 60%, buildings are going to be covering 60% of the lots, and then hardscape could cover 80%, 90% of the lots. There's no place to put snow. There's no place to allow rainfall to be absorbed. It's all going to be going back into our sewer systems and adding issues there. Are we going to be mandating new parks? Are we going to be mandating improvements in, once again, the infrastructure? If we were to do this intelligently and put up rezoning where it makes sense, where it would have the best impact, I'm all for it. But if you're going to rezone so a developer can tear down a house in the middle of a sleepy cul-de-sac and put up one of these 8-plex condo units, it doesn't make sense.
Thank you, Mr. Hvizdos. You're just at time, but please hang on the line. If you could just mute yourself, I'll let you know if there's any questions for you, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Richard Lotz, please. Hi, do we have Richard Lotz on the line?
Pardon me, I was muted.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Richard Lotz, and I'm speaking against the bylaw changes this morning. I have lived in Killarney, Glenberry for 8 years with my wife and 2 small children. We chose Killarney because it's a mature community that's already pretty dense with beautiful trees and parks. I'm here because I support dense communities, but what is being proposed here is going way too far in my opinion. Killarney is ground zero for this. What is being proposed, in my opinion, is going to increase density in a haphazard, chaotic way. We need green space, we need trees, we need livable communities. This proposal is just proposing a developer free-for-all of densification. It's going to make our vibrant, already dense community undesirable to live in. In my opinion, your electorate deserves more thoughtful policy than this. If you want to see what dense, unlivable communities look like, look at our downtown core. Nothing but pavement, concrete, no trees, no green space. No family wants to live there. I live on a 10-meter wide street in Killarney, just like the vast majority of streets in Killarney. Yet somehow, someone with the city has decided it is appropriate for it to be classified as HGO beyond the proposed blanket RCG rezoning. My street has no yellow center line and is already lined with cars most days of the week. Opposing traffic on the street comes almost to a stop. As with the parked cars, it's too narrow for cars to pass safely by. Yet again, someone with the city thinks it's appropriate to build 8+ unit multi-building townhomes mid-block. We already have the 8plexes on the end of the streets. We already have duplexes everywhere. This density is too much. I think most Calgarians would agree with me saying that these 8plex mid-block units are essentially small apartments, whether they have a common lobby or not. Under this proposal, not only will I have conservatively another 4 to 6 cars per lot trying to find a place in the street to park, I will now have a 12-meter tall mid-lot building facing into my backyard. There goes any privacy I had. As a final indication of how little this proposal cares about mitigating negative impacts to existing residents, the 3-meter setback that these apartments only need to respect means that they will project 3 or more meters past all the other duplexes and older fourplexes on my block. In my opinion, the city is giving everything to developers. Why do you not care about the negative impacts to average Calgarians, average middle-class Calgarians? There's no way these impacts can be mitigated. No one on council campaigned on this proposed blanket rezoning, nor the upzoning of specific streets to HGO. We went through the Westbrook LAP, and in my opinion, it was completely imposed upon us. No feedback was considered. I do not see how council has a mandate from your electorate to rule on this decision without a plebiscite. I would like to end with stating how discouraged I feel about this whole process. You're hearing from only about 700 or 800 Calgarians out of whatever our population is, 1.3 or 1.4 million. All my neighbors share my concerns. The opportunity to test this proposal is during the next election. It is not now. Please do not underestimate the hundreds of thousands of Calgarians who are against this proposal that could not attend because they have demanding lives, demanding jobs, and mortgages they have to pay. This is not going to solve the housing crisis. It's going to permanently alter and negatively impact neighborhoods throughout the city. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to go to questions of this panel, and we are starting with Councillor DeMong.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to speak to Miss Luka Lachner, please. Hi there. Welcome. Thanks for being here so early.
Yeah.
So, you've done some research on affordable housing. In your research, did you look into the jurisdictional scan and how the province is actually responsible for housing in general and affordable housing in particular? And how does that impact your research?
We did look into that. Since we focused on Englewood, it was we tried to look more at what was actually barring affordable housing and not like specifically the building of housing by the government, but of just everything kind of in general. And since that neighborhood is very old, we looked a lot at the historical kind of conservation of things and how the unchanging kind of nature of that neighborhood for a long time was negatively impacting the housing because it is so stagnant. And then the things that were being rebuilt were just very large and modern homes that were very expensive.
Okay.
Instead of, like, of course, Inglewood does have things like row housing because it is very close to the downtown, but it's...
That's okay. You're doing great. No worries.
Okay.
You're not getting marked on this. I guess what I'm trying to get at, you commented about issues that would bar implementation of these, and I guess that's kind of where I'm going at, is that seeing as the province is specifically responsible for this kind of affordable housing, wouldn't that in itself be a barrier that they're not really coming to the plate? And that's the area that I would really like to see some reports coming out of the universities with regards to who's responsible for what areas and what jurisdictions. And if that's the area, I would really love to start seeing you reading those papers if you have a chance. So thank you for being here. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Mayor, I'd love to speak to Mr. Lotz as well. Mr. Lotz, you went through the Westbrook LAP. You were not terribly happy with the reaction and the results. I guess my question would be, considering the option of citywide blanket rezoning, would you be interested in how interested would you be in reanalyzing the Westbrook LAP? Or would you be more interested in being involved in the Westbrook LAP, knowing that a blanket rezoning is an option?
Oh, that's a tough question. My apologies. I don't know if I'm going to give you a quality answer, but yeah, I guess, and my apologies, I'm probably not even answering your question, but just my experience with the Westbrook LAP, like, I really felt like the process was just to tick a box, right? Like, I talked to everyone on my street about this HGO rezoning. No one was in favor of it, and yet we still got it. So it just makes me really pessimistic about the whole public engagement process. Like, why bother if you're not going to listen to the people who actually live on these streets?
Okay.
So, my apologies, I haven't really answered your question, but
no, you gave me enough of a gist. Thank you, appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you. You as well.
All right, let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
If I may start with Ms. Lachner. Ms. Lachner, first of all, good on you for being here. I know it's not easy facing this group of individuals. I've been on your side multiple times before I got elected, so I know it's not always easy. But I have to question you on a conclusion that you made in your presentation. Having been involved with my community association since 1998, and I've heard lots of folks say all kinds of reasons as to why they were opposing certain things, density in particular, at certain locations. And while there are a few that would typically state that it's because of financial implications, that's not the bulk of what I heard. So I'm trying to rationalize as to how you came to the conclusion that community association folks' main reason is because of financial gains or losses to their property values.
A lot of the community associations are just filled with people that are able to attend those sorts of things, right? So the people that are less fortunate in that neighborhood are often underrepresented in the community association. So their kind of beliefs often aren't pushed as much, especially because the community associations do have typically more of a voice in the development process when you're creating denser housing in an area, right? So, and a lot of the times, at least in my opinion, I feel that the people that are securely housed don't have the same concerns as people that are struggling with housing. So, and a lot of the times their opinion does kind of boil down to financial things, but things are very contextual, especially when it comes to things that are denser than, say, like a duplex or something. So it really depends, but things like duplexes and secondary suites, I think, should be more free to be built. But things more like townhouses or fourplexes or more denser things should go through more of a rigorous process, right? Where I feel like the community associations should have the ability to actually oppose them more, but they should maybe loosen it a little bit on the construction of those things. But every case is very contextual on where it's being built and how and why.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with anything you just said. It still doesn't tie it back to the idea that it's all financial as far as community associations, because from my perspective, it's been predominantly with regards to quality of life, certainty of use, expectations. In some instances for myself, I've had a chance to live in different types of communities depending on my life situation at the time, and I chose that. And many folks choose to move into the community they do because of what it offers to them. And so when there's a significant departure from that, where they've actually gone from a high density community to a lower density communities by choice, they feel that somehow we are now intruding on them and giving more power to the developers and taking away power from the residents.
Councillor Chabot, that's not a question, that's a debate.
So anyway, so you don't think that that's a component, that quality of life is a big component of why?
I feel like it may be a component of why, but that I guess argument could often be boiled down to finances as well, because in those lower density communities, people are often richer and they want to maintain that. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I have some debate on that at a later time. Thank you. And now for Mr. Lotz. Mr. Lotz, based on what you said, it sounds to me like you feel as though the voice of the residents has been muted to some degree. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes, that's how I feel.
And does this apply just generally or strictly in relations to this matter?
Westbrook, LAP, and this matter. And like, I understand people are struggling. I understand that. Like, I'm not trying to come across here as a terrible person, but like, Killarney is already dense. We have duplexes, we have fourplexes, we're getting eightplexes at the end of every block. We're doing our part in densification. And now, like, these mid-block 8+ unit, 2 separate buildings that are 12 meters tall, nowhere on the city pamphlets do they show the configuration, the mid-block HGO configuration. Like, this is a substantial departure from anything in Killarney, which once again is already a dense community. And in my opinion, we're already doing our part. And this is too much. This is too much. There's no, like, I don't care about the financial. I don't view my house as a financial investment, but this will absolutely have a negative impact on the quality of my life if there's now going to be, 8 to 12 unit HGO buildings built all along my block. Like, if I wanted that, I would have lived and I would have bought in the Beltline. Like, there needs to be some balance here. That is my message. There needs to be some balance. We cannot give everything to the developers.
So, if I'm hearing you right, this has more to do with use and enjoyment of your property rather than financial?
In my opinion, completely.
Okay. No further questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue for this panel, so thank you very much for joining us today. We will move on to the next group, but let me see if anyone's here from 33 and 34 that I called earlier. Do we have Henry Hansen? Do we have Molli Bennett? Lorraine Robinson?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have Andrew Bembridge?
Yep, here.
Thank you. Do we have Scott Miller?
Yes, I am here.
Perfect, thank you. And I'm going to dip into panel number 35. Do we have Sarah Ritchie? Do we have Kathryn Davies? Thanks, you can grab a seat up there. Do we have David Conkin? Andrew Bitts? Amanda Edwards? Thank you, you can come on up. All right, so we are going to go with Lorraine, Andrew, Scott, Kathryn, and then Amanda. So, Ms. Robinson, please kick us off.
Yes, good morning, Mayor Gondek and City Councilors. My name is Lorraine Robinson. I'm president of MOCA, the Millican Ogden Community Association, Ward 9. I have been living in this community for the past 38 years in a house we built. And for the past 11 years, I've been on the MOCA board. So, as president of MOCA, I will reference the letter submitted to City Council on April 2nd, 2024 as I speak. So the need for more housing in Calgary is apparent. As an established community, Ogden has seen and generally has been supportive of the limited redevelopment that has occurred in our community to date. According to the most recent census data, our population once again dropped since the last time data was available. Ogden needs more people living in the neighborhood to support schools, businesses, and to help our community. However, community engagement and input cannot be overlooked in addressing the Ogden community population density issue. Recognizing the importance of having a local area plan in place to guide redevelopment in one's community, MOCA has been proactive about its desire to participate in the local area planning process, especially in the light that two Green Line stations will be built in our community. So earlier this year, we've expressed our interest in correspondence to the City of Calgary local area planning manager, in which our Ward 9 councillor was copied, and this was followed up with further discussions and meetings with both the local area planning manager and the ward office. However, MOCA is generally supportive of appropriate redevelopment, especially on major corridors, as per the 2021 revisions in the Municipal Development Plan. Main concern right now about the blanket rezoning is the capacity and the age of the existing utility infrastructure in the community. Higher density was not envisioned in the early 1900s when Ogden's servicing infrastructure was installed. The community board wants certainty that any additional density will be supported by required upgrades to infrastructure. This would be an additional cost, and whether it's borne by the developer or the city, it will become an added burden to the affordability of the project. We also feel the need for the city to conduct a closer look at selected areas within a community to ensure the application of blanket zoning does not impair the streetscape and the general ambiance of that area or bring about a decrease in property value. Having a local area plan in place would assist in identifying acceptable areas for redevelopment. And then there's also the concern over parking. We already have some of our Ogden residents having to get parking license to park in front of their own residences, and of course the importance of preserving green spaces. Okay, these spaces should not be rezoned to RCG, but rather remain as designated park space. Prioritizing green space and parks is also part of the present municipal development plan. So thank you for this opportunity to comment on this proposed policy on behalf of the local board. Should blanket rezoning be approved by council, I challenge council to do so only with major modifications as per the valuable input Calgary citizens are sharing throughout this hearing process. In addition, affordable housing needs to be considered as a separate initiative, as blanket rezoning does not lead to affordable housing. In closing, I question the comment made by Mayor Gondek following her meeting with 42 community associations this past Saturday. In both her CTV and City News interviews, she stated that the proposed land use bylaw amendment was not a prerequisite to receive the $228 million in federal funding for affordable housing. However, in the Honorable Sean Fraser, Minister of Housing, September 14, 2023 response letter sent to Mayor Gondek, In regards to the city's application for the federal government Housing Accelerator Fund, he writes, in terms of Calgary's application, I was pleased with several of the proposals slated for discussion at council meetings over the coming days. Particularly, I was glad to see Calgary and exclusionary zoning citywide by legalizing much-needed missing middle housing, such as 4-unit multiplexes, through new zoning designations, creating new land use districts. And 2 more, invest in affordable housing on public lands with walking distance of transit, and streamline building permit approvals to increase the speed at which housing gets built in Calgary. So he closes his letter by stating, I am eager to be able to approve Calgary's application, but I will not be able to do so before you make good on these commitments. So basically,
thank you, Ms. Robinson. Ms. Robinson, I gave you about 20 extra seconds just so you could finish the quote. So thank you. Please hang on the line in case there's questions for you, okay? Let's go to Andrew Bembridge, please.
Hey, good morning, Calgary City Council, Mayor Gondek. Appreciate you inviting me here to speak today. So just right off the bat, just for a little bit of positivity to continue our what's going to be another 12-hour day of hearings, is that I fully support the RCD rezoning as well as the additional actions we need to take as part of the Housing Affordability Task Force. And that's really kind of one of the big themes of what I want to talk about today. So I moved from Southwestern Ontario a few years ago, landed in Calgary, landed a wonderful place downtown, and met now the partner that I have been with for the last few years now. And she was born and raised in Calgary. We just recently actually moved out for some work, but we really hope to come back. And one of the big things is going to be housing affordability. We're very fortunate to be quite decently well off for our generation, relatively. And the affordability issue is not so much out of reach. It's that it's for us a very financially imprudent question for us, where housing prices in Calgary have ballooned along with the rest of the nation, and we hope to take some great actions to bring those down for future generations, not just for my benefit, but for my peers and the kids that our generation's having. So I wanted to point to the Housing Affordability Task Force and, in general, the city administration. So I wanted to thank the folks that make your job possible, our job possible, and this entire hearing possible. It was overall a contentious plan that came out last year. It's been something that I'm sure has been being worked on in the background for years now. It's also a bold thing. It's a very bold action to take, and we want to make sure we have put our confidence in our city admin to enable them to exercise their talents, exercise the knowledge and the qualifications we hired them specifically for. And that's kind of the big supporting argument that I want to make today on behalf of folks that I'm sure you've heard from internally a lot. And overall, it's just all part of the general theme of change. The city's changing, the world's changing, and we're keeping up. And as part of some of the examples here that I want to talk about is we have a bit of a fork in the road here. We can choose to refuse to learn from we can choose to learn from our neighbors, collaborate with our other municipalities, our other jurisdictions all over North America, and learn from them and see the lessons and the actions that they're pushing forward with. Or we can continue along with the tried and true methods of just spin the wheel and hope it works. We've seen the consequences of that kind of work in places like Toronto and Vancouver. They get cited a lot of areas where people are leaving and have problems with. So we can look towards our neighbors. We can learn from our municipalities. We can learn from our other city admins in different jurisdictions, take their qualifications and learn from them and enact a version of that works best for Calgary. I think that is I have a few more pieces I want to talk about today. Obviously, 5 minutes is not a lot of time to pack stuff into. But overall, really kind of the message I want to put forward really today is lead, don't follow. Listen and learn from our peers. We have lots of talented people in the city, people that we've hired specifically for their qualifications, their knowledge they put forth to the council reporting and every effort in the administration today. They need you to listen to them. They have lots of expertise, and also look toward other jurisdictions. Even in the city I'm in now, Edmonton, we have up here done a lot of great things. Listen to that, examine it, take the piece that work best, and action on it. Calgary is a wonderful city, and I really hope, my partner really hopes to return to it soon. And we would love to come back to a place that welcomes everyone and is making bold action on housing and climate and everything else that this administration and the council has their priorities on. I appreciate your time. Thanks very much. And I hope the rest of you have a wonderful panel.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Scott Miller, please.
Thank you, and good morning, Your Worship and members of council. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. All Calgarians, indeed all Canadians, understand that there is a need for more housing. However, curtailing existing rights, imposing a factually unsupported, imprecise, blanket zoning change that directly and adversely impacts individual rights and will diminish the stability of existing neighborhoods using a flawed process is unsupportable and wrong. There are other options to encourage affordable housing, and they should be explored first and vigorously. The proposed bylaw is not a beneficial way to proceed, and it will not lead to an enduring result. Accordingly, I speak in opposition to the proposed bylaw. I urge you not to pass this bylaw for the following reasons. First, the loss of a hearing right. Blanket upzoning will eliminate an existing hearing right. Under existing rules, property undergoing a land use redesignation requires an application to be heard during a provincially required, municipally held public hearing. The existing process allows neighbors a guaranteed opportunity to have their concerns heard in a hearing and provides for the opportunity to address specific concerns that affect their property as a result of the redevelopment. The proposed bylaw will eliminate the public hearing and will only permit a party a limited scope to provide comments during the development review process. Part 17 of the Municipal Government Act states that bylaws may be prepared and adopted to achieve orderly land use, quote, without infringing on the rights of individuals for and public interest except to the extent necessary for the overall greater public interest. This bylaw infringes on individual rights, and there is no supporting background evidence sufficient to demonstrate that upzoning is necessary for the greater public interest. The city purports to rely on the Housing and Affordability Task Force. This is a group composed mostly of city employees, ex-city employees, and developers. There are good suggestions in the report, but the blanket upzoning is not one of those good ideas, and it is not supported. There's almost no analytical or data to support its use. There is no sufficient discussion of alternatives. There is no material analysis of adverse effects. There is little data or information to support upzoning in general, and certainly insufficient evidence to fulfill the obligation imposed by the Municipal Government Act not to infringe on individual rights. There is a lack of any substantial or real evidence to demonstrate that blanket upzoning bylaw meets the test in Part 17 of the Act. As the Alberta Court of Appeal stated in the case of Love versus Flagstaff County at paragraph 26, quote, these values, orderly and economic development, preservation of quality of life and environment, respect for individual rights, and recognition for the limited extent to which the overall public interest may legitimately override individual rights are critical components in planning, law, and practice in Alberta, and thus highly relevant to the interpretation to the bylaw. Close quote. Stability. The proposed bylaw will undermine the stability in established neighborhoods. People bought homes in established areas due to the security and permanence they understood was afforded by the existing RC1 and RC2 zoning. They relied on that zoning. The unilateral removal of the protected zoning without direct acknowledged consent or support that actually establishes that blanket upzoning is in the public good is wrong and as mentioned, is contrary to the Municipal Government Act. Homeowners have a right to rely upon the existing zoning, as the Alberta Court of Appeal again said in Love versus Flagstaff County, quote, central to these values is the need for certainty and predictability in planning law. Although expropriation of private property is permitted for the public, not private good, in clearly defined and limited circumstances, private ownership of land remains one of the fundamental elements of our parliamentary democracy. Without certainty, the economic development of land would be unachievable. Who would invest in land with no clear indication as to how it might be used and what use it could be put? Hence, the importance of land use bylaws clearly defined specific uses of the property at any limits.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you. You're just at time. Please stay on the line in case there's questions for you. Let's go to Kathryn Davies, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Mayor and Council, I'm grateful to be in front of you today at this marathon public hearing. My name is Kathryn Davies. I'm a homeowner, a longtime community association volunteer, and along with Willem Klompenhauer, whom you all met yesterday, I'm a co-founder of More Neighbors Calgary. Willem is the data guy with the fancy maps, but I'm the person with lived experience in a neighborhood with a lot of RCG development. About 10 years ago, my community, Banff Trail, underwent an ARP update, which is something we don't do anymore. This coincided with the introduction of the RCG Land District, and the city did some proactive rezoning in Banff Trail. Around 600 lots were rezoned to RCG, including my own. You might call this blanket rezoning, which we are discussing today largely as a theoretical concept, but I'm here as someone who is living it, and I can tell you that it's fine. The sky has not fallen on our neighborhood. Since the rezoning about 7 or 8 years ago, my neighborhood has changed, but it hasn't been dramatic, and at no point have I woken up to find my street unrecognizable. As Willem showed in his maps yesterday, redevelopment doesn't happen all at once. Change is gradual and incremental. As properties come up for sale, some of them are redeveloped into row houses with suites, some without suites, some for sale, some for rent. There are still a lot of semi-detached homes being built in RCG zoning, some singles, and we're seeing laneway suites pop up under this more flexible zoning code. Despite changes in the built form, it's still the same great neighborhood we've lived in for nearly 15 years, and the characteristics that make it a great place to live and raise a family remain intact. I think the benefits of these more diverse types of housing and the people they've brought to our neighborhood far outweigh any inconvenience. As we've seen over the last few months, the specter of change in one's neighborhood evokes strong feelings. I've attended a few of the engagement sessions where the focus has been largely on assuaging people's fears about what will happen to their quality of life, their property value, their quiet enjoyment of their home. We haven't been able to talk enough about what an opportunity this is for the city, a chance to reverse some of the planning mistakes of the 20th century, to build in a way that is fit for the future, a more vibrant, efficient, sustainable, and affordable city with a diversity of housing that reflects the diverse needs of its residents. I hope Council will support this policy change to allow the gentlest incremental increase in density. Let's remember that density is just another word for housing for people, and people are great. I love my neighbors, and I want more of them, and I believe in a decade we'll look back at this and wonder what all the fuss was about. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Amanda Edwards, please.
Good day. Thank you, councillors and mayor, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Amanda, and I'm autistic. I have a unique perspective of being a homeowner, a landlord, and unfortunately, I have found myself unhoused, as well as spent time in shelter, as I lost the ability to keep up with my daily life and my construction career. I am what's known as late diagnosed autistic, and therefore slipped through the cracks and ended up disabled physically because of the medical neglect and dismissals. I am here to ask council to vote yes on this rezoning. There has been a lot of talk about affordability. Although many big developers will be building luxury condos, I have a different plan. I am the founder and CEO of RHI. That stands for Adult Autistic Rural Housing Initiative. The reason it is rural housing initiative is the ability to create a community of 5 to 10 units on one property. These are garden lofts the size of small ATCO trailers. This rezoning would give me and my community the ability to live and work within Calgary, keeping us close to support, transit, jobs, and families. What this would look like on a community level is having 4 standalone units on a typical city lot. This will include parking on the property for our tenants. We have heard a lot of residents and the worry about parking. I do believe that this may be an issue with this rezoning plan, and we'll keep the parking on property and off the street for my projects. In addition, the ability to build garden lofts in the backyards for families with autistic individuals and other disabilities would be a great benefit to this community. There is an extreme lack of affordable housing, small independent units available to people with disabilities who depend on AISH, low income to get by. This would be removing one piece of red tape in a sea of red tape that me and my company would face. I am 41 years old and I do not want to live with mommy. Living independently creates dignity, a community pride. As an autistic person, I am not less, I am different, and I have value to this community. I have no intention of bringing down any sort of property value in the community for me or my neighbors. But I think it is important to look at housing demand from a compassionate human perspective and not just a bottom line perspective. I don't think it is any builder or renovator's intention to bring down property values. I see such prejudice in low-income housing in the previous days from different presenters, and frankly, it makes me feel unwelcome. I hope my fellow Calgarians understand that you could be right where I am in the blink of an eye. Life can change in a flash. The idea that simply because of an illness I am now undesirable is hurtful, frustrating, and untrue, to say the least. This is just one step towards solving a housing crisis, and it will help more people than it hurts. But let's be real. This is going to create big money condos and high-end units for the most part. It will take innovators, big thinkers to create some difference. It will give people like myself and my partners the ability alongside these big developers. Additionally, I would like to ask that Council consider working towards converting some of the vacant office buildings in the downtown core, as these buildings are already accessible with ramps for people with mobility issues and are constructed of concrete, which in my community helps with noise and our sensitivity to noise pollution. Thank you for the time and consideration and opportunity to share my perspective, and I truly appreciate you pulling these long days for us.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to questions for this panel. We'll start with Councillor Wong, please.
Oops. Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Davies, please. Ms. Davies, sorry.
Hi.
Thank you, Kathryn. You mentioned you were with the Banff Trail Community Association, right?
Yes.
That was over, did you say over a course of 10 years?
Yeah, I think I joined the Community Association first in 2016.
Okay. And
sorry, I will clarify, I'm speaking here as an individual, not in any way representing the Banff Trail Community Association Board.
No, I understand that. And you also mentioned that ARP was done in 2016.
Mm-hmm. And over I think it was 2016.
Roughly, about 10 years, let's say. Mm-hmm. And you've also mentioned that Banff Trail has seen more infill developments put in there, correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And Banff Trail is also being next to university, and Banff Trail is populated by a lot of university student rentals?
Yep.
Okay. Do you know, over the course of that 10 years, when we did the ARP, we did more infill developments, the change of ownership of property, did you see more neighbors being, I would say, owner-occupied rentals versus full rentals?
Sorry. I'm going to do a little cautionary note here. That's talking about the user and not the use.
Okay.
And I don't think I know the answer to that question anyway, so.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. The other question is, in the last few years, as we've seen more infills coming in, have we seen more infills being more of, if I could say, of a higher quality, higher class versus what typically has been there?
I would say so. There are some projects in our neighborhood that I think are very high quality, and I think they're architecturally very interesting, and I think they really contribute to the visual aspect of our community. I mean, we're originally a bungalow community, and as much as I love the bungalow I live in, it's a lot of the bungalows are just they're not character homes. They're not particularly interesting.
Okay. The reason I asked that question is that I had a bunch of U of C students come by and dropped off a stack of supporting letters, and one of the comments that was played back to me was that while we do want to see more rentals in and around the university area, they were concerned that some of these rentals may be less affordable. Mm-hmm. Do you think that would be the case?
I think that's a really, really interesting question, and it's maybe a bit more complex than I can answer in a short period of time. But I think there's been this narrative through this whole public hearing that we're seeing affordable bungalows being torn down for luxury condos or luxury row houses, and I think that's not, I mean, maybe in some parts of the city that's happening. In Banff Trail, we're seeing some bungalows torn down that are affordable, but they're affordable because they're almost slums. Like, they're old, they're asbestos ridden, they're not being invested in, and they're not high quality rental. And so we're seeing some of that replaced with what I think is high quality rental housing. There's one close to me. It's purpose-built rental. It is definitely not luxury housing. Like, it's very modest, but it's clean and fresh. And I've been on Rent Faster recently, actually, and I've been gobsmacked by some of the prices that are being charged for these bungalows that clearly have not been updated since 1976. And I actually I question the narrative that the new construction is substantially more expensive than the bungalows. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, that's good. I just want to clarify comments I got from students versus your lived experience too. Great, thank you.
Thank you. And that is it for questions of our speakers on this panel. So thank you very much for joining us today. Appreciate you being here. I'm going to do the next panel, but I'm going to go back and see if we have anybody here. Do we have Sarah Ritchie? Do we have David Conkin? Do we have Andrew Bitts? How about Henry Hansen? Molli Bennett? Hi, you can come on up. What about Patricia McCunn-Miller? How about Roger Smith? Hi. You can come up and grab a seat as well. Do we have Marc Henry? Hi, who do we have on the line? Hi there, someone's on the phone line.
Yes.
Hi, who is it?
You called my name. It's Patricia McCunn-Miller. I'm here.
Perfect, thank you. 1, 2, 3. Do we have Michelle Dreffs? Do we have Steve Suche?
I'm online.
Perfect, thank you. So the order of this panel will be Molly, Patricia, Roger, Mark, and Steve. So we're ready when you are.
Sorry, did you not hear me say that I was here?
Hi, who's this?
Sarah Ritchie. I
didn't
thought
hear
I
you.
unmuted myself when I said I was here. My apologies.
That's okay. You know what? We'll add you to this panel. We'll do 6 people. I'll put you right at the end of this panel.
Sorry, I will have to hang up at 11 a.m.
Okay, I'm hoping we get there. Ms. Bennett, please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. Thank you to Council and Administration for the hard work that you do for our city. Some of you may have gotten the chance to meet me in my role as the advocacy lead with Bike Calgary, but I'm here today representing myself. You'll hear support from Bike Calgary President Doug Clark at a later panel today. But so just a little bit on me. My name is Molly. I'm 30 years old. I grew up in North Haven Drive, just down the street from North Haven Elementary in Ward 4. My parents brought me home from the hospital they had purchased at age 26 and 27. They bought this home on the income of a disability support worker and a deli manager. At 3 years old, I became an older sister to twin siblings, a boy and a girl. My sister grew up to work in education. My brother is an electrician. I work in the nonprofit sector. None of us own a home. All three of us would love to have the stability of home ownership, and that would be the dream, that's the ideal. But I'd personally settle for a stable and affordable rental market. As a renter, I'm terrified about the market instability that I face. And I also know more than one person who owns a home. Several of my friends and peers are struggling to keep up with the costs of home ownership and life. Some of those friends have expressed interest in doing things like renovating their garages and adding secondary suites. Right now, this process is slow, confusing, and limited by things like parking minimums. Base RCG would remove some of those barriers and help some of those folks in my life bring in some rental income to cover their costs while increasing housing supply. This increased density would also give people like me access to rental properties. It would give me the choice to live in the area of the cities I desire to, near the amenities I like to frequent. And for me, as somebody who does not own a car, this is really important. I could also secure a long-term rental on a secondary suite in a friend's property, which would give me an access to some intentional community that's also really important to me. I don't have children and I don't have a family of my own, and so being in community in that way would feel really good for me. And I think it might even give me the stability to save and perhaps afford a home of my own if that's something I wanted. But let's return to North Haven for a moment. A few years ago, my mother, who still lives in the area, told me that the elementary school was at serious risk of closing. So few people can afford to raise a family in this neighborhood anymore, she told me. And I felt sad to hear it. People in their 20s, starting young families, just like my parents did 30 years ago, couldn't afford to buy a home in that area anymore. And so I was curious if allowing for base RCG style development would help people like me and my siblings. Would it bring more families into my parents' neighborhood and keep schools like North Haven Elementary and the inner city neighborhoods open? Would it allow my friends to have some rental income while increasing market supply? I looked into it, and the answer is yes, it would do those things. Allowing for the option of modest, multi-dwelling units across our city would be helpful. The case for voting yes on this is compelling. This land use change and introduction of gentle density would be positive for neighborhoods like North Haven and others all across the city. It's good for communities. And I do not believe that we need to have public hearings and go through this process every single time a single lot wants to change. It feels like a waste of resources to me. Another place I turned in my journey of assessing the value of base RCG was to ask my uncle about it. My uncle is a Ward 1 resident. He's a retired contractor, a landlord, and an experienced home flipper. He and I don't always see eye to eye on politics, and sometimes asking these kinds of questions of your family can be intimidating. But I asked anyway. I wanted to know what he thought. And he very quickly and very casually said, yes, I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea for industry, for contractors, for developers, and for homeowners. And so I appreciated learning that from him. So to me, this thing before you is a straightforward land designation change, one that will allow homeowners to make more choice and remove red tape, one that, for me, that's a reason to vote yes enough. But I also believe that a vote yes will increase modest and reasonable density, which is a good thing for vibrancy, for climate action, and in my opinion, for affordability. For those and many, many other reasons, I strongly encourage you to vote yes on what is before you today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Patricia McCunn-Miller, please.
Madam Mayor and City Councilors, the Housing Affordability Task Force report outlined 98 recommended actions to address housing needs. While most of those actions are appropriate, blanket upzoning is not. It will not result in affordable housing supply, and it will destabilize older communities in Calgary. No city councillor campaigned on blanket upzoning. No city councillor campaigned on removing the public hearing process for land use redesignation. Respectfully, this council does not have a mandate to impose blanket upzoning, the greatest land use change in a lifetime. The city says that the loss of the public hearing for land use redesignation is not a problem because a citizen can still comment on the development permit application. The DP process is not a public hearing. Citizens can provide a comment if they are aware of the development. To be clear, the DP is a developer-focused process, not a citizen hearing process. Citizens need to continuously check the city DMAP, looking for applications and decisions. An affected neighbor who has filed a comment does not receive an email notification when the DP decision has been made. This significantly impacts their ability to make a timely appeal to the SDAB. There is a 21-day window to appeal a DP decision, and a failure to meet that timeline cannot be remedied. The SDAB process under the MGA is easily navigated by well-resourced developers and their paid legal and municipal advisors, but it is a daunting and unfamiliar process for a citizen to navigate effectively. Trying to read the land use bylaw is like trying to read the Tax Act. It is filled with technical terms and definitions that can be difficult to understand. You heard the city respond to a question from Councillor Sharp that if a development is a discretionary use, then it is appealable. They also said that the new base RCG district could, at a later date, change from discretionary to permitted. What does this mean? If the proposed development is a discretionary use, then on appeal, the SDAB can take into account the development compatibility and impact of the proposed development on adjacent neighbors and the community. However, if the development is a permitted use, then it is assumed that the development is appropriate on all parcels in the district. This omnibus hearing, by its very nature, defeats the right to a land use hearing on your property or a neighboring property. It does not consider the specific context of your property, your community, and your impacts. So why are hearings important? The MGA explicitly recognizes the preeminence of individual property rights and states that bylaws must be prepared and enacted without infringing on rights of individuals for any public interest, except to the extent that it is necessary for the overall greater public interest. Those property rights include the use and enjoyment of that property. The city should limit the encroachments on use and enjoyment. That is why a land use redesignation hearing is so important to understanding potential encroachments and impacts. 61% of Calgarians own detached or semi-detached houses. This is the largest single capital investment a person will make. That investment decision relies on the certainty and predictability of the land zone of that home purchase. Blanket upzoning imposed after the investment has been made destroys certainty and predictability and is contrary to the principles of planning and development under the MGA. So why the rush to blanket upzoning? According to city reports, we have an adequate supply of zoned land for brownfield and greenfield development for decades to come. Housing affordability is a serious issue and one that requires systematic analysis, thought-through decisions, incremental actions, and careful evaluation. Blanket upzoning is not incremental action. It is a drastic measure that is not supported by compelling data. Well-known international health advisor Hans Rosling, in his book Factfulness, discusses instincts that distort our perspectives. In discussing the urgency instinct, Rosling says that the urge to make quick decisions and take immediate action hinders our ability to think analytically and make sound decisions. He says, be wary of drastic action. Ask what the side effects will be. Ask how the idea has been tested. Ask where is the data. Step-by-step practical improvements and evaluation of their impact are less dramatic but usually more effective. Incremental steps with community collaboration will get redevelopment done in a way that will add housing choice and affordability for rental and ownership. Data must be used to tell the truth, not to call to action no matter how noble the intentions. I urge councillors to oppose blanket upzoning.
Thank you for your presentation. Please hang on the line in case there's questions. Let's go to Roger Smith, please.
Good morning, and thank you for hearing me. My name is Roger Smith. I'm a born and raised Calgarian. I live in Southwest Calgary in Ward 8. I'm here opposed to blanket upzoning. But I'd like to be very clear. I recognize there is a need for affordable housing and more housing. But I'm very concerned that blanket upzoning is an abdication of planning. And you are responsible for planning. You are the stewards of the city. What you do today will have impacts that are far-reaching. And I'm afraid that the city, in its delight of accepting funding from the federal government, is forgetting that fact. Now, I know that the city administration earlier this week said that this condition, or this upzoning, is not a condition to receiving federal funding. That, in my understanding, is inconsistent with previous statements made by this administration. It's also inconsistent with what happened in Ontario with the City of Windsor. The City of Windsor turned down tens of millions of dollars because it refused to change the zoning rules to get the cash. The National Post reported in February that Mayor Drew Dilkens ultimately said that the majority of his council didn't want to bring in such a significant change. He is quoted as saying, "It's a wholesale change to the way the system is set up today in terms of having public consultation and having some sort of process where you can look at things." He also said, I think a lot of people want certainty to know what they're buying, a home or a building, a home in an area. What's possible? What could happen? What does the neighborhood look like? This proposal will deny that. I'm not saying that we don't pursue some higher density in very many places, but let's do it in a nuanced and planned way. I also understand that the city is recommending this because they believe it will result in more affordable housing. Now, I'm not an urban planner, but I did have the opportunity to review some papers on the topic, and I was left with the conclusion, because the academics told me, that there's just not enough data to reach that conclusion. Jenna Davis of the Brookings Institute, in a commentary published in July of 2021, made the following observations. Upzonings have ignited a hot-button issue of gentrification, and we've seen that. We've pitted generations against one another by this proposal. Despite these tensions, she continues, minimal empirical work has examined the effects of upzonings. She postulates the question, given these findings, should cities continue to uphold upzonings as a core solution? The answer is that scholars must conduct additional research on upzonings to better understand their effects. I know that Auckland is cited as an example where it was upzoning successfully obtained low or more affordable housing, but that report that came out 2 years ago has been subject to other academic criticism. The suggestion in the critical paper is that it was based on a biased sample. And if a full data set was used, the spillover robust treatment effects turn into a negative. We need a bit more study. I'm reminded of an event that took place in this city in the early 60s, where the city was approached by the CPR. The CPR wanted to get into land development in downtown. And the city was gobsmacked by the idea of getting that amount of financial investment. And so they reached an agreement with the CPR that in exchange for some rail lands downtown, they would allow the CPR to build a rail line on the south banks of the Bow. The city doubled down by proposing to put a parkway. Parkway is a freeway right along the south banks. It would have destroyed Inglewood and all the communities to the east. It would have destroyed the river valley. Could you imagine if that had happened? The city was forced to relook at it because the citizens of Calgary raised concerns. Citizens of Calgary are raising concerns now. Please take a look at this. Now, what are the solutions? Corridors and nodes. Why don't we develop those areas first? Let's work collaboratively with the communities. And I have to say, I was taken by the comments earlier today from the gentleman in Killarney. I don't believe that we've had a collaborative approach. The area redevelopment plan for Windsor and Elboya proposed mid-block buildings in excess of 4 stories. In excess of 4 stories. It's like negotiating with a hostage taker. I'm sorry, there's just no other analogy. If you approach us collaboratively, we will work with you. We want to. We recognize that there is a critical need here. But please, let's meet in the middle. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Marc Henry, please.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council. Having fun yet? My name is Marc Henry. I reside in Meadowlark Park, and I'm a landowner who would be impacted by this proposed bylaw amendment. I'm here to speak in opposition to it. My concerns are twofold. First of all, blanket rezoning, by definition, assumes that all sites, all applications, all applicants would be equally acceptable to the city of Calgary for RCG redevelopment. And council, you know that is not the case. Every site's different. One size doesn't fit all, and that needs to be taken into account. And don't take my word for it. Look at your own voting record over the last 3 years on land uses when they've come to you. 6% of the time, council has rejected them. Now, 6% may seem a small number, but going forward, if approved, previously unacceptable developments will be increasingly finding their way into communities, and they're going to be there for decades. Of greater concern to me, however, is that if this amendment is approved, there will no longer be public hearings for neighbors to voice their concerns to their elected officials about these 6%, these unacceptable developments. And that assumes that the lack of council oversight won't increase that number over time. Your administration has told you that what we're doing right here is red tape, which is absolutely Orwellian. Given by all appearances, they have made little or no effort to streamline the bureaucratic processing of RCG approvals. We heard from industry on Monday about the bureaucratic delays that they are experiencing and how they have gotten worse over the past couple of years. I'm happy to talk more about that, but I'm also very mindful of my time. Public participation in decision-making is foundational to local government. The amendment being considered today seriously undermines this. It would strip away future opportunities for residents to have their 5 minutes unfiltered before the people they elect to talk about their concerns around local redevelopment issues. This public component is very important. One hopes that it actually influences your decision-making, certainly, but moreover, the ability to actively participate in decisions by citizens lends credibility to them. Whether or not people choose to participate and whether or not they agree with the final outcome. Cutting the public out diminishes the legitimacy of the decisions themselves and the process. The irony is certainly not lost on me. You are holding a public hearing, the biggest one in Calgary's history, to legitimize the elimination of future public hearings on local redevelopment. You can't make it up, Council. I hear many councillors complain about how angry and divided people are today. And much of this is attributable to people's loss of confidence in institutions. Cutting the public out of future decisions impacting their neighborhoods contributes to that erosion in trust in institutions, specifically this one. You would essentially be contributing to the very thing that you lament. Council, I strongly urge you to reject this amendment to the land use bylaw. There are more effective ways to expedite more housing which do not involve cutting the public out of these decisions. And this decision today, or well, whenever you get around to making it, is going to be one of the most consequential in Council's term. It literally impacts hundreds of thousands of residents. And in a not so distant future, those residents become voters. And before you vote on this matter, I ask you how you want to be perceived by them. Are you a council member / future candidate who values and welcomes hearing from constituents directly on matters of concern to them, or not? As a gentle reminder, that election's 544 days from today. In conclusion, Council, I'd like you to take a look at this room. It is both functional and symbolic. If you go to the legislature, you go to Parliament, the public galleries are separate and up, on purpose. If you're sitting in those galleries, you're there to watch, and watch only. In this room, gallery's right here, connected to this aisle, to this microphone. It is the physical manifestation of the principle that in local government, the public's voice plays a central role in your decision-making. And I sincerely hope you consider that as you consider this matter.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Steve Suche, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. My name is Steve Suche. I'm here to speak against the proposed upzoning of the entire city to RCG. I grew up in Calgary and have had the privilege of living in several of its neighborhoods. One of Calgary's strengths is its diversity of neighborhood types. Our needs change as we move through different stages of life. As a childless couple in our 20s, what we looked for in a neighborhood was very different from what we wanted with 3 children and pets. As we age, we will look to change again. Calgary has offered many different choices to suit our needs. I'm against a blanket upzoning for reasons that many have already stated. It creates a homogeneity of neighborhoods that do not cater well to different stages of life. It dramatically reduces green space in the urban canopy inside the city. Massive infills in RC1 areas will shadow and overlook their neighbors. And for family-oriented neighborhoods, it increases traffic, parking density, and becomes a safety issue for children in the area. Saying that, I support the city in its efforts to increase the supply of less expensive dwelling units to help support its growing population and to reduce urban sprawl. I believe that the city should focus on high-density housing in the 6+ and 12+ story form factor along transit corridors, and by further increasing density and encouraging small form retail in specific areas like the Beltline, Eau Claire, and the East Village, where infrastructure, transit, and basic services are already available. When we look at specific areas to densify, we should be considering the cost and the speed at which we can provide those supporting services. Canada has seen unprecedented population growth over the past 3 years. Levels of immigration have doubled. Simultaneously, baby boomer children are now the largest demographic in Canada, and they are looking to buy homes. These facts have led to, at least temporarily, a substantial increase in demand for housing and, of course, increases in cost. However, Canada's ability to build homes, its supply of raw materials, and more importantly, skilled labor, has not increased to match the demand. The bottleneck in creating new housing is not a lack of available space, but a lack of building capacity. In order to increase our housing supply most effectively, we need to make the best use of our limited material, skilled labor, and infrastructure dollars by being smart in what and where we build. By zoning the entire city RCG, the city is offering developers a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build multi-million-dollar townhomes in many of the city's oldest and least infrastructure-ready areas. Ironically, as the city is trying to create more low-cost housing, best achieved through apartment-style dwelling units situated near transit lines, the city will be encouraging developers to build fewer, more expensive units, taking critical resources, plumbers, electricians, drywallers, carpenters, away from high-density developments and into areas that will cater to only the wealthiest among us. While the blanket RCG zoning may result in more homes being built, it will be far fewer dwelling units and greater cost than if the city had encouraged high-density housing in specific planned locations. Why specific locations instead of the entire city? Housing more people per hectare across the city without planning will require upgrades to our infrastructure services in many different areas on an unpredictable timeline. Already we are challenged to deliver utilities in some areas. Besides the vast cost of the upgrades, the work will take years, disrupting roads and services throughout the city, and will be a further drain on our supply of materials and skilled trades. In any city planning effort, we need to be thoughtful about what we can achieve. Developers in Calgary are not idle. The building industry has been going flat out for the last few years. They're not hanging around with crews on the bench, wishing there was some place they could build. It is already a thriving industry, firing on all cylinders. It is not clear how or why the blanket upzoning would allow them to be more productive and create more homes than they would otherwise. But it will certainly allow them to create more expensive homes and cause more disruption than a planned building program. Calgary is not alone in trying to deal with the population explosion. Every other city is facing the same challenges and will be competing for the same limited pool of resources. Do not expect to accelerate building capacity without also increasing the cost of raw materials, the cost of labor, and consequently, the cost of the housing. Let's pursue densification in the city, but let's do it right, do it with forethought, and do it in a way that continues to allow a diversity of neighborhood types that can keep the city attractive to a diverse range of people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's see if we still have Sarah Ritchie. Okay, we will go to questions of this panel. Let's start with Councillor Chabot, please.
I think my first question will go to Mr. Henry. I have a couple other folks I'd like to ask questions to. Mr. Henry, have you looked at the current approval ratings on RCG as it relates to whether they were aligned with policy, with planning policy, i.e. where they were approved? Was there aligning policy to support those proposed applications versus those ones that weren't approved, and whether or not there was policy to support those applications in those locations?
Councillor Chabot, are you asking me to give away private, proprietary information to council?
I'm sorry,
yes,
is
we
it
have looked
proprietary?
at public attitudes towards RCG and towards this process. Calgarians are not opposed to the notion of RCG in their communities. What makes them uncomfortable is the notion that redevelopment can happen in their communities without them having meaningful input on how and if that happens, i.e. a public hearing. That's the difficult part here. And if you look at what's before council today, I've heard a lot of rhetoric around this room about what this means and human rights and climate change and this. The amendment that's before you is very simple. Its intent is to try and shrink the approval time on RCG in established communities. That's it. The fact of the matter is, council, I'm sure, and your administration can find ways to do that administratively without eliminating public hearings, because what you're doing is you're providing greater certainty and comfort to a handful of inner city developers, and I call them developers loosely because most developers aren't afraid of those kinds of risks, and creating greater uncertainty for hundreds and thousands of homeowners.
So there's another process that we've utilized to look at I guess, focused city-initiated redesignations, such as through LAPs. Do you think that would be a preferred method to utilize to look at a more broad-based type of city-initiated redesignation?
I think people would be more comfortable with the notion of doing that as long as there's considerable involvement in the LAP process. But again, at the end of the day, ultimately those decisions have to land here, and you have to go through one of these.
Right. Yeah, and I think through LAPs we get to go through committee first as well. Yeah, no, thanks. That's all my questions for you. Thank you for being here. My next question goes to Ms. Patricia McCunn-Miller. Ms. Miller, thank you for your presentation this morning. I have a couple questions for you. One is, you made reference a lot to use and enjoyment of your property and in relations to how that's enshrined in the Municipal Government Act. Do you believe that that also has direct implications to this city-initiated redesignation, and why?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Chabot. I spoke to the fact that those are the types, use and enjoyment, the impacts to your property can be considered, and a neighboring property can be considered in a land use redesignation application. And that process is a process where the application is made, the city collects input and shares that information with an applicant, and then they can resubmit potentially an amended application with input from communities, and then it makes its way to the Planning Commission and eventually gets to City Council for a public hearing. So there are all these steps where there's an ability for the average citizen to speak to impacts to their use and enjoyment. Everything from, massing, mature trees, landscaping, noise, traffic, loss of property value, that type of thing. So that's why it's such a critical step and should not be eliminated.
Okay, Ms. Miller, I'm not sure if you're aware, but the Housing Affordability Task Force recommendations, which included this blanket RCG zoning, and the cover page of the report, it indicated that 30 years ago, 18% of Calgarians couldn't afford the housing at the time. And today, 18% of Calgarians can't afford housing based on their current income. So not a huge change in the percentage, but of course a significant change in the sheer number by virtue of the fact that our population's doubled. Therefore, there's twice as many people now that have a need for the same housing, same percentage. Why do you think the city has now placed such a significant urgency today versus even, say, 30 years ago when the same percentage exists?
Well, I think that the city has repeatedly stated that there's a housing crisis with, I think the comment has been 60 new residents a day coming to Calgary, and it creates this sense of urgency. But data needs to be looked at in context. And so during the last 20 years, Calgary's population growth rate has varied between about, I think, roughly 1.8 to 2.8%. Now, the Alberta Census Division, in a report to Treasury Branch and Finance in 2023, estimated that Calgary's average population growth for 2022 to 2051 in a medium scenario is going to be 1.8%. Now, in the short term, we are experiencing these increases. There's been a shift in terms of the makeup of that population growth. Currently, about 42%, the report says, has been due to immigration of non-permanent residents, so migrants fleeing war, temporary foreign workers, and international students. But these NPRs are forecasted to turn negative once we see shifts like, for example, Ukrainians returning to their home, and they estimate that to occur around 2026 and will stabilize after that date. All is to say that the growth we've experienced recently will not be maintained at this level and will potentially decrease. So when we evaluate options, we have to understand that data is inherently uncertain, data may change, and we can't just look at the worst case or the high case scenario. So that's why I said we need to move incrementally and evaluate and work with communities, because this is a serious issue, and not take drastic measures because we created this sense of urgency when in fact our population growth rate is similar to what it's been for decades.
Thank you for that response. Only other question I would have would be for the last speaker. You seem to, was it Mr. Smith?
Mr. Suche.
Sorry, you.
Go ahead. Do you want Mr. Smith or Mr. Suche?
The last speaker.
That's Mr. Suche then. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Suche. You seem to speak from a position of authority in regards to the industry as response to the housing need. Are you? What's your? I guess. How do you come to that conclusion? Are you in the industry? Are you directly involved with the industry? You think that we're maximizing on the potential resources, and therefore this RCG is not necessarily a bottleneck?
Councillor Chabot, I'm actually unemployed, so I'm not in the industry, but I do have a number of friends who are in the industry, and I have been speaking to them about this and asking what was the logic behind a lot of the activity going on and what would change from their perspective. And it seemed to be they do see the gold mine of developing inner city, but they don't have the resources without removing them from other projects.
So you think focusing on areas where you can achieve a higher output on a given area would be better utilization of our resources rather than spreading them ad hoc throughout the city?
Absolutely. In fact, there's just in Mission, we have a condo property there, and there's a development permit going in for next door that is asking for relaxation to increase the density of units per hectare from, I believe, the normal limit is about 400 units per hectare, and they're asking to get 1,200 units per hectare. And, you know, I have to say I support that. It's a massive increase in density. It will be smaller units, but they get way more units in a shorter time, and I think that makes a ton of sense. Because they're in Mission, they're about 600 meters from the LRT station at Stampede. So that is a good way to use our resources and not building more townhomes. It will ultimately have a smaller trickle-down effect.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My questions are for Mr. Henry, please. Hey, for the record, for those listening that might not know, you have some history and experience here in City Hall, correct?
I have, sir, yes.
Want me to explain what that is for everybody?
I was here under Mayor Bronkanye as Chief of Staff for 9 years, so I know this room well.
Yeah, so that's kind of what my questions were going to go. You have some experience in planning and development and policies coming forward to council. Have you, did you ever see anything similar to this come in your tenure before council?
I mean, there was, you know, some tension in and around secondary suites. It's a different example, though, because with secondary suites, much of the concern was around The fact that you really aren't changing the built form much. Secondary suites are pretty benign, provided parking's looked after. And secondly, the sort of unseemly situation where people would have to come to a public hearing and explain their personal circumstances about how they wanted to have a child or a parent or somebody in a secondary suite, and it seemed quite cruel. Frankly, you're not in that situation. We're not talking about people who are looking to have their parent or child live in a secondary. These are developers. These are professionals who build homes for a living and make a profit. So the notion of coming to a public hearing should not frighten them. There is not a legitimate developer in town who's afraid of a public hearing.
So I guess what you're saying is, you probably never saw, as we all know, this is historic, the amount of interest in this, and you think that's the main reason is because the public hearing process is being eliminated? Is that?
I would say that's probably the biggest concern. What you have is hundreds of thousands of homeowners who are feeling uncertain. It's not that they're necessarily opposed to redevelopment in their communities. It's not like they're necessarily opposed to RCG. But in the absence of having an actual application in front of them and seeing the plan and seeing the applicant, how on earth are people supposed to be able to say, yeah, I'm okay with that? That's really what the public hearing is about. And yeah, for the record, our longest public hearing was 3 days, so you guys are about to break that today.
Yes. Well, and I think the idea is, and you'd mentioned it as well, that to shrink the time and cost, that's kind of what we're looking to do. I know Councillor Sharp had put forth a notice of motion once for concurrent applications or reducing fees. What would your advice be? What could we do to shrink time and save costs?
That's really the irony of this, because there was a notice of motion that went to executive committee in September, signed by 7 members of council, and by an 8-7 vote, it didn't make it onto a council agenda that looked at making concurrent development permits, land uses coming forward through the planning department as a default. You could still opt out and go two-track if you wanted. You should be looking at your fee structure so that it incentivizes people going to a default. I'm not sure why you bother sending low-density residential land uses to Calgary Planning Commission. What value do they add there? I don't know why you haven't spoken to the Minister of Municipal Affairs to ask on low-density land use applications, could we cut the advertising requirement from a month to 2 weeks? There are lots of ways that you could streamline this process easily. Add on to that the concerns that were raised by industry on Monday with the department's software systems and their internal circulation processes. There is red tape that can be cut, Council, but public hearings aren't red tape.
Okay, well, I appreciate your input. I agree with you. I think this is important to keep the public hearing aspect. At the same time, we also need to, speed things up and cut red tape to save costs. So thank you very much for coming down today.
Thanks, Council.
Thanks. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. I have a couple questions for Molly, please. Hey, Molly. One of the things that struck me when you were talking about your future and your options, you really talked about the choice of purchasing or not. And you kind of sort of said, like, you were almost like leaving it up in the air that might not even be a decision that you would make. Can you expand on that as a decision?
Yeah, I really appreciate the question. I don't think that single-family home ownership with a husband and a wife and a child is the only path forward in front of young Calgarians. And I am not sure that ownership of a single-family home is what I need. And so access to stable, reliable, and affordable rental could meet my needs really well. The reason I don't want to be in a rental now is that it could change at any time. I've helped my little sister, who I mentioned earlier, move twice in the last year because the costs keep going up of her rentals. And so with access to a long-term and stable rental, that could meet a lot of my needs. And I think that the choice to develop those kinds of things are the case. And although I really genuinely appreciate the opportunity for open dialogue, and I hear the comment here about it being inhumane to drag people in front of council to talk to you about needing to move into your friend's or family's basement. When I stood here in front of you folks at the last public hearing, I was nearly in tears telling you about the unhealthy relationship that I left and moving into my parents' basement, which feels very harmful and embarrassing for me. And if somebody in my family could build a secondary suite above their garage and I could live above it and I could be near my parents, whether they aged in place, or I could be near friends and their children. I saw somebody wearing a shirt the other day that said, "In my auntie era," and I want one, because I don't know if I want to have kids, but I love kids. And I would love to live in a secondary suite above friends or family and be in community, to support older folks as they age, to spend time with young people. Maybe that's renting, maybe that's ownership, but right now I don't feel a lot of stability and choice in that. And I actually think it's harmful to expect every one of us in that kind of situation to come and fight for that every time, and to drag people into inhumane public hearings every time that we want to build something as minor as a secondary suite above a garage, because it's not accessible. I moved a bunch of things around to be here. So did everybody, and I respect that so much. But I sat through many hours last night and missed my one recreational activity that I do a week of my pottery class last night, and I'm not at my team's meeting right now because I'm here because it's important to me. But that's not accessible. And so to have to do that every time is limiting people's ability to make choice, is limiting people's ability to solve those problems. And though I genuinely appreciate the opportunity for discussion, I think asking people to do that every time is inhumane. And I think there are people who are wanting to modify their properties for a lot more reasons than just to make money. I think there are people who want to modify their properties so their friends and family can live with them, so that generations can age in place, and so we can redefine what a family and a community looks like, to not only be a nuclear family. And those options should also exist, but they're not the only ones, and they might not be the option that I would choose. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to my choice in that.
Thanks. And you talked a little bit about your friends and some of the choices they're making. Are they also, I mean, like, I'll speak for myself, like, I actually have no desire to do yard work. I have no time to do yard work. I mean, I'm here like 12, 14 hours a day. And so through your peers, are those choices about what that housing, even if the choice to purchase, you know, is it the yard work, you know, is it the shoveling, or are those choices, you know, perhaps a trade-off for other lifestyle choices around free time?
Totally. I have some friends who are really stoked to be purchasing a house with a big yard so they can have a huge garden, and others who want nothing to do with that. And I think the choice is the piece that you're talking about not having to keep up on those kinds of yard work pieces and those kinds of things. And down the street from a friend of mine that is facing some of those same things are two houses. One is a single family infill, and the other is a single family with a garage suite above it. They take up almost the exact same amount of space on the street, and if you walk down the road, you would almost not even know the difference between these two brand new builds in this neighborhood. But one has a slightly smaller yard, which is a choice that many young people in my life are wanting to make, to not necessarily have to do that level of maintenance, for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a tad political and talk about choice. One of the things we've heard is about the certainty, but actually the certainty of, you know, my job or Councillor McLean's job on the outside of this, based on this decision today, you know, and what people are looking for in the future, and almost the veiled threats. And I wonder, what choices do you want to have? And if you're not able to afford, if you're not going to be able to live here because you can't afford to live here, what kind of choices are young people looking for? Yeah. Right? And I don't need you to say, like, declare what you're doing, but I'm wondering, you know, if we don't provide stability for a plethora of kind of people to live in our city, are we actually providing choice for people in a democratic institution?
I totally agree. I see lots of people in my life regularly questioning whether they have a future in this city and looking to other places. And I would look to other places if it meant I could find some of that stability, for sure. That's a legitimate fear for a lot of the people in my community. And I appreciate the fact that when we give folks access to a mic, the many things that they are frustrated about come up. I hear that and I feel that. I would argue that many of the threats that were laid at your feet in the last couple of days weren't veiled. I think they were really direct. And I understand that that's our democratic right. I think it goes both ways. I think there are just as many people with my perspective that are watching really closely to see how this decision goes and informing not just how we vote, but where we put our time and our dollars. I personally campaigned on more than one campaigns around this circle. I volunteered my time and I donated my money to more than one of these campaigns. And I may not have as much money as some of the other speakers who laid those threats at your feet, but there are a lot of us. And those of us that are young, you know, asking this question about why there's more urgency around this than many years ago when we were under a similar percentage of problem, as Councillor Chabot brought up, is that some of us have more access to information and time to fight those things. I don't have a family at the moment. I'm living that anti-life. I'm going to be here fighting and figuring out what I want this council to look like in any way that I can. And if this city isn't going to be able to be the kind of place that I can see a future, I will have to look other places. And I know there are other people just like me who are considering that with their vote, with their time, with their money, and with their future and the place that they live.
Thanks, Molly. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chu, please.
Thank you, Worship. And my question will be, I have a couple of questions for Patricia, please. Patricia, are you there?
Yes, I'm on the line, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. And first of all, thank you for taking part in this. And I got a couple of questions for you, and I'm going to try to be quick, and I hope your answer will be quick too. The first one is that you talk about permitted versus discretionary applications. Do you think that there would be a negative impacts if the city decided to initially make this a discretionary, but then change to permitted use in the future? And what do you suggest should be done?
So, well, first of all, you know that my stand is I oppose blanket upzoning. So I would not want to see it to be a permitted or discretionary use. However, if they did proceed, and the city has said that they would proceed by permitted use, discretionary use, they also said that they'd move it eventually to being a permitted use. And once you move from discretionary to permitted, there's really no grounds for appeal for a citizen. Once it's in the land district as a permitted use, it shrinks down any ability to appeal. It's basically a question as does it conform with the land use bylaw. So it's a problem. And the other thing that I've heard from many citizens is that they think that the city has to comply with the land use bylaw. But what we know with SDAB matters is that when you get there, citizens find out that there's a variance power with the planning department, and so they're able to make changes to height and massing and lot coverage and things like that. And there's no ability for the citizen to impact those unless they take it to appeal.
Gotcha. Thank you. And my second question is that you talk about data to evaluate how we know where RCG works or some matrix to use. It sounds like you have researched this, and what have you found?
Oh, Councillor, that's a big question. Like other
if you can make a Reader's Digest version of it.
Well, what I was speaking to Councillor Chabot about in response to his question is that, you know, we've created this sense of urgency that we must act now because things have changed dramatically. When they have not changed dramatically. We've always had issues around housing. We've had issues around affordability. We've had issues around population growth. So I'm just saying to City Council, it's a serious issue, but take the time to deal with it appropriately and don't take the drastic decision because you think there's a sense of urgency that requires you to act immediately. And I think it's really important for council to keep in mind that we have processes already in place that can assist. And, you know, the motion that the other speaker spoke about where you could concurrently run a DP application with a land use redesignation, that would save 6 months. That's some of the red tape that city spoke to. And then why not use available land, such as for large targeted affordable housing, like, you know, the Westgate land or the Midtown LRT development, where you can make smart public realm investments at the front end, use innovative design, infrastructure, environmental measures can be incorporated into the planning of thousands of dwellings. So it's like understanding the data. What affordable housing needs do we have? What is the defined target for that affordable housing? Where do we do it in a way that we know that we can then get the results that we're targeting? So just putting blanket upzoning in place isn't going to give you affordable housing. doing smart things like developing, for example, a community land trust. And I know San Ostante and Kirkshaw Cross explained that approach, where the city, leases land or sells land, and then it makes it a in perpetuity, affordable, non-market housing project for ownership and rental. We need that kind of data and linkage between the recommendations that you're making and the steps the city is going to take on affordable housing.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to float this question to Mr. Smith, please. Thank you. Mr. Smith, I understand you're against the blanket zoning.
Yes.
One of the recommendations in the report is to allow both secondary suites and garage suites on a property at the same time, right? First question, would you support that?
Probably yes.
Okay. Second question is on that. Would you support that? Currently, they're in what we call RC1 and then going to an RC2, or sorry, RCS, secondary suite zoning. Would you support that being an automatic zoning, so thereby saving the public hearing process?
In a vacuum, yes. I mean, there's probably a more nuanced response to that, but conceptually, I get the idea of avoiding the imposition of a public hearing for something that would be very personal, as has been articulated in this panel already this morning.
Okay. Mr. Henry, Marc Henry made references to different process changes, efficiencies, shortening the time frame, but still going through a public hearing process. Would you support those sorts of recommendations?
Most definitely.
Most definitely. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you. For Mr. Henry, please. Thank you for your presentation. A lot of the ground I wanted to cover with you was done by my predecessors in the questioning. But the last question I would have for you is that I think you're probably aware that the development permit process is also another opportunity to have input to the project. Would you care to comment on that?
Sure. Let me walk through that logic a little bit. So there's been some argument made that the development permit process is sort of a safety net for those let's say that 6% that you have said are unacceptable over the last 3 years. So the development permit process would be the place where they'd catch that 6% and wouldn't let them happen. The problem being is that the same people who wrote the report that came to council recommending approval of that 6% are going to be the ones reviewing the development permits. So it's cold comfort for a lot of residents. Secondly, there's issues of transparency. The communication process on development permits is not particularly good when it comes to communities. A lot of neighbors don't know anything's going on until the backhoe shows up. And then finally, there's accountability. We don't elect bureaucrats. We don't elect planners. We elect you. And you, around this table, are the best arbiters of what is context in a community. That's what people put their trust in you about. And there's accountability there. If they disagree with you, they won't vote for you. Can't do anything about a planner who didn't agree with me. So that would be my view on whether or not the development permit process is an adequate surrogate for a land use change.
Although, of course, they're two different beasts. The development permits never do really. We try to avoid actually dealing with development permit issues at public hearing.
Mm-hmm. But doing them concurrently allows you to do the process just once. Many of the issues that come up during land use applications, particularly in conversations with the communities, are in fact development permit issues. That's why you get these letters attached from the developer going, you know, I talked to the community and they're worried about where the bins are going to go and this and this and that. And I've written this letter to the planning department saying I'm going to include this as part of my development permit. And that makes the communities happy for when they come to land use and you have smooth land uses. I've watched the RCG land uses that have come to you over the last 3 years. Most of them are literally 10 minutes from introduction to third reading. Nobody speaks at them. It's just a few. But those few are what matter as far as the public's concerned, having the ability to come in and say that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp, please.
Mr. Henry, I'll start with you and then I'll move on to the next question. I have a kind of a weird ward where we annexed Links Ridge, which is DC, direct control for those that don't know, and they are restricted residential single. They're safe from this. If this gets approved, they can continue building singles in that area. Do you foresee more communities wanting to go the direct control route after, if this does get approved, to save and restrict single-family homes in Calgary?
It's an interesting question because Meadowlark Park, little Meadowlark Park, all 250 houses of us, is one of those communities that would be the perfect sort of litmus test for that. Because I saw that you just approved a heritage DC district on 25th. Well, what's to stop getting 250 signatures from landowners saying we're applying for a DC district for Meadowlark Park, and all of the land use specifications are exactly what your RC1 is now. And then coming back through this process. I mean, with this council, it would probably be turned down, but maybe they'll take a shot with the next council.
Okay, thanks, because I've had some questions in Ward 1 about folks that are living in Links Ridge, so thank you for explaining that. I have a question for Ms. Bennett. So Molly, you got me thinking about secondary suites and your questions and some of the answers you gave. Would you support an option to allow backyard suites in addition to basement suites in RC1 and RC2 rather than blanket RCG?
I think if it's the only option that people can get to, it's better than nothing, but it's not, I don't think it gets at the heart of the problem. I don't have a long enough time to speak, so I tried to focus on one particular story because my belief is that story and values and connection are really valuable instead of just like lots and lots of charts and data. But I think the other example I would give is that my brother that I mentioned is an electrician, and he is getting married this summer. He asked me to officiate his wedding, and I'm really excited to attend. If he wanted to raise a family in the neighborhood that my parents raised a family in, he can't afford a home in that neighborhood. And I would like to see there be young people in my parents' neighborhood as they age. So I grew up next to an older couple and we shoveled their walks and they let me in when I forgot my keys and all those kinds of things. I think the existence of young families made North Haven vibrant. I don't know for sure, he's not here in front of you, that he would buy in that exact neighborhood, but I can see a world where allowing for more gentle density of duplexes and row houses and things like that would give somebody like my brother an opportunity to buy in the family neighborhood that we grew up in. I ride my bike to work. It's still too far away for me, so I would love to live in a upstairs of somebody's garage or in a more stable renting community in the center core, because that's my choice. His choice would be to have a little more space than that, and I think somewhere in the middle is being able to have those kinds of zonings. And when I look at the footprint of those kinds of houses, I don't think that they're that different than the footprints of the big infills that are coming in the place of older single-family homes as well. So certainly, if the first barrier that we can overcome together is to allow for secondary suites above garages to be an easy thing with no parking minimums and no public hearing required, of course I think that's a good thing. But I think that base RCG has value beyond that. And for me, my sincere hope is that all of that will go through. But I certainly do understand what you're getting at.
Yeah, just to clarify, it wasn't just to have just a secondary suite and then like on one home. I'm talking about a second secondary suite. So
yeah, sorry, the garage. Yes, that's what I meant too. Yeah, the garage suite. The secondary suite is in the basement and the garage suite is above the, yeah, I was using the terms interchangeably.
So you'd say that would be better than nothing?
Better than nothing.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you all for joining us today. We appreciate your time. Let's try to assemble the next panel. Let me see if we have any holdovers. Do we have Henry Hansen? Sarah Ritchie? David Conkin? Andrew Bitts, Michelle Dreffs. Okay, I'm gonna go to panel 37. Hi, I hear somebody on the line. Who's that? Hi, if you're on the phone line, can you tell me who this is? Okay, then how about just mute instead, and if I call you, then you can let me know you're there. Let's go on to panel 37. Do we have Cordell DeRosa? Thank you. Please come on up. Do we have Sheroog Kubur? Hi, you can please come on up and grab a seat. Do we have Hanna Sofia Crisostomo? Thank you. Please come on up. Do we have Benjamin Paye? Do we have Susan Quinn? Hi, please come on up. We'll go with 4 people on this panel to keep it together for number 37. After lunch, we will move on to panel number 38. So before we start with this panel, for anyone that's listening along, after we have our lunch break, we will come to panel 38. That will be Mark Huddle, Justin Similuk, Adele Sanoy, Jeff Marsh, and Robert Weaver. All right, so let's get started with panel 37. Let's start with Cordell, please.
Good day, councillors and Madame Mayor. My name is Cordell, and I'm speaking as a resident of Calgary. Today, I'm here pleading that you accept the blanket rezoning and grow our city's future. I've worked as a paramedic here in Calgary for 1.5 years now. During that time, I've treated many homeless people. Too many of them have been pushed to the side and ignored. We need to plant the seed of change today. One incident that screams to memory is when I was called for a patient who was suffering from frostbite. Prior to this call, they had spent weeks in the hospital due to frostbite. A week after being discharged, they once again had to call for frostbite. That is where we came in. The treatment they needed when they left the hospital was time away from the cold and more time in a safe environment. I know I can confidently tell the story without fear of breaching FOIP, since this story is not a unique one that I have seen at least 3 times in my 1.5 years. Our housing crisis puts more strain on our shelters, more strain on EMS, and more strain on our hospitals. It is your duty as councillors to help alleviate these issues. Moving to a personal note, I was born and raised in this beautiful city, but the rapidly growing cost of homes makes me sad because many of my peers are looking at moving away as they are struggling to afford housing. If nothing is done to slow the increase of home prices, many of my peers and even myself may be pushed out of this city. You have the ability to keep this city available to a diverse group of people. The rezoning won't just mean that it helps with the housing crisis. It can also be a tool to build a better Calgary, opportunity to grow more vibrant communities all throughout the city by moving Calgarians' access to all forms of, improving Calgarians' access to all forms of amenities. I'd like to touch briefly on a common concern I've heard in these meetings, the increased number of parked cars. What this concern forgets is the fact that transit becomes more viable when it serves more people. And it also allows for increased access to amenities, which means people won't have to travel as far, and this will also decrease their need for a car. It is time to push forward and move away from the antiquated zoning legislation of the past and allow us to plant the change we need so we can grow a better Calgary. Change is inevitable. We can stifle our growth, aggravating the housing crisis, or we can work to build a better Calgary. Well, while you should continue to act beyond this rezoning, it is the most powerful tool in your guys' disposal to help alleviate this issue. Apply blanket rezoning for those in crisis, those who are looking to build a better future, and to build a more vibrant Calgary. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Sheroog Kubur.
Hello, my name is Sheroog Kubur. I am a Ward 9 resident currently living in Forest Heights. I am a political science and communications university student living with my parents and my sister who is also in university. For context, I am in favor of blanket rezoning. We've lived in Calgary for the last 20 years after my parents immigrated from Sudan to Regina in 1999 and then to Calgary in 2004. The entire time we've been in Canada, both of my parents have worked full-time, and despite this, we have never been able to afford a single detached home or even to live in one. We've been renting townhouse units, apartments units, and duplex units and the likes for the last 24 years. And yesterday, I heard a counselor ask a question about maybe if we grow up, maybe we'll change our perspective on this issue, and I'm here to offer some perspective on the issue. I come to you today on behalf of my family, who cannot be here because they are still working full-time, and on behalf of other families just like mine, to say that we would not be able to stay in Canada without these kinds of units. On behalf of my aunts and uncles in similar scenarios who know that single detached homes are not an option for us, I'm going to emphasize that none of this is in past tense. I currently live in an affordable townhouse unit. This isn't a memory of a different time. This is a reality that my family and others like us currently live in. RCG-zoned homes are not layover houses for until we can buy single detached units. For some of us, they are our homes. We, and when I say we, I mean everybody in every type of unit living in my community, whether it be a townhouse or a single detached unit, we have gardens that receive more than enough sunlight, parking spaces to accommodate every single family car, kids eagerly waiting for ice cream trucks each summer, and more than enough trees to lay under when we need the shade, and every other part of a real neighborhood. As Calgary continues to grow and more families like my own move here, because it is simply a fact that Calgary will continue to grow, they deserve to know that they'll be able to live in a safe and comfortable home, regardless of what kind of home it is. I won't use words like affordability because to me, it's not about that, and it's more about realizing that we have the option to live comfortably than it is about the details of what sort of house it is. I urge Council to consider families like my own when voting on this issue, families who rent these units, not just the homeowners or those who will rent out their additional units. That being said, I want to emphasize that these units need to be safe and long-lasting homes. No cheap materials and no short-term solutions. I want a safe and sturdy home that will outlast whatever family lives in them, because again, they are homes for most of us. Again, I am in favor of the blanket rezoning.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Hanna Sofia Crisostomo.
Hi. I also have a presentation. I think I'll just use this one because I noticed that it wasn't like working when I
put it up there.
Oh.
You put it on there. Yeah.
And then I think I also had materials to distribute. If not, it's okay.
The clerk's just going to come and get your materials.
Oh, it's okay. I didn't have enough copies, but I submitted it as a public submission. So
okay, then we're fine. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hanna Crisostomo. I live in Ward 7, and I'm a political science and urban studies student at the University of Calgary and a member of Urban Calgary Students Association, or Urban CSA. I'm here today to present Urban CSA's letter that captures nearly 150 students from every ward across the city who fully support the proposed residential rezoning. Each of their names and their wards can be seen on the screen above. This is a voice that has been historically and woefully underrepresented in the process of engagement in our city. Although after tuning in over the past 2 days, I think that is changing, so shout out to all of you. Although many of us may not be homeowners, we are still Calgarians. Property ownership is not a requirement to participate in democracy. Many of these students could not be here today due to exams, work, or any of life's challenges that don't grant them the luxury of time. However, if every student represented in this letter were here today, it would almost be the equivalent of every person who has spoke at this hearing since it began on Monday. A lesson from an urban planning class that has always stuck with me is that for engagement to truly be equitable, you have to go where people are and not ask them to come to you. So that's exactly what Urban CSA did. We did this by hosting a series of workshops on campus where students engage in discussions with industry professionals about the complex challenges of the current housing crisis as well as the impact of this proposed rezoning. We also collaboratively brainstormed exactly what we wanted this letter to say. Lastly, we volunteered with our student union, talking to hundreds of students in the busiest parts of campus about their housing situations. What we heard is that students and young people across the city have been thrust into an untenable situation. I, like many, cannot fathom ever owning a house, let alone moving out of my parents' home. For those that have moved here for new opportunities, they are weighing the decision of whether or not to stay. And every day, Calgary loses the young talent that is vital to its future. Young people are denied agency over our housing choices and subsequently the direction of our lives. In the interest of time, I won't rehash all the details of our letter, but young people's voices must be taken into account in this decision. And I hope Council takes the challenges our generation will be forced to navigate into consideration. The decision to embrace change will mean the difference between building a resilient city for the future or continuing down the path where 1 in 5 Calgarians cannot afford their housing and where our growth patterns are characterized by rampant, unsustainable, and expensive sprawl. On a more personal matter, I was born and raised in Calgary, but like many, my parents were not. They moved here in the 90s and lived in a home in Marlborough with my aunts, uncles, grandparents, and cousins. It wasn't easy, but they worked hard and saved to purchase a home of their own. They didn't have much, but never once did I hear them complain. 30 years later, all my older siblings moved out, their mortgage was paid off, so they decided to do what most of those in their 60s do. They wanted to downsize and sold their house in search of a modest home closer to their grandchildren. We were confronted with the lack of housing in the city when we tried to get a rental during their search for their next purchase. This was in 2022, when the vacancy rate was not even as low as the 1.4% we see today. Yet with dozens of viewers at every rental and no rental history from neither my parents or I ended up moving in with my sister while my parents lived with my aunt. Thankfully, we had this safety net. For many in our city, this would have meant sleeping rough. We were lucky to find a place to rent, and my parents started putting offers on houses. They thought at most we would rent for 6 months. 2 years have gone by, and every single offer they have put on a home, they have been substantially outbid on. And every year, our rent has increased. Yet still, I have never heard them complain. But what I have heard is them cry. Cry over the fact that their retirement plans are slipping further out of their reach, and cry over the fact that in their senior age, yet again, they are unsure of their housing futures. If we aren't building a city for the young, and if we aren't building a city for the old, then who are we really building this city for? While these proposed rezoning reforms are not the silver bullet which will solve the housing crisis, what rezoning does offer is increased housing choice and supply that Calgary so desperately needs. It puts agency back into the hands of young people by decreasing competition in the rental market. It offers duplexes and townhomes for seniors who are looking to downsize or young adults looking to own their first home. And in tandem with the 98 other action items in the housing strategy and the prioritization of non-market housing, it uplifts our city's most vulnerable by increasing the supply of housing across the entire continuum. Let's use our time and land efficiently by streamlining the process and get more housing built. I, alongside the 146 students listed in this letter, are in support of City Council making smart decisions today in defense of Calgary's future by voting yes to the zoning reforms. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Susan Quinn, please.
My name is Susan Quinn. I live in Ward 11. I'm a retired business professor. I am very privileged to be a homeowner, and I have been for many years. I'm not part of any organization. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband. I'm also glad that I can be here because I can speak for a whole bunch of people who can't be here. People who have 3 jobs, a lot of students, single people in single-family homes, people in shelters. I'm privileged. I can be here. I'm also delighted that I can, as you can probably tell, since I'm a boomer, break the stereotype of every boomer being against rezoning. I am not, my husband is not. We are firmly in favor of the rezoning proposal. What I want is flexible zoning. I want the RCG to be enacted in Calgary. We need more housing available for people. I do not want Calgary to take over the prime agricultural land that we value surrounding Calgary in order to build more suburbs. That's not what we need. We need more density in the areas where we already have housing. And it's imperative to me that that be done sooner rather than later. Calgary needs more housing of all sorts, and flexible zoning will allow Calgary to stop the sprawl. Stopping the sprawl allows us to protect the wetlands on the city's periphery. It will lower taxes, since taxes won't any longer go to support the sprawl, and helps to reduce carbon emissions and allow more diversity in our communities, which apparently for some is a scary prospect. Right now, Council approves anywhere, you know the numbers, between 95 and 97% of the rezoning proposals that get submitted to Council. So my question always is, why don't you just cut the red tape and make it blanket rezoning? I don't know, makes sense to me. Why is this important to me? Well, I have two examples. A friend of mine is partially disabled. She lives in a multifamily townhouse. She lived in a multifamily rental property. Herself, her husband, her daughter, and her granddaughter. When her landlord decided to increase their rent 35%, they couldn't afford it any longer. They couldn't find another place to rent in Calgary, so they've had to move, not knocking Okotoks, they had to move to Okotoks in order to buy a place that they finally got after 6 months of looking. You go, well, that's a good luck story. Good for them. They found a place. They become homeowners, which they didn't want to do. They also moved to Okotoks. Good for them. Not really. No, they're partially disabled. They have lots of trouble getting around, and they now have to travel to Calgary for all of their myriad healthcare needs. They're away from their friends. Her husband used to go for coffee at McDonald's every morning with his friends. He won't be able to do that anymore. I think that's a shame. If there'd been more options for her, she would have stayed in Calgary. But a more immediate question that I have for you, or a point that I have for you, is my daughter. My daughter is living in Ontario. She'd like to move back to Calgary. She has a professional accreditation. She is has lots of work experience in her field. She makes what I consider a shit ton of money. She's doing well. She can't move back to Calgary. I'd like her here. We're getting older. As you can see, we would like her to live close to us. She's looked at Calgary. She can't afford it. She can't afford rent. She can't afford a house. And my husband and I are not rich enough to be able to buy her a house, which some people in my area can, or even to subsidize her rent. We can't do that. So that she is looking at moving elsewhere and not into Calgary. She's a millennial. She's the kind of person Calgary needs. She can't move here. She's not going to. I'm not only sad, but I'm incredibly disappointed about that. One other point that I'd like to mention is about the community associations which presented a proposal. I don't know how my community association had some sort of drawback to the proposal. I wasn't consulted. I don't know how my community association got onto that list as not wanting rezoning.
Ms. Quinn,
I don't know how. And I see my time's up.
I hate to interrupt you. Your time is up. Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel. Let's start with Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you. Ms. Crisostomo. Thank you. Thank you, Hanna, for being here. And thank you for that slide. And I realize you've got a good chunk of the students that are in Ward 7, and Ward 7 now has 3 different post-secondaries here. Mm-hmm. But the question I've got is, when we talk about blanket rezoning, we're rezoning all across the entire city. For the students themselves, the 146 there, is it predominantly in the inner city or around the entire city overall?
Well, the signatures that we have, they are predominantly inner city, but I think this is like due to a multitude of factors. Like, everybody who has signed this letter understands that it's going to be impacting the entire city. So I think the clustering of signatures is largely due to because the post-secondaries are located in Ward 7, and also many students don't have a car, and the inner city established communities do have better transit access. So many of those that are renting or go to the universities in general, whether it's SAIT or UFC or anywhere near, live closer to the inner city. But everybody who are signatories on the letter understands that it's for a blanket rezoning.
And would the preference also be around transportation corridors, particularly transit stations, BRT stations, and that?
Yeah, like I do think that increasing density along like collector routes and like in transit is really important. But I also think that like a lot of these, I know there's been like a lot of talk about like the local area planning process, like that can take up to 3 years, and we like I believe like the next round is, feel free to correct me whenever, but like I believe the next like locations are going to be like announced in like quarter 3 or 4 of like this year, and then they're gonna start in like 2000, like next year. Like we do have like the local area planning process. We also have the MDP. We have like targeted density, but we can also be using like blanket upzoning as another tool to be increasing density.
So just my last question. In the previous panel, I believe you were here listening to the previous panel, Councilor Sharp asked Ms. Bennett the question about secondary suites as well as backyard suites. Outside the students, I'm talking about your family, associates and that. Would that be an acceptable form of housing for them?
Sorry can you repeat the question?
Would living in a combined secondary suite as well as a garage suite as well as a single family dwelling, would that be an appropriate form of dwelling?
Yeah, I would love that. Like my parents, I'm the youngest out of all my siblings. Both my siblings already have like their own family, so I understand that like I do help them quite a bit. They're already like 65. So I would love to be able to like live in a secondary suite or like a backyard suite while they can like have extra income. I mean, if they are able to ever like buy a house in the near future, so they can retire, I would love that. I would love to be close to them so they can age in place and I can help them out with like anything they need.
Great, thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you very much for joining us today. We appreciate you being here. That brings us to 12 o'clock, so we will go into our lunch break. However, before we do that, a couple of quick announcements. Firstly, panel number 38 will be up next. I'm going to repeat the names. It's Mark Huddle, Justin Similuk, Adele Sanoy, Jeff Marsh, and Robert Weaver. The panel after that is 39. It's Natalie Robertson, Ahmad Wattoo, Alex Williams, Connor Meinke, and Brian Thiessen. So that's what we will do after the lunch break. This evening, we will be taking the full 75 minutes for our supper hour, simply because some people have to attend a firefighters event at Heritage Park. So we won't be truncating the supper break because of a request from members of council. So that's just the standard break that we will take. It doesn't have to start at 6, but it will be the full 75 minutes for supper. So with that, we will be back here at 1:15. Welcome back to public hearing, everyone. Madam Clerk, could we try for a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor McLean. Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Councillor Penner. Councillor Pootmans. Councillor Sharp. Here. Councillor Spencer. Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong.
I'm here.
Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carraw. Councillor Carraw.
Councillor Carraw is here.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Councillor Demong.
Yep.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Penner. Thank you. Councillor McLean. Thank you. And Mayor Gondek.
Here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we are resuming the public hearing. We are kicking off with panel number 38. Do we have Mark Huddle? Hi, right there. You can come and grab a seat up there. Thanks very much. How about Justin Similuk? Adele Sanoy? Hi. Do we have Jeff Marsh? Hi, you can grab a seat up there too. What about Robert Weaver?
Thank you.
Present.
Thank you. So somebody on the line, you've got your live feed on. If you could mute it and mute yourself, please, that'd be great. When I call you, that's a good time to unmute. So we have 4 speakers from this panel, and that's what we will go with. It'll be in the order of Mark, Adele, Jeff, and Robert. So when you're ready, Mr. Huddle.
Hello, my name is Mark Huddle. Peter Demong is my counselor, and I live in Sundance. My vote on the blanket rezoning is no, and here's why. The Liberal decision to allow mass immigration not only is unfair to people moving to our country for a better quality of life, but also to all the cities, towns, villages they are moving to that are not prepared to accept this mass influx of people. Today, many fellow Canadians and immigrants still want to move to Alberta for our special advantages, including affordability and reasonable house prices, which they don't have in their own provinces. The notion blanket rezoning will bring down the house of pricing is only a pipe dream. This will only destroy the character of each subdivision and eventually the beauty of our city that was built by our predecessors. There's absolutely no way any city in the free world can control the cost of housing by using this rezoning method. Plain and simple, blanket rezoning does not work. Calgary is and always will be a boom and bust city. I have listened to many people who want you to vote yes on the blanket rezoning with the argument they cannot afford to buy a house or to afford to pay rent. This is an affordability issue. I truly believe a better objective for this city is to scrap the blanket rezoning idea and deal with the real issue. I found this slide on the Alpha House, and it talks about city wanting to increase supply, support affordable units, et cetera, et cetera. There's 5 bullets up there. So why don't we become the first city to solve the affordable housing issue for our less fortunate? Easy to do? Yes. The most important thing is this city must work with the province and the federal government to create a funding model. The city must then find true affordable housing providers to partner with and know the full cost of building from beginning to end, including markups. The city must create new, specially designed, high-density subdivisions that have the requirements to support the needs of our less fortunate. In this subdivision, it will include subsidies that will be screened, administered, and maintained by a Calgary City or a co-op type model partner. Housing is to include R1 subsidized starter type housing for the low income. This can be done with the ability to pay back none, some, or all the funds as their wages increase and house values increase. This will allow people to build equity and then to be able to sell and move to other subdivisions. Subdivision must also include mobile home parks, must have duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes, apartments to meet all their needs. There's also a super need to provide regular transit service 365 by 24 hours to a C-train station to make them mobile. Next, create funding for converting our vacant towers into apartments that are downtown.
Mr. Huddle, I'm sorry, you're just at time.
Okay.
So thank you for being with us. If you grab a seat, if there's questions for you, I'll let you know.
Not a problem.
Thank you. Let's go to Adele Sanoy, please.
Good afternoon. I am vehemently opposed to the blanket rezoning of Calgary and to removing R1 and R2 neighborhoods. Transitions between low and higher density must be retained. It's astounding that we're having this conversation. This is not planning, and it won't fix affordability. It makes many think there's something deeper going on, or you'd adopt creative solutions like open up brownfield spaces rather than this destructive agenda. For 22 years, I've made my home in Ramsey, in a house born in 1905. I enjoy a backyard, a garden, a place for family and friends to meet and gather, and where our various pet cats have found their mini wilderness. These things are important and something that most people aspire to. I don't want to have my property rezoned or any in my area, as I don't want there to be precedent set on my street for density creep or built form busting. This sledgehammer approach to destroy the transitions to R1 and R2 is destructive and will lead to increased homelessness. These properties were purchased to enjoy community and a bit of space. Oh, but cost is not a planning consideration, unless you're a developer. Then you get more than an entire hour of public hearing time in what would be better discussed during engagement. Gardens and pets are important for the health and well-being of hundreds and thousands of Calgarians. Your actions affect the quality of life of not just men, women, and children who live in this city, but also our pets. I rely on my garden, and my garden relies on sunlight and carbon dioxide, which are imperative for plant productivity and growth. Do children not learn this in school anymore? There's already a house beside me that's not at all contextual and limits access to sunlight, negatively impacting the use and enjoyment of my property. If there is 0 side setbacks and 60% coverage is proposed, I won't be able to have a garden. And it's over a kilometer to a community garden, too far to be considered a kitchen garden. Curiously, in 2023, Calgary had an annual budget of $2.8 billion, which for 2026 leaps to $4.9 billion. The extra $2.1 billion, infrastructure. The $57 million per year enticement from the feds is only 1.9% of today's budget and 1% of the 2026 budget. I'm sure that money can be found somewhere else, unless there's something else going on. Will the city provide full disclosure of what exactly the $57 million per year will be spent on and to whom? I don't know why we're taking any handouts with conditions from the most hated, least trusted federal government in our history. The crisis created by the federal government is the elephant in the room. The immigration policies need to be changed. Calgary can stand up to Ottawa, not take their handouts. As the 4th largest city in Canada, surely we have the standing and clout to tell them to create more reasonable immigration policies. The bribe the city took to be returned, page 3, the bribe the city took to be returned and the contract you have signed needs to be ripped up. It says homes built under the agreement are to be to green building standards. What does that mean? Upgraded windows, electric furnaces, electric? No natural gas heating? We were close to an electric grid failure 3 weeks ago, and you're ordering electric vehicles. My parents still live in the same house they bought in 1977, and which I still refer to as home. I don't understand why at the time, but things were tense at home when Communist Party member Trudeau Sr. was in Ottawa, and I imagine things are tense in many homes now with Castro Sinclair Jr. in Ottawa. Home is a place where we have all of our needs met and carries with it the implications of safety needs, the need for belonging, of community, of love, of security, and the provisions we all deserve. Calgary Council, don't be home wreckers. Also, a point of order, if I may, non-residents is influencing Calgary's municipal hearings. What's the precedent for that? Most people, even students speaking in favor, need non-market housing, and they aren't taxpayers.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Jeff Marsh, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and members of City Council. My name is Jeff Marsh, and I have serious concerns about the proposal that's before you. As many of you will know, I'm the president of the Hounsfield Heights Briar Hill Community Association, but I'm not speaking to you today in that capacity, as what I have to say doesn't pertain to my neighborhood, but the robustness of the city as a whole. The subject I would like to bring to the forefront of the conversation for a few minutes is neighborhood diversity. Now, to be clear, I'm not speaking about housing diversity, which we've already heard a lot about, and involves increasing the variety of dwelling types that can be constructed on any particular parcel. By neighborhood diversity, I'm simply referring to what our streetscapes look like, how we use them, how we interact with them. The reason I want to talk about this is because, as proposed, neighborhood diversity will be the unseen victim of blanket rezoning. It's the pending changes to our streetscapes, how we use them, and how we interact with them that underlie many of the concerns I've heard expressed at this hearing so far. Yes, blanket rezoning gets us housing diversity in spades, but it will effectively eliminate the already too limited choices and options we have in neighborhoods and streetscapes. Allow me to explain further. Traditionally, Calgary's built a very homogeneous matter when it comes to new construction. You have groups of singles, my neighborhood, Briar Hill being a great example. You have groups of semis, let's say along Canmore Road on the south side of Confederation Park. Groups of townhomes, Regal Park provides a great example. Those are all single uses. Historically, there have been some sort of limited mixed use, like Banff Trail back in the day was a pretty robust mix of singles and semis. However, singles have historically been by far the biggest group, to the extent that in many cases the expanses are almost, or in fact, entire neighborhoods. It's still true with greenfield development largely in that significant areas of the greenfield developments are devoted to singles. I don't believe this has been done to exclude anyone. It's just been market forces. It's been simply what previous Calgarians most wanted, and, well, honestly, in past times, we're still able to afford. So as far as neighborhood diversity goes, Calgary's have had some choice, but not a lot. Definitely not enough for the Calgary of today. In recent years, as older communities have organically redeveloped, more permutations and combinations have emerged. My favorite example is 16th Street in Hillhurst, which has changed from being what I believe was entirely singles on 50-foot lots to now being almost entirely new 25-foot infills, almost, I think, without exception, and that's a combination of singles and semis. This organic metamorphosis hasn't happened as quickly as it needed to, however. Hence the advent of the new fully mixed low-density residential district known as Neighborhood Local in the local area plans is awesome. It provides more choice and more diversity in housing, and it also represents a new type of streetscape or a new genre of neighborhood that Calgary hasn't traditionally had. The thing is, though, blanket rezoning will effectively see every low-density residential district across the city converted to Neighborhood Local. Just as the huge expanses of singles that cropped up historically don't work for us today, making everything fully mixed use is going to lead to problems in the future. Now, to be clear, I'm not proposing entire neighborhoods of single use or limited mixed use or even fully mixed use, but enabling there to be some streets or copses or small areas where each of these distinct uses can continue to flourish or be created as, if they're new. Because this is going to provide the most possible choice and diversity for all Calgarians in terms of both the neighborhood they want to live in and the type of house they want. As a city, we're getting desperate for housing and housing that we can afford. Blanket rezoning gives hope. I get it. It seems like a relatively straightforward and easy to implement approach. In other words, it's a quick fix. But come on, we all know there's no such thing. Quick fixes rarely produce the results desired and often cause more problems they solve. Calgary needs better. So sure, more robust solutions are harder and require more work, but we already have exactly the right tool in the toolbox. What is it? It's local area plans. If easily tweaked in two key ways, they can provide a comprehensive roadmap that I believe most Calgarians can get behind that will bring us housing and neighborhood diversity, more than we've ever seen. The two tweaks are provide more granular urban form categories than just neighborhood local, and to enable a more genuine consultation with plan area residents with what's proposed for their home, on their street, and in their neighborhood. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Marsh. Let's go to Robert Weaver, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Bob Weaver. Our family has lived in Upper Mount Royal since 1992. As with many of our neighbors, we're opposed to the rezoning proposal as it applies to our community. In my presentation, like others who spoke to the uniqueness of their community, I will speak to the values that we feel our residential community of Mount Royal holds and why the proposed rezoning will be detrimental to our community and its historic significance. Upper Mount Royal was developed based on the early 1990s planning concept of the garden suburb, which is unique in North America. It's on full display as one walks or drives through the neighborhood, the wonderful mature forest cover that provides shade and microclimate away from the pavement and our modern downtown community. Streets that follow the natural contours of the land, generous open spaces for parks and recreational areas, the separation of different types of traffic routes, the mixture of 100-year-old homes and more recent but respectfully designed single-family dwellings with setbacks and side yard clearances that illustrate the spaciousness and commitment to a unique and special place. This planning concept was recognized by the city when in 1998, bylaw number 1Z98 identified Upper Mount Royal as direct control district and confirmed R1 single-family residences with existing setbacks and other caveat restrictions preserving and ensuring responsible development and the preservation of the original garden suburb. Additionally, in June 2008, Upper Mount Royal Area Redevelopment Plan objectives included enhance and ensure the continued stability and character of this single-family home community, encourage the conservation and compatible renovation of the existing housing stock, encourage new development to respect the existing residential character of the community and reaffirm the single detached residential use of the community and prevent the encroachment of commercial and higher density residential development. This rezoning proposal ignores the uniqueness and heritage value of this historic inner city neighborhood by splitting the designations, identifying approximately one half of Upper Mount Royal as RC1, not subject to rezoning due to the unique nature of the community, and the other half proposed RCG. This division defies logic and ignores the very basis for the garden suburb concept. I see a real threat to our community of Upper Mount Royal, a move away from a community steeped in history to a community where a family home could be replaced with a fourplex with 4 suites, add 4 or more cars to the street, remove the tree cover to accommodate a boxy multi-family dwelling, eliminating the setback and changing the streetscape, resulting in a hodgepodge of development, the loss of a unique place, the loss of a heritage community that the city can hold up and be proud of, the loss of an opportunity to demonstrate to potential businesses, investors, or families a community that is similar to Vancouver, Shaughnessy, Ottawa, Rockcliffe Park, Toronto, Rosedale, as these neighborhoods hold a special place in the identity of these cities, providing living examples of how focused and restricted planning and a development model can preserve and protect the unique heritage character of a place. Calgary will benefit by maintaining the historic character for the entire community of Upper Mount Royal. We ask that the objectives and nature of this original garden suburb be preserved and protected now and for the future, and identify Upper Mount Royal in its entirety exempt from this blanket rezoning proposal. Civic leaders need to recognize these special places and show pride for these unique and historic examples of Western residential development. We need to reflect on the attributes that communities such as Upper Mount Royal hold for current and new Calgarians who wish to live in a place founded on this unique garden suburb planning concept, an urban model
Thank you, Mr. Weaver.
protecting. Okay, thank you. I'm finished.
Thank you. Please hang on the line in case there's any questions for you. I will go to the first person in the queue for questions, and that's Councillor Walcott.
I just had a question for Mr. Marsh, please. It's just one. Many of my colleagues have identified in a lot of their questions that they're, opposed or not really interested in the blanket approach, and they talk about targeting approaches around transit, around amenities, grocery stores, schools, and not just like mixed use, but going high density in those areas. Would you support that in your community, since you have a university, a train station, and a grocery store right across the street?
Yes, to a great extent. To actually, I would actually support it to a greater extent than our current draft local area plan allows. Right, I've had discussions with Fraser McLeod, who's running that, about that very thing.
And when we talk about high density, or we're talking about like very tall apartment buildings, that's something that would be supported around that area?
Well, I said it is site dependent, right? Like we would like to see a lot of density put on the old Sears site, for instance, in our community. Like we think, that site could easily, understand it's, the private owner has to decide what they want to do with it, but it could accommodate probably multiple very tall towers, like 30 stories. And then, when you're close to the park over by behind Lions Park, we can accommodate, like well beyond RCG.
Have you opposed RCG in your community before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Mr. Marsh, sorry, thank you. You made reference to neighborhood local and a slight nuance to that. Do you want to explain what you meant by that?
Well, neighborhood local, I'm going to suggest, is kind of just like the blanket rezoning because it's all of it's RC1, RC2, RCG, all mixed together. So it doesn't sort of allow for any distinction. That's what I'm calling fully mixed low-density residential use. So I just, again, in terms of maintaining choice in neighborhood and what your streetscape looks like, I'm proposing that, you know, you're not going to have massive expanses of the same zoning, but if there could be more granular zonings, say still mirrored along what we have, RC1, RC2, RCG, you know, other combinations like the fully mixed, or maybe a combination of R1 and R2, maybe even a combination of R1 and RCG.
Okay, that was the word you just used, granular.
Yes.
Because neighborhood local right now allows RC1s, RC2s, RCGs in that zone.
Yes.
What did you mean by granular?
To allow for basically to still have, so I guess to me more granular, the example in the context of the local area planning would be the fact that there are the limited scale provisions, for instance. That makes it a bit more granular in one way. But said rather than just relying on that, to actually have urban form categories that are more reflective of our current zoning types as well as new combinations of them.
Okay. I asked a question earlier, and that's with regards to secondary suites, and along both secondary suites and a garage suite on a property. Do you think, again, whether it be Rosedale or Hounslow Heights, Briar Hill, which is predominantly RC1s, do you think that would be permissible or acceptable, sorry? Having both the row house, having both the secondary suite and a garage suite on the same property.
So I understand your question. I think the answer, again, it comes down to the context and the context of the neighborhood. So I would have, if you took basically, if you look at our neighborhood, distilling what's important to our residents, it doesn't really matter how many neighbors they have or what the form of the dwelling is. If you get right down to brass tacks with most of our neighbors, it's about having elbow room and open space and greenery. So if you can do a backyard suite, a basement suite in the house within the existing 45% lot coverage, there wouldn't be any objection. Same thing, if you can put as many units as you know reasonable go within, it's about maintaining the envelope and the look and feel. It's not actually about what it actually is.
So when you talk about elbow space, it's about site coverage then?
Pardon me?
When you talk about elbow space, you're talking about site coverage?
Site coverage is the big, that's yeah, the 45% lot coverage, and we discussed that with the local area plan, is we actually wanted to be kind of a test site to say, hey, whatever you want to build, as long as you maintain the 45% coverage with, you know, the same height, the same setbacks, maintain the building envelope, we're trying to be as creative as you want within that, but unfortunately we haven't seemed to get any uptake on that.
Okay. The last question. You talked about the variation of the neighborhood that you're in right now, and in Hounslow Heights, Briar Hill, you have a mix of bungalows all the way up to McMansions. Is that fair?
That's correct. Yes. Not much other diversity than that, though. Well, in core of the neighborhood, we do have we have some low-rise apartments in the south side of the neighborhood, so there is some diversity. But the core heart of the neighborhood there's not much variety.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, and that's it for the questions for this panel. So thank you all for joining us. Appreciate your time today. Let's go on to the next panel. Do we have Natalie Robertson?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Do we have Ahmad Wattoo? Hi, you can come on up and grab a seat. Do we have Alex Williams? Hi, please come on up. Do we have Connor Meinke? Hi, you can come on up. And do we have Brian Thiessen? Hi, please come on up. All right, so as this panel is getting assembled, let me just give you a heads up on who will be next. The next panel after this one will be panel 40, and I'll be looking for Arthur Millholland, Margaret Fong, David Pelletier, Paul Dunn, and Steve Zacher at that time. So let's get started with Natalie Robertson, please.
Thank you. My name is Natalie Robertson. I'm a doctoral candidate and research coordinator at the University of Calgary. My own research and my many side projects all deal with residential development policy in Canada and Alberta generally, and in Calgary specifically. And though I'm only here representing myself, I'm also a property owner impacted by this rezoning, and I'm here today to speak in favor of RCG. Calgary bylaw number 17 from 1885 prohibits walking any beast of burden on the sidewalk. I can only imagine the righteous indignation of property owners whose rights were stripped away despite purchasing land where beast of burden strolling was once allowed. How dare the city change rules to accommodate a growing population and changing needs? Obviously, this example is a bit absurd, but it does illustrate my point. Land use rules are updated to reflect contemporary conditions. The neighborhoods impacted by this rezoning have been rezoned before. The first official land use bylaw, 1934, replaced in 1954. A new one released in 1972. Big update in 76. A new bylaw in 1980. Amended repeatedly. A new one in 2007, and a new one planned for 2025. Land uses in established areas changed and evolved as time passed and the city grew. And so I find it a little bit entertaining when homeowners living in established neighborhoods claim that their neighborhoods should be time capsuled. Okay, so what year should we pick? Because I'm guessing the answer will depend on the year that any one person moved in. Cities change. That's what cities do. And though RCG changes the letter of the law, it doesn't change the spirit of what is already happening. This vote just removes some of the bureaucratic processes holding things up and gives a framework to the allowable array of housing possibilities ranging from doing nothing to adding density. It doesn't force anyone to do anything. It accommodates incremental change, but, and I cannot emphasize this enough, the C in RCG, the word contextual, is the key to its success. So I listen to residents' concerns about redevelopment, and it strikes me the issues around massing, privacy, shadowing, character, and trees, these are not zoning issues, they are architectural and design issues. We cannot legislate taste as much as I'd like to, but we can encourage good design through regulations. We can require density only move in one direction. We can stop entertaining requests for variances or relaxations on height, lot coverage, setbacks, or whatever else. The potential inherent in the C of RCG is where the answer lies. My CA submitted a letter to council opposing rezoning because they felt there wasn't enough consultation with current residents. I am absolutely a believer in community engagement. Current residents are a valuable source of information, but the neighborhood itself only belongs to residents temporarily. All of us leave our neighborhoods eventually. And so decisions about the future of the neighborhood and of the city cannot be built around serving short-term interests tied to random points in time, like I mentioned earlier. It is in the city's best interest to densify, and the neighborhoods best able to absorb that density were built with large lots and big setbacks. Will RCG zoning solve the affordability crisis all by itself in the next 5 months? Of course not. It's a crisis tied to exclusionary zoning perpetuated over decades, and recent research is positive, but it's only one of the steps required along with other things addressing short-term rentals, real estate investment trusts, and rent gouging. I live in Thorncliffe. My area is ripe for redevelopment. My yard is massive. I don't need that much space. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Ahmad Wattoo, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ahmad Wattoo, and I reside in Ward 7. I'd like to give a quick personal anecdote for why I am in support of the proposed rezoning laws and some considerations I hope council members take to heart when making their decision. Over the past weekend here, I put my pencil down and as I finished the final exam of my university career. And in approximately a month from now, I'll be walking the stage as I'm handed my bachelor's degree from the University of Calgary. However, instead of these next few months being filled with excitement for the life I have ahead of me, there is a perpetual air of stress and anxiety. I moved from outside of Calgary to attend school here, away from my parents. And no, I'm not from Eastern Canada, here to ruin Alberta, or God forbid, an international student. And while I believe there's nothing wrong if I was either of these things, for some it does seem relevant for whatever reason that I've in fact called Alberta my home for going on 20 years. I moved to Calgary because I was looking for opportunity, because my entire life the city I lived 2 hours away from was touted as a beacon of growth, development, and above all, free from the astronomical pricing issues plaguing other major Canadian cities. I moved to Calgary excited to hopefully build my life here and call the city my home. But over the course of my degree, the reality of Calgary's dire situation has become painfully apparent to me and thousands of others in my shoes. The number one source of my anxieties right now is my housing situation. To afford to live in Calgary, I had to max out my student loans. But with school now behind me, I no longer have that fiscal support. With the rising costs in every sector of my life, and of course the loans I'm gonna have to start paying back soon, continuing to live in Calgary is becoming less feasible every day. This is a situation that many new graduates are facing, from those like me who moved here from out of town, as well as those who have spent their entire lives in the city. Calgary is losing its workforce of tomorrow. After my conversations with those against these rezoning policies, as well as tuning into the panels in the last couple of days, it's clear, for the most part, everyone agrees that there is a problem with housing in Calgary, and the data and studies prove this to be the case. So I pose a question to those that are against these rezoning policies. What do you propose be done to fix the current housing crisis? And no, it's not a carbon tax or immigration or federal mismanagement that's causing these issues. There are countless case studies from around the globe where cities have all these things to far greater extents, and their housing market is nowhere near in the state that Calgary's is in. These rezoning policies are based on precedent. They've been intensely researched, and while it's being repeated ad nauseum that they're not the silver bullet in fixing the housing crisis, they're an integral step. We cannot afford to idly wait by as Calgary is bled dry, and we need to start taking steps now to ensure that we build a city where our children and our grandchildren can thrive in. And ultimately, if making Calgary a more livable and affordable city means more crowded street parking and the occasional shadow over a garden, then that's a trade we should be willing to make. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Alex Williams, please.
Hi, everybody. I'm super excited to be here, and I want to thank Council, Mayor, and administration for doing this public hearing. It's long, and I realized when I signed up, I thought I'd be about halfway. I think I'm very deep in the first quarter. So if you need to take a nap or zone out while I'm talking, I give you full permission to do that. You guys are going through a lot. My name is Alex Williams, and I'm in favor of RCG rezoning. Please vote yes on the matter before you. Thank you for having this public hearing. I know everyone who speaks here, for or against, is here because we love this city and we love our communities. I even made friends with a few of those speaking against throughout the engagement process. I'm a born and raised Calgarian, which I share not because I think it gives me some special magic powers or privilege or that my opinion matters more, but because it's given me some experience already with the changes in the city. I remember climbing the steps of the old wooden entrance to Heritage Park, rather than the gates we pass through today. I remember entering the zoo by the tiger enclosure, rather than by the penguins. I remember when the Science Center was by the Armory, and not along Deerfoot. I remember living on Millrise Boulevard when the Fish Creek Lacombe station was built. I was frustrated because the trees were torn up, and the roots of those trees had made the pathway along there bumpy, which as a little kid I loved because it made me feel like I was off-roading. My sister was similarly frustrated because at the same time, the city built a bridge over McLeod Trail. In doing so, our favorite mini golf course behind that superstore there was torn up. My sister exclaimed, and this is among my earliest memories, "The mayor is ruining the city." Later, I appreciated the train being there because now I could go on a trip downtown with my grandmother, who lived in the apartments on Millrise Boulevard, just a block away from our single-family home. And now that I live car-free, I love our transit system even more. And once I started driving, I found the flowing traffic on McLeod Trail, thanks to that bridge, way more convenient than I'm sure I would have found those lights. And even though I don't drive anymore, at least not regularly, I know many people in the city benefit from those bridges as they do from other road projects that I might not use. Change can be scary, but you never know, you just might love it. And of course, I continue to struggle with change. Even when I like change, I'll often miss what I had before, like that one-lane bridge that was over Fish Creek Park in southwest Calgary that's replaced with the ring road now. I miss it, even though what we have now is almost certainly better. Since living in Millrise, I've lived in Evergreen, Willow Park, Mackenziestown, Cranston, Brentwood, which, when I moved to Brentwood, I bawled my eyes out in my car because moving to the northwest, or really anywhere north of Glenmore Trail, felt like moving to the other side of the planet. Harvest Hills, Citadel, Marlborough Park, Braeside, and Acadia, a real hodgepodge of communities. In 2022, I was working remote and decided to road trip around Canada and the US for a little bit. When I came back, I spent 4 months trying to find a place to live. I was looking at places across the city with anywhere from 1 to 4 bedrooms. I was looking with roommates I knew, roommates I didn't. I was looking at basement suites, detached houses, townhomes, apartments, anything. I was offering 3 months rent up front. I was turning up to showings with lines of people. Had I not had the support of family and friends with whom I could stay throughout that period, I would have been homeless while working 2 jobs with thousands of dollars saved up. We're in a housing crisis, not just one of affordability, but availability too. When I finally found a place to live, it was an illegal basement suite, which I only found because friends of mine had just bought a home, and I told them they could do the upgrades while I lived there. I got lucky. I knew somebody. Cities are organic, constantly changing. To stifle the slow, incremental change allowed by this rezoning is to demand and encourage more difficult, intense, and uncomfortable change later. Cities will change. We will all change, and we need to change with them. Please draw on every tool we have, including the RCG rezoning, to increase housing affordability and availability. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Connor Meinke.
I have a PowerPoint presentation. Perfect. Okay. Hello, my name is Connor Meinke. I'm a process engineer focusing on mining and how mineral demand affects decarbonization efforts, but I'm representing myself today. The goal of my research is to find ways to minimize the number of mines being built to supply adequate mineral resources for decarbonization. The single most important thing that we can do is reduce car demand, and that's through upzoning cities, investing in cycle infrastructure, and public transportation. As denser neighborhoods consume less CO2, encroach less on farmland, and benefit by the cubed squared law and economies of scale, bringing down per capita infrastructure costs, along with increased green space. I'm arguing in favor of this motion with the caveat that it's pretty much the bare minimum that we can do to bring affordable housing and decarbonization. Anyway, moving on to the next slide here. More housing is always the key. I think this is the PDF version, but anyway, next slide, please. I think it's important to understand that the housing crisis started in 2000 when we started to diverge in housing prices versus disposable income. So what does upzoning mean for the city? Moving on to the next slide. I want to focus in on a case study with Minneapolis, where rents only increased over about a 5-year period of 1%, but housing stock increased by 12%. They reduced homelessness. They eliminated all parking minimums from the city. They required minimum building heights for new developments, and they densified areas with proximity to transit. Other studies in Australia have shown that inefficient land use and exclusionary zoning can increase housing prices upwards of 42%. Next slide, please. In the case of Minneapolis, you can see how it compares to other Midwest cities, basically having stagnant rent ever since they implemented these zoning policies. And then in the case of, again, they implemented this in 2017, 2018, they increased their number of multi-unit housing. Next slide, please. When we look to Australia, they have what's called a land value tax, so it's much easier to define what the land value is versus the effect of zoning, and in their cases, they found between 29 and 42% of the cost of housing was just because of exclusionary zoning. Next slide, please. I am quite pessimistic after hearing a lot over the last couple of days of upzoning all of Calgary, but at least I hope that we can find a middle ground where we follow places like Minneapolis and zone based on proximity to transit. Next slide, please. It's a little bit better on the PowerPoint, but you can see the the zoning of Calgary, it's almost all single-family housing compared to Minneapolis, where they basically have a radiating effect outside of their transit zones, where you get denser housing near rapid transit and other transit systems, and then slowly decreasing outwards. If we go to the next slide, we can see one of the examples being Interior 3, where this is near normal transit zones, where they upzoned up to 3 stories. On the PowerPoint, there's also Interior 6, which is 6-story buildings, mixed zone usage and all of that, and that's just one step outside of their rapid transit systems. Next slide, please. Overall, I don't think Calgary's plan goes nearly far enough. I'd like councillors to investigate other systems like the implementation of a land value tax as it readjusts incentives and ensures the most efficient use of land, eliminating parking minimums, increasing the amount of mixed use and transportation, and then removing red tape like this policy is doing. Overall, some of the councillors have asked how effective these policies will be. Well, I would ask them to look at cities where more housing in the starts are in the US. You'll see that states like Texas with less regulations are leading that charge. This policy provides Calgarians with more freedom to choose where they want to live rather than being told that single-family homes are the only thing they may live in. This starts with deregulation of burdensome rules like the ones that we're debating. Land is inelastic and housing is a non-productive asset. Our archaic zoning policy creates a de facto monopoly on the housing market, causing the housing crisis. So I ask you, is the character of your home worth increasing the cost of housing upward of 42%? Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Brian Thiessen, please.
The decision before City Council today concerns building a welcoming and sustainable future for Calgarians, one that aspires towards economic growth and expansion for our city. Last week, the City of Calgary released its new brand, Blue Sky City, a brand that inspires Calgarians and invites them to be part of our city's great story and take ownership of all the opportunity that being a Calgarian provides. Calgary is a destination to be lauded in Canada, defined by its limitless potential, and we want to preserve that competitive advantage in every way possible. But the debate we're having today goes against that ambition. The question before you today is, will you let a lack of ambition and pessimism stand in the way of what Calgary has to offer? Will you, against your better judgment, allow these limiting perspectives to fester? Or will Council seize this moment and welcome the opportunity to build a city that is focused on the future instead of one that lingers in the past? Calgary is a destination for students and workers from across Canada, a destination for young families and aging seniors, a destination for emerging leaders with big dreams in clean energy, tech, the fine arts, and higher education. Calgary is the blue sky city, and Calgarians want so badly for you to meet this moment. They need you, members of council, to make it easier for them to have a place where they can plant roots, where they can celebrate their milestones, where they can dust themselves off, pick themselves up, and try again. They need your help to make it easier to call this place a home, a place their kids and grandkids want to return to, because there's no better place in the world to work and live. The long-term prosperity of our blue-skied city is determined by the decisions you make today. As I've been watching the public hearing, I've been struck by the number of people who look like me, share many of the same experiences that I've gone through, who are simply unwilling to give young people and young families the same opportunities and experiences and a chance at building a good life here in Calgary. We have seen speaker after speaker talk about their single-family home as their path to prosperity, determined to preserve it at all costs, even if it may no longer serve them. But the reality is, we have to adapt to changing demands of an evolving city. Despite feelings of hesitation and discomfort, we need to think about evolving our approach to housing the same way we adapt to evolving technologies and a changing city. Change is never easy, but it's necessary for current and future generations to succeed. I urge you to envision the kind of future we want for Calgary and how we can work together to support our people, realize our potential, and keep up with our world-class reputation now and well into the future. As a world-class business, world-class businesses consider Calgary as a place to set up shop. Their questions are about adequate housing, transit, and the arts. We need to build the kind of world-class city that sets us up for success in the next 50 years. That work begins with voting in favor of rezoning and supporting your housing strategy. But it certainly doesn't end there. It means continuing to work with Calgarians to address their concerns and help them understand the facts. We need to push against this misleading narrative that a 16-story building will immediately start popping up and remind people that most communities will experience slow incremental change. We need to push aside the red herrings about expensive infills or flooding the market with subsidized housing, because these are a small part of a much larger conversation across the housing spectrum. Experts in Canada and across the world recognize that choice and diversity in the housing market are the ultimate path to housing options that meet the diverse needs of our community. And we need to remember that our citizens' housing needs evolve over time, from student housing to young people starting their careers, to starting families and ultimately retirement homes, hopefully near family. We need to correct the common misconceptions about density harming the environment and point those speakers to the overwhelming body of research that shows multifamily units use less water and energy than single detached homes. We need to remind them that the promise of Calgary has never been a promise of single-family zoning, but one of opportunity, entrepreneurship, and vibrant communities in which every Calgarian has a chance to live and prosper. And we cannot fulfill this promise without your help. Council, we need you to create the conditions for all Calgarians to succeed and be proud to call this place home.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel, starting with Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. Mr. Thiessen, I have some questions for you. Thanks for being here today. So great presentation. So my question to you, you're obviously supportive of the amendments. Do you think it's important that people have a say in what's being built in their communities?
Yes, and that's why I think the City of Calgary has a permitting process. It was interesting this morning, you had Mr. Henry speak, and he talked about, in your current process of zoning approvals, 6% of those approvals are rejected. And he said that sounds like a small number. It's because it is a small number. 6% is a very small number. 94% are approved already. If we could remove those from the process, and you could use your current permitting process, you could even revise it, you could consider amendments, you would drastically reduce the number of people flowing through the system, and any concerns could be voiced as part of the permitting process.
Okay, well, thanks for that. So you're okay with the public hearing then being removed for low residential permits, including like the land use portion? That's what I'm specifically speaking about, and you're okay with members of the public, including students and younger generation, not being able to speak to that in their community?
I think I'd put it a different way. It's your expert task force's recommendation, and I would say that I am supportive of the recommendation of your expert task force, yes.
Okay, that's interesting. Do you believe the city planning department knows communities need what they need better than what those that live in the communities need? So like our planning department put this task force together. So would you say they actually know more than what the members of the community know about their community?
Again, I would ask you, Councillor.
It's not a question for me, it's a question for you.
No, I would ask you, Councillor. You struck the task force. You keep talking about city admin striking the task force. You're city council. It's your responsibility to address the housing crisis. And so you're trying to put it on me to say, I recommend your administration, do I adopt your administration's recommendations? And I would say to you, Councillor Sharp, do you, having identified a crisis, having said we need an expert task force, having adopted 69 of the 70 recommendations, decided that you would reject your expert task force's recommendations on zoning?
Actually, no, we did approve the housing strategy, which was struck by the task force. This is a public hearing to remove all public hearings for those to come speak to
on
land
zoning.
uses. So
Yes.
I'm talking specifically about this bylaw. I'll
Yes,
refrain.
I do support the recommendation of your task force. Yes.
Okay, do you think that administration does a good job listening to the community feedback?
Well, you have a lot more experience with city administration than I do, being a city councillor. I can tell you my experience. In my neighborhood, Councillor Putmans is my Ward 6 councillor. There was a development proposed right beside my house. And unlike what a lot of the fear that I heard in the room talking about no notice, notices were put up, billboards were put up. Everyone in the neighborhood contacted city admin. I was put on the line with a gentleman from city administration who explained the process to me for expressing concerns. In our case, it was about traffic on our street. Gave us tips on how to make submissions to council, how to write letters, the form of letter that would be useful, and pass that information to all my neighbors. We all made submissions and it was adopted. So I guess my experience with city administration on a development right beside my house in the last several months in what is, by the way, RG zoning, right? So our neighborhood, as with most neighborhoods in the new neighborhoods around the city, are already doing our part. We're already zoned for high density. So all we're asking is our neighbors in other neighborhoods in the city to adopt RCG zoning and have the kind of highly desirable RCG neighborhoods that our RG neighborhoods are.
Okay. No, I agree that we're all adopting RG or RCG. It's happening all the time. Specifically, this is about removing the voice of community members speaking to items. Development permits, feedback is taken in or not. Council members get it across their desk. But thank you for answering those questions. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Thiessen, thank you for being here. I just want to clarify what you just said. Adopting these sets of recommendations will put us on a path of being a better city than we've ever been, correct?
Adopting the recommendations on open zoning? Yes, I do believe it opens us up to be a better city on a better path.
Okay, and recognizing that, you know, we talk about we've got a housing crisis right now. We've got supply, choice, affordability. That's the reason we're here, right?
Yes.
Okay. I guess my question, if you can just help me understand as well, because last week we were at the Calgary Economic Development report to Calgary communities, and they cited that, you know, Calgary is a place where people wanted to be, people wanted to invest, people wanted to come here. Is there anything else that we're not doing because of that?
Anything else that City Council isn't doing to attract world-class investment?
Because we're attracting people, we're attracting investments, and you say doing this will start us on the path, but yet last week we heard we are on the path.
Yeah,
we're doing good work with climate, we're doing work with housing, we're doing work with mental health and this and that. I'm not sure what else. Why you're saying this would just be the start of it?
I don't think I'm saying it would just be the start of developing a world-class city. Maybe I can speak to my experience. So I work as an employment lawyer at a large national firm. I work with Fortune 500 companies, startup tech companies, attracting talent to the city all the time. So we're doing a great job. Clearly, that's why we have a housing crisis. We're attracting all kinds of talent from around the world. That talent, as you attract young professionals, tech startups that want to find a place to live, I can tell you that it's across the spectrum, right? From being students and needing student housing to starting out as young professionals, finding a place that they can walk to downtown to work if they work in downtown, to expanding, they start a young family and they want a single family home, to retiring and hoping that you retire near your family. So I guess it's all co-linked, and it's not a criticism to say the city isn't doing one thing. It's saying you have to walk and chew gum. You have to attract that talent. You have to get this diverse community from around the world and across the country to come to Canada, and guess what? You have to have a place for them to live at all stages of their life.
Thank you for using that chewing gum analogy, because what I thought I heard you say was that your challenge that we should make the right decision to move forward. We are making the right decision to move forward. And that chewing gum is what we're doing right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Craw, please.
First off, I just wanted to say that this was a very compelling panel, and thank you to all the presenters. Mr. Thiessen, since you're there, I was going to ask you, because I know you are a managing partner in a major law firm, and I wanted to ask you about your personal experiences recruiting talent and whether you had any anecdotes in that regard. But I think you cracked that open in your response to Councillor Wong. So I don't know if there's anything else you'd want to add or whether you've said your piece.
The only thing I would say to add to that is that we attract talent from the top universities all across the country that want to come to Calgary. And they really are attracted to our world-class arts, our transit, and they have their choices, and they will make other choices. And so, you know, for me, that's in law firm recruiting, but also our clients who are hiring from around the world. You know, there are other options, and I'm really glad, you know, to hear Councillor Wong say, you know, we can do it all at once, because I think you're going to have to, unfortunately, with the type of talent that we're competing for. As we try to grow and diversify our economy, I think we're going to have to build the housing and build the economy at the same time and diversify it. And, you know, to be clear, the provincial government spent millions of dollars advertising across Canada. That's part of the reason why we have so many people wanting to live here. Now we have to solve the problem. You know, ideally we would have been working on the housing, which I'm sure you would say you were, but you want to have that housing in place before you do a major ad campaign across the country to attract talent here. But it's coming, and you're going to have to build all across the spectrum.
Thank you, sir.
Go to Councillor Demong, please.
Sure, I'll ask you a question too. So,
if you want someone else,
I will as well. But you're there as well. Can I ask a similar question? So when we talk about when we talk about affordable housing, you've mentioned several times that because the people are coming, we have to build it. Now, affordable housing is typically considered to be a provincial, if not somewhat a federal situation. So how do we do you have any ideas as to how do we attract that animal?
Yeah, so I'm glad you asked the question, because there seems to have been a lot of discussion over the last couple of days that conflate affordable housing with a full housing strategy. And what we've been talking about so far is across the socioeconomic spectrum. But we also, as you will note from also City Council's panel on downtown safety, we have a deep need for affordable housing. And you know, you should definitely speak to agencies like Alpha House and others that are working with the unhoused with issues in mental health and addiction. But I note that your downtown safety panel has said to you one of the key elements of the three elements. One is, you know, wraparound services with mental health and addiction experts working with police services, and one of them is affordable housing, right? So, you know, and when I used to appear here as chair of the police commission, I can tell you the police service wants nothing better than more supports and more housing, affordable housing, so they have a place for people to go. And you need look no further than what happened in Edmonton in the last year, with people being displaced, the homeless being displaced from tents in minus 30-degree weather, to realize that affordable housing is linked with downtown safety, which is linked with our economic progress that we want to make in building our downtown economy. And I'm, you know, I am amongst the various people who would tell you I'd like to see more resources. I wrote an op-ed on it. You're welcome to look at it, but I recommended working with the province and the federal government. And I think all levels of government need to put a lot of resources into affordable housing.
And I did read your op-ed, but I guess what I'm trying to suggest, I'm trying to ask from you is if you have any ideas as to how we can actually bring the province to the table to actually start talking to us about this, as opposed to fighting with us on other issues. I mean, I don't want to go into those details at all, but I know I'm putting you on the spot, but you're here. I may as well ask you, do you have any suggestions as to how we can take and get the province to come talk to us about actually building some purpose-built low-cost housing?
Councillor Demong, I know I don't want to presume that City Council or the Mayor and others have probably made all kinds of efforts and probably have your own relationships with members of the provincial government. I can speak to, when I was on the commission, I would meet with the provincial justice minister, both NDP and UCP. I worked closely with them as well as city council on policing issues. I can only tell you that my experience was it starts with building relationships, sitting down with each of them and talking about what their priorities are on affordable housing. My understanding, I've met with several of the UCP ministers that are looking to build on tourism, for example, in this economy. They, like most elected officials, they strike me as individuals that want to help the city and are willing to engage with city council on affordable housing. So it sounds very simple, but I always start with talking to them, meeting with them on a regular basis and developing a relationship and finding the common ground which we all share, which is all of you and all of them, I assume, ran for public office because you wanted to improve things.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Thiessen. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Miss Natalie Robertson, please.
I think she's up.
Oh, right. You still there, Natalie?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Similar question. You talked an awful lot about the low-income housing. Are you aware that this is a jurisdictional issue with regards to the province and federal government, not necessarily leaning strictly on City of Calgary?
Sorry, I actually didn't really mention anything about low-income housing.
I got the wrong person.
Are you sure you're talking to me?
I'm sorry. You know what? I got confused. I'm going to step back. Thank you very much, Natalie. My apologies.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Thiessen.
Great. Thought it was done.
Mr. Thiessen, you mentioned in the community that you're in that you're already zoned RG, so that you're doing your share. And as you may or may not be aware, there's targets in the MDP that looks at 8 to 10 units per acre as a target, and those master plan communities that you're referring to had cumulative totals associated with them. There was portions of what's zoned as RG that were built as R1. There's portions of it that were built as semi-detached or R2, and other components of it that are multifamily. The cumulative total resulted in 8 to 10 units per acre. Now, there's some communities that have seen a lot of redevelopment of late, and some of them are actually exceeding this 8 to 10 units per acre. And if we blanket zone those communities now with RCG, who's going to regulate, the overburdened the residential component in those communities that may not have the services to actually meet the needs of the citizens? How do we propose we regulate that if we go with a blanket type approach?
Well, I assume that you would regulate that through your permit and your local area plan process. So you can amend your...
RCG would blanket zone it. The LEP would have no impact.
And then I assume you would amend your permitting process or set up a process in place to evaluate new dense development within RG neighborhoods.
So things other than RCG?
Yes.
Okay, because that RCG, once it's blanket zoned, it's pretty much...
You still have a
taken out
permit process.
The development permit has no bearing on permitted use.
Right. But you still have the ability to, you could direct city administration to adopt process to regulate density if you wanted to. Right? You can like open it to zoning without eliminating your processes or without having, your city council, you could ask if you wanted to, and keep in mind, in my neighborhood, which you're speaking about, we have 14-story condos and row houses, and so we're far exceeding the density. It is not end of days, right?
Anyways, most of those communities that you're referring to, the cumulative total is taken into consideration, which includes those high-rise towers to come to that number to achieve that objective of the MDP. So
understood.
So now we're talking about an unregulated, sort of position to make it impossible for us to regulate what the density is going to be for those individual communities.
So you're talking about the 6% that are not
approved this has
right
nothing
now.
To do with this.
So 94% you
nothing to do
right
with
now.
that. Nothing to do with that. Sorry, you're answering a question I'm not asking. Anyways, that's okay. Forget it. I'm done.
Okay, Councillor McLean, please.
Thanks, Mayor. My question is for you as well, Mr. Thiessen, while you're there. I don't think we have to ask you, you're supportive of the blanket rezoning that's been put forth, so we've established that, and I'm sure you're aware that by the city's own outreach that 71 or 2% are against it. I think Livewire's done extensive research, way higher opposition, or Councillor Spencer here, I think in his ward was 70 plus, in my ward. So I guess, say for example that this failed and went to a plebiscite, which I was suggesting in my notice of motion. And so all the councillors, and we were, say that we have to now run on a policy of agreeing with this blanket upzoning, whether you're a councillor or a future mayoral candidate. Would you think that would be a very good platform if you put that at the top of your ticket, said I'm opposed, I really want to blanket rezone the city, and that's your platform at re-election time?
So hold on, Councillor. You're asking a question about elections.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a land use item. So I would say maybe that's just a step too far.
So it's actually his opinion. I think it ties in if we're talking about land use. For councillors, we've all talked about how this would affect we've talked about in numerous questions how this would affect people's councillors' positions to get re-elected. It's been brought up before. I'm just asking his opinion on it.
It's been brought up before by members of the public. And I've been giving members of the public the latitude to say what they wish to say. They have also talked about many other things that are not before us. However, it's their 5 minutes to present. We, as members of council, understand what's before us, so I would ask not to put presenters in a position where they have to weigh in on something that's not before us, please.
Okay, we just had a previous presenter, Marc Henry. He had brought it up, and we had this discussion with that councillor.
He
if you don't want to answer it, that's fine, and then I'll withdraw the question.
Not that he doesn't want to answer it. I'm just telling you it's not an appropriate.
Do you want to answer it?
I think the mayor's just ruled it was an inappropriate question.
Okay, if that's the way you feel. I will withdraw. Thank
It's
you.
actually not how he feels, it's what I just said as
Okay,
the
I'll give him the
chair.
opportunity to answer. He's agreeing with you. Fine.
He's not going with me. He's simply stating that I ruled it.
Yeah, we all get it. We get it. I get it.
Sorry, my side job is also governance advice for clients. I would say your chair has ruled your question out of line, Mr.
Yeah,
Council.
I've withdrawn.
Thank you.
Got it.
All right, I don't see anyone else in the queue for this panel, so thank you very much for joining us today, everyone. As I announce the next panel, I'm then going to talk about who will be after that. So do we have Arthur Millholland? I'm assuming one of you gentlemen is Arthur Millholland? Yes, hi, you can go have a seat. What about Margaret Fong? How about David Pelletier? Thank you. Paul Dunn? And Steve Zacher? Or Zacher, you can correct me. Zacher, thank you. And do we have Margaret Fong? Okay, perfect. So as this panel is getting ready, the next panel will be number 41. So I will be calling Mansoor Ali, Patrick Ryan, David Barrett, Katie Roth, and Christopher Axford. For now, let's start with Mr. Millholland, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council. My name is Arthur Millholland. I live in Ward 11 in Pump Hill. I'll give you a bit of my history. I'm in the oil business. I'm an oilman. I'm not a land developer. I'm not a speculator here in Calgary, and my business is not in Western Canada. But that being said, as I moved here in 1983 from Ontario to work in the oil business, and the first place I lived was on 57th Avenue, which today be Windsor Park. In 1985, I purchased a starter home in Canyon Meadows, which at that time became a starter home community due to continuing greenfield development. In 1996, I purchased my current home in Pump Hill, where I remain today. I realize that for the last 2.5 days, you may have heard some offensive things, you may have heard some things that you agree with, and rather than go and rehash what people have said, I'm opposed to this bylaw, but I also have some solutions as well, which I think are important. The purpose, what I believe, and a lot of people have been speaking for the last 2 days, and I've been running a business and keeping this online while I'm working. What is really is to cause the redevelopment of established neighborhoods in a blanket one-size-fits-all approach, what I believe is using the heavy hand of government. The issues at hand, and I'm going to summarize, and I'm not going to talk too much about most of them: affordability and supply. Basic economics says increase the supply and you also increase the affordability. It's more complicated than that. What the discussions have been here, blanket rezoning, in my belief, will do nothing to increase the affordability of housing and will have limited material effect on the supply of housing in this city. The second thing is, it is highly likely to increase average cost of homes in the neighborhoods that they were placed on the square foot of the land that they're built on. Second issue is opportunity. Now, on Monday there were five individuals from a developer here, all in a row, and I firmly believe that this will do nothing more to create the opportunity solely for developers and land speculators. Second is consultation. In Ward 11, and that's you, Ms. Penner, there is very poor to no interaction with you as the councillor on this and other development issues, including the Glenmore Landing redevelopment, which that's another issue. When I say no transparency, when people of the community want to talk to administration or council about a redevelopment, we're excluded. And Glenmore Landing is a prime example of that. The fourth thing, which is apparent here, is social justice. Okay? Fifth, politics. And last but not least, I do have some solutions. Social justice. This is not a social justice issue in difference to what is being portrayed. What is being portrayed is a transfer of wealth from homeowners in established communities through a decrease in property values in adjacent properties by unfettered development that drastically changes the nature and character of established communities. Go to Houston, Texas. You'll see it. There are no studies that I can find, nor anyone else, which indicate an increase in property values in this type of development, but there is an awful lot of substantial intrinsic experience to evidence a decrease in property values after the initial phase of redevelopment. There is no transfer of wealth, no social justice in transferring of wealth under diversity, equity, and inclusion to another DEI segment of society, which I call didn't earn it. What is being proposed here today is nothing more than neo-Marxism as illustrated by progressive municipal governments and governments across North America. Politics. This policy clearly emanates from the current federal government, being the governing Liberal Party of Canada and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
Mr. Millholland, I hate to interrupt, but you're over your 5 minutes, so thank you for your presentation. I'll let you know if there's any questions for you.
Yep.
Thank you. Let's go to Margaret Fong, please.
I am a senior that has lived in the same home close to 40 years since I purchased that home in West Hillhurst, Ward 7. It is my desire to live in my home until my death. I am in opposition to the blanket up zoning proposal. Every affordable bungalow in the area, some with basement suites, has been bought for its land value, torn down, and redeveloped for significant exponential higher values above the original selling price. Multi-unit building has only benefited developers' ability and operations to generate profits. Much as I am not of the illusion that blanket upzoning will increase affordable housing in Ward 7, as evidenced by the only example that City Council can bring up, saying that yes, it will, from New Zealand, which the data counters, I'm also not of the illusion that any comments that I make to the councillors and the mayor will make them change their decision regarding their preconceived stand on this situation. What I would like, if you're willing to answer, is what is the source of your beliefs and information that puts you in a position that you can power this decision through the City of Calgary. And I'd like to know, am I totally off course? But some of the things I see in the social culture of the politics overcoming North America and cities within Canada, is this the source of that information? One of the points I'd like to bring up, and I know the council is aware of this, but perhaps people in the audience are not aware, is Calgary's Future spent $1.7 million to appoint, select the mayor and 8 of the elected councillors. I'm also concerned of the United Nations and World Economic Forum influence on the political training of our future politicians. I'm talking about the Calgarian chapter of Global Shakers, also initiative of the World Economic Forum. I'm sure it's a logical jump to think that Justin Trudeau, who joined a member of the Young Global Leaders, was also a member of the Global Shapers, since it was one of the first chapters in Canada. I also would like to bring up ICLEI, the UN establishment for local governance. I mean, they're trying to distance themselves from the United Nations, much like the Global Shapers and Calgary's Future. So, Councillor Pootmans told me a few nights ago that the reason there is such a rush for this is because if we don't act on this blanket rezoning, our property values will reach Vancouver and Toronto. But what is that belief brought onto? I'm not afraid of urban densification, but what I am concerned about is the source of the money from Trudeau, because as Rick Bell stated, a respected journalist in Calgary, he has told us the Trudeau types don't give you dough unless they get to be the ventriloquist and you get to be dummy. There is no free lunch. So please, if you're willing, is this all orchestrated to push through blanket rezoning because you need it for 15-minute cities? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to David Pelletier, please.
If I could please ask for my PowerPoint piece to be displayed. Thank you. I am here to speak about the affordability of housing in Calgary and the impact that this amendment will have on affordability in Calgary. I have 2 young daughters, 19 and 20 years of old, 19 and 20 years of age. It is a common conversation in our family about their aspirations to own a home one day. So I'm very cognizant and very sensitive to the idea of homes being affordable for my kids as they become young adults. It is my opinion, though, I should offer context as well. I am a licensed realtor. I work professionally as a realtor, and you'll see the information in my presentation that reflects that. I am opposed to blanket rezoning because I do not believe, next page please, I do not believe it will address affordability. This chart here shows the volume of sales by property type over the last 10 years in Calgary. And you can see the blue line at the bottom reflects detached homes. In the last 10 years, better than 50% of homes purchased and sold in Calgary are detached homes. There's a very, very strong preference among the public for a detached home. The next chart shows an inflection point. In 2020, coming out of COVID, we saw a very marked change in the market, which we are continuing to experience. A very significant volume increase in the number of homes sold. And you can see in this time, we've started to see more volume in the condo market because of affordability, but also because of inventory. The next chart, two charts here. On the left, detached homes across the city of Calgary, inventory levels over the last 5 years. And if you look closely, you will see 5 years of continuing decline in inventory for detached homes in the city of Calgary, with a subsequent increase in the average price of a home on the right-hand side, where we have seen year-on-year average price increases of +9, +12, +10, and this year, +13. Very clearly driven by a lack of inventory in the detached market. Inventory must be in balance to protect against further appreciation. It must be in balance against demand, and it must be in balance against property types. The next chart shows from 14 to 20, we saw a price decline of 3% in detached homes, and we saw a price decline of 18% in apartments. But in the last 3 years, with a very robust market, the average price of a detached home has risen by 34%, and the average price of an apartment risen by 21%. So what I'm trying to reflect here is there is a impact, a ripple effect across property types, as one property type, detached homes, are grossly under inventoried, driving significant price appreciation. It draws the apartment condo market into that mix as well. So inventory pressure on detached homes is driving significantly stronger price appreciation in this property type, with a ripple effect across all property types. Next, detached homes are the preferred property type. 50 to 60% of homes that transact in this city are detached homes. Next, ensuring a balance of inventory across all property types is critical to controlling appreciation. The next chart, migration. The city of Calgary grew by 4.7% last year. It's a huge increase. 19,000 people came from Ontario, 12,000 people came from BC, 99,000 people came internationally. This is our housing crisis. We're bringing more people into this city than we can support. This migration is putting undue pressure on our housing position. At this moment in time, go back to 2015 and 2020, we wouldn't be having this conversation at that point. The market wasn't robust. The next chart, housing starts across the country have skewed very heavily to condos, and detached homes are declining. Next, housing starts must come across all property types, including detached homes. Housing starts must not come at the expense of existing detached homes, which will put further pressure on the inventory levels of detached homes. Funding must not come with the caveat of destroying existing R1 communities. This is a time for leadership, and you're failing terribly. To spend 2 weeks going through this panel when you've clearly made your own decisions is a disgrace.
Mr. Pellecci, thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Paul Dunn, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Dunn. I'm an impacted landowner in Elbow Park. I grew up in Calgary. After finishing my education, my wife and I rented for many years while we worked to save up enough money to afford the right to call our mature RC1 community home. It's no doubt our city is facing a housing shortage, particularly an affordable housing shortage. In response to this, I feel the city has been making positive strides in dealing with the issue to date. Strategic development is already taking place in the city, and the results are very apparent. Currently, this development is taking place thoughtfully, involving the direct input from community members on specific development proposals. Hard work put into the local area plans from all stakeholders has been a positive approach to finding the right solution for the neighborhoods in question. I believe this ongoing approach should include using existing vacant land, rezoning light industrial areas, using city-owned land, continuing to focus development around transit hubs and corridors, not rezoning city parks and playgrounds, and rezoning only in areas where affordability objectives can be met. With blanket rezoning, developers are going to choose to deploy their capital only in those areas where they can maximize their profit margins. Targeted, data-driven, collaborative planning is the status quo and is the correct approach. Throwing a blanket over the problem is not. Single-family neighborhoods provide important benefits that should be considered in the debate around blanket rezoning. These communities offer a sense of stability, community identity, and connection to place that can be lost in a higher density in development. One of Calgary's biggest advantages in attracting professionals and business people to our city is the abundance of relatively low-cost, large single-family homes in RC1 neighborhoods. Homeowners in these areas have made significant investments, both financial and emotional, in their properties and neighborhoods. Preserving the character of these communities with their mature trees and open green spaces is important to the residents that choose to live there. While there's a need for more housing options, including affordable units, blanket rezoning is not the best solution, as it would disrupt the delicate balance of these established neighborhoods. Not all areas in the city are the same, nor do they need to be. Having a diverse mix of zoning throughout the city is a plus for Calgary and should be embraced. Rezoning our current housing shortage will take time. There's only so many contractors and tradesmen available to build new housing. They're currently close to being maxed out. There are many issues with blanket rezoning, which have been discussed already so far, I'm sure, but they include it will silence public input on rezoning properties in our city forevermore. It takes away the checks, balances, and restrictions citizens of Calgary expect and deserve. It will cause an irreversible impact on individual neighborhoods and streets, including loss of smaller, older homes in established areas, removal of low-cost housing as a replacement with more expensive, upscale housing, leading to gentrification of neighborhoods. Parking, parking, parking. Reduction of urban canopy and loss of green space, increased traffic congestion, infrastructure challenges in neighborhoods not designed for higher density development, imposing costs on all taxpayers. Blanket rezoning is far from a proven remedy to this problem. There's a widely referenced study out of New Zealand touting blanket rezoning in Auckland as a solution to the affordable housing crisis. This study has been strongly criticized by other academics, including Australian economists Cameron Murray and Tim Helm, who refer to this study as the Auckland myth. According to Murray and Helm, blanket rezoning has not been proven to increase housing supply and is certainly not proven to increase affordable housing supply. Housing supply is the result of market forces. Developers build only when and where they can make a profit. New Zealand did not experience significant new housing units in response to blanket upzoning, as the Auckland study suggested. In fact, the New Zealand government has recently given up on its densification program in favor of a program designed to free up more land for growth. In conclusion, I ask you to embrace the existing neighborhood diversity and continue the targeted rezoning that is currently in place and is in the process of positively addressing the housing shortage that we are facing. I urge you to ignore the pressure being put upon you by outside sources and trust the process already in place. Thank you for your time. Note that those of you who are truly amenable to persuasion consider my submissions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Steve Zacher, please.
Okay. Do you have photos for me?
We're just going to look. Are these the right ones?
That's them.
Okay.
Okay, we'll just leave that one there for now. My name's Steve Zacher, and I'm here to represent myself and my wife. We live in Mount Pleasant, Councillor Wong's district. We've built a house there 24 years ago. Full disclosure, I am a licensed realtor as well. I do happen to know this gentleman, but we don't work together. I got him up there, Dave. Yeah. It's been stated that properties won't be targeted It'll be gentle. It'll be down the road. As of yesterday, there's 16 properties in Mount Pleasant that have either been rezoned RCG, including 3-story row-style townhouses that are currently under construction, vacant lots, or fenced-off vacant houses waiting to be demolished that are awaiting rezoning decisions to RCG or the outcome of this hearing. It will be a free-for-all. The zoning has done nothing to create affordability. 2 recent sales of 3-story townhomes in Mount Pleasant were $716,000 and $633,000 respectively. I've sold very recently in Silverado, similar product, $485,000 to $525,000. Mount Pleasant was developed under specific zoning rules, building setbacks, building heights, including window matching checks, overlooking issues and restrictions on alignment to neighboring properties. Any new development was also required to do shading study. Trees were required, with 2 on 25-foot lots and 4 on 50-foot lot developments. These development requirements were put in place to ensure any new development did not negatively impact neighboring properties and help to provide some consistency in community redevelopment. This is all going to get thrown in the garbage with RCG. Parking will be a huge issue as well. There's been no to little consideration for adequate parking. For the number of units being built, the requirement is half a parking stall unit. I'm not exactly sure where you go buy half a car. There's no requirement for any provision for suite parking. In short, it's a recipe for disaster. There's 20 units going in a block in Mount Pleasant, and there is no parking in that block now. Once they move in, it's going to be a nightmare. Can I get that photo that, keep going? Keep going. That photo, unfortunately, it's not showing well, but that's what that fellow sees to the west. This fellow bought his house in May of 2023. He's adjoining the new RCG development. That was his view to both sides. Can you back that up? One more. That is what his backyard looks like now. He pays $765,000 for that house. I would be lucky to get $600 for it today, and likely not that much. And I'm speaking as a realtor. Next photo. That's what he gets to look at when he comes out his side. And then the side, down the side of the property, please. You get the idea. In a letter addressed to our mayor on September 14th, the Federal Minister of Finance was extremely clear, and I quote, "I wish to inform you that Calgary's Housing Accelerator Fund application will not be approved unless you follow through to create the new missing middle zone designations of HGO and RCG. Otherwise said, in order to receive a positive decision from me on your application, you must end exclusionary zoning in your city." End of quote. Further, an X-Site post, which used to be Twitter, from the mayor's office on September 14th at 9:50 a.m. States, Calgary's housing crisis. YYC has just received this letter of support from the Federal Minister of Housing. We will jeopardize or lose federal funding if we do not approve the full strategy. We must act now. End of quote. I thought we were here to discuss it, but it sounds like a decision was already made. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We will go to questions for this panel. Let's start with Councillor Penner.
Thanks. Thanks. Mr. Pelletier first, please. Thanks, Mr. Pelletier. You presented some information today that I'm maybe just hoping for some clarification because I found it a bit contradictory. And so perhaps I just missed, so maybe some clarification. You talked about how housing starts in the market are moving towards sort of a condominiumized or condominium type product, right, compared to single detached.
Yes.
And so the market therefore would indicate that a condominium type style, right, or attached living would sort of be the preference of where the market is leading. But then you presented a piece of information that said that single detached is the preferred housing type. So can you just square that for me?
Yeah, what I showed you, this chart here that we're looking at are housing starts. So this is what the developers have chosen to build, and this is a national chart. So it would be reflective of cities like Vancouver and Toronto, which are higher density as we speak. The other chart I spoke to, was the demand chart for Calgary. And the demand chart is, I think, what you need to safely or carefully consider. 50% of the homes that sell in Calgary in the last 3 years have been detached homes. Historically, it's 60%. And I suggest to you that the decline to 50% is a reflection of price appreciation driven by a lack of inventory in the detached market that is forcing people who would prefer a detached home into the condo market.
When 87% of the homes in our single or in our established communities are single detached, can we actually accurately measure demand on a housing type, on a housing form that doesn't actually exist?
That is a reflection of the consumption. So you might suggest, based in following your point, that that number is understated because inventory is so low. Today we have fewer than 1,000 detached homes available across the city. It's a ridiculously low inventory point, which is suppressing the volume of homes that we're selling. So the fact that detached have gone from 60% to 50% in the last 3 years is a reflection of the lack of inventory. And when you have a lack of inventory, you have rapid price appreciation in the detached market, and it has a ripple effect on the condo and the attached market.
And so if we had more supply generally across the market, then it would ease pricing pressures across the market, regardless of housing type.
Well, I would suggest you need a balance of inventory by housing type in order to protect against one housing type appreciating. Because if one housing type appreciates, they all follow. There is a ripple effect.
Do you have an idea of what that balance would look like? If, like, would you say 87% of homes in established areas being single detached is a balance?
I would say, based on demand, the city should reflect approximately 60% of homes being resale homes. We're not talking about we're not talking about rentals. But from a resale perspective or new construction perspective, demand reflects 60%. So 60% of people would prefer to be in a detached home. That's what they've chosen to purchase.
So that means...
my challenge to the council is, as you look at accelerating the development of homes, it is critical that the acceleration of development increases across all property segments, not just higher density, perceived more affordable homes, and certainly not at the expense of existing detached homes.
Okay, thanks. I think that's really good information, right? I hear you say that there's room in the market for another kind of product. I have a question for Mr. Millholland, please.
Yes.
One of the arguments we've heard over the last couple days, and one of the arguments that we're, I think likely to hear, is that blanket rezoning is having or has the potential to radically and swiftly change neighborhoods. But I've heard you say that in your research, that this is actually going to have limited impact on supply. So can you square that? So you're in the camp of you're against blanket rezoning, and that's totally okay. But I'm hearing the argument from others who are against about the radical and swift change in their neighborhoods, and you're saying your evidence is saying that this actually isn't going to increase a lot of supply. So can you help me understand that maybe?
It's a very good question. So let's look at what the concept now, well, the way I view it, on redevelopment of an established neighborhood is piecemeal. So in effect, a developer will pick a neighborhood, Kingsland, buy a duplex, tear it down, build a unit in there, and you've got a whole row. So I said I had some solutions. One solution, if you want to go down this road, and I'm not against the concept of densification, but I am against the concept of changing character of neighborhoods. How about pick Kingsland? I live in the Southwest and I always have. If you went and said, in a neighborhood that's old, established, that's ready for redevelopment, have it so that a developer, and let's just make the math simple. If the average city size lot is 100 by 50, that's 5,000 square feet a lot. So have a developer say, okay, here's a neighborhood here, talk to the community, but we'll approve a development for the kind of housing that you're suggesting on 50,000 to 100,000 square feet of lot. So in other words, corner to corner, and then that's the most efficient way to increase the supply. If you go out to, say, off of the new Stony Trail, down south of the Cecina Reserve, there's a new development going on there. What do you see? Construction equipment. So if you want to build houses, increase your supply quickly, and whether it's a mixture of the units in established areas or new areas, make it efficient for the contractor to build the houses. In other words, is materials are cheaper if you buy in bulk, labor is just one after another, after another, after another. That's why greenfield developments work. But piecemeal doesn't work. My concern is that if you go into an established neighborhood, it's not going to affect me. I'm not here for me. Land's too expensive in Pump Hill. But take Palliser, right next door. You go in and buy one house and do what the photographs here showed, the property values on each side are going to drop. But say to the developer, buy 10 out, all in a row. Now, before COVID, as I understand, is at Meadowlark, which is a beautiful community, bungalows, large lots, but it's bordered by Glenmore Trail to the south, Elbow Drive to the west, and basically Chinook Center to the east. There was a developer who had went to every homeowner in the community and pitched them to buy their house, buy their property. That gives the homeowner a fair value because most of these people are retired. This is the largest single asset they have. It is. And so you can get a fair value, but don't forget, they're displaced as well. Tear them all down and build a high-density development. I don't think there were that many people unfavorable to that. But where it gets unfavorable is picking them off one at a time. On Monday, Councillor Walcott was upset about a description of what it's termed. What I call it is essentially going in and destroying value by the first development. So you know, I'm not saying what you're saying is bad, but what I'm saying is you got to target it and you got to talk to communities. You will find that if you focus your efforts, and look, I'm in the oil and gas business. If you want to go develop an oil field and you got to deal with a surface landowner, you just don't just drive in like a bulldozer. And you have to make it cost effective, and you also have to, in this case, realize that the individual that owns the property has an investment, and they need to be treated properly. That's what I mean. What I hear, and you pay an awful lot of attention to, is the social justice issues. Well, let me tell you, I was young, I had a young family, I came to this city and I worked my tail off to afford what I had. And the thing is when you did not come to the Palliser, Bayview, and Pump Hill Community Center, there were 400 people there that wanted to hear from you. What do you thought? You ignored us. And had you been there, I would have said exactly this to you there. And this isn't the forum to talk about the Glenmore Landing redevelopment. It's exactly the same. People want to be heard, and there is a solution. If I said earlier, I started off in a starter home. The realtor said that's what people want that got a young family. Encourage that.
Thanks, Mr. Mulholland. Mr. Mulholland, I got the answer to the question, and a whole bunch more, and why I can't sometimes make community events isn't what's up for debate, but I will say thank you for your answer.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Mr. Pelche. And I'm sorry if I missed this in your presentation. Did you say you're a realtor?
I am a realtor, yes, and it's David Pelletier. I don't take fuss over it, no worries.
All right. I'm not going to try and put my spin on your team. It's whatever you choose. So, Mr. Pelletier, in your experience as a realtor, what do you see as the most affordable product right now in the market? Condos, yeah. Even though you've seen a significant appreciation in value just recently?
We have seen an appreciation in value, and my charts did show that in the last 3 years, we have seen
21%, I think is what it says.
Sorry, if I may. Yeah, there you go. In the last 3 years, detached have appreciated by 34%, condos by 21%.
Right, I did remember it correctly.
Sorry, I was too fussed. So.
It's all good. So you made a statement that you believe that the lack of product on the detached market is helping to drive the the condo units pricing up. And do you think that this RCG would further exacerbate that?
The way it is planned at the moment, yes, I think it would exacerbate that, because I think everything I hear from those in favor of the amendment is focused on higher density. And higher density, if you increase higher density, and you've seen it in the housing starts, if you increase higher density, you are decreasing the share of available product in the detached market as a share of overall supply, and that will drive appreciation. So my suggestion in terms of a solution is you have a ring road. And I've heard a lot of talk about taking advantage of the infrastructure we have. Well, the provincial government spent millions of dollars on a ring road that circumnavigates the city to the tune of 110 kilometers, and we have greenfield opportunities all around. We have 4 points of contact for the LRT today from the ring road. So we have routes to downtown that are existing today with the infrastructure we have with the LRT program. So there's one from the northeast, there's one from the northwest, there's one from the due south, and there's one that's 2 kilometers short of the ring road on the west side. So if you can develop outside the greenfield, you can develop detached, condos, townhouses, and develop communities that people are going to be excited and happy to be part of. And an example of that is the University District, where I think the city has done an exceptional job of developing a community of higher density homes in an area that does not compromise the integrity and the quality of life for the detached homes in the area.
Interesting. Yeah, there's something that's going to be coming before us, which includes the building of a new LRT station. I think it's called Midtown or something, that's proposing quite a few residents within a very defined, confined area.
But today, you have a ring road, an LRT that goes to the northeast, an LRT that goes to the northwest, and an LRT that goes to McLeod Trail at the very south. And all 3 of those are within distance, if not crossing, Stony Trail. So those are hubs that could be transportation hubs for greenfield development around the city to access downtown.
Last question for you, again, because of your expertise. The row housing product and some of the other products that have been created through this RCG rezoning, how do you see those as being, affordable or competitive? And on what realm would you place those as far as equivalent products, say in the detached?
Well, I think we've seen a lot of people report over the last 3 days about this new development of row house, townhouse, semi-detached. And these homes being built in desirable areas with access on transportation routes and being built brand new and being marketed at $1 million. And so, that's not really an affordable housing solution. And so I think I go back to the Greenbelt and, the periphery of the city where we have infrastructure. You've got a 110-kilometer ring road that is not just a transportation corridor, but it's also a utility corridor. So a lot of the infrastructure is there. And we are choosing, based on this model, we are choosing to ignore that as a first priority, and I think that should be the first priority.
Yeah, I'm not sure what other questions to ask you other than, do you think that there's a possibility for other sort of, I guess, mortgage helpers, if you will, for entry-level folks?
Great question. I think that plays to social assistance and assisted housing. And so we've heard a lot about the need for the people suffering from mental health, people living on the periphery, being able to barely afford to live in the city, and having subsidized housing of some sort to support those particular needs, I think is really important. Are there other things? Well, we have a first-time home buyers program for our kids. So as adults, we're able to put $8,000 a year into my kids' first-time home buyers. So that's a valuable asset. And we're encouraging our kids to use what's left of their RESP monies, along with us contributing $8,000 a year to their first-time home buyers, and encouraging them that they will succeed in owning a home and continue to aspire to that.
I've seen a lot of single-family homes in my area develop basement suites primarily as a mortgage helper for some of those first entry folks moving into those homes. And then there's been some discussion about the possibility of adding backyard suites and or above garage suites as an additional supporting element for those entry-level folks. Do you see that as something valuable?
I see that in some communities, but I absolutely do not see it in other communities. So for instance, I live in Discovery Ridge, and Discovery Ridge is an R1 community. I purchased in Discovery Ridge in 2005 as an R1 community, and I want and expect that to be honored. I'll give you an example. In December, we were very fortunate to spend a couple of weeks in Tofino as a family. It was beautiful. On the beach, walking, we had space, it was wonderful. And on the way home, we stopped in Vancouver for 2 days. And I felt crowded and uncomfortable in Vancouver. And I extrapolate that as a metaphor to our own community in Discovery Ridge. I feel like I've got space to stretch out and enjoy myself. And I don't want to be in Altadore for myself, okay? And Altadore is a beautiful community. But there needs to be communities like Discovery Ridge to support those people who prefer that.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wyness, please.
I'm sorry, thanks. This is for Mr. Pelletier. Gotta love the real estate conversation. I'm just kind of curious what you think would happen if we do zone and single family houses are torn down what would it do for the single family market?
I think that would have a devastating effect. And I'll use Discovery as an example. I shudder to think of the day that a home in Discovery gets torn down and turned into a fourplex. The impact that will have on our community will be emotionally devastating. And the day I see that happen, I'll be looking for somewhere else to live. That is just not the community that I want to live in. I chose to live in Discovery because it has space, because it has access to an amazing park system, because it has close proximity to nature. I don't value that density myself. I prefer a community where I can, as I say, stretch my wings.
What built form do you have? Sorry, I've reeled her up. So I noticed that there is apartments already built into your neighborhood.
Yes.
So is it already planned? I'm Ward 2, so I have greenfield development and we're established. What does your built form look like currently in your community?
So Discovery Ridge is fully developed. There isn't any more land to be developed in Discovery Ridge unless the city designated a park at the center of the community, which is designated for CBE at this point, I believe. So if they chose to turn that over to development, then I guess you could turn that into future development. Discovery Ridge does have a mix of housing. There's about 500 condo units in those apartments that you're referring to. So those are condo apartments. There are at least 3 townhouse developments, 4 townhouse developments in the community. And so Discovery Ridge is a good example where it has been integrated in, but it doesn't overwhelm.
And when you work with clients that are looking, I'm assuming you do, tell me if you don't, that would be looking to find a single family teardown. Do they have a price point that they work in when they're trying to find this?
Yeah, I don't do much in that area, to be honest with you, but I'll use Altadore as an example. And my understanding of Altadore is a teardown bungalow is valued at about $800,000 to $900,000.
And then what would the resale be on that one?
They would turn that into a semi-detached home, and they would be selling for north of $1.2 million.
Okay, so we're looking more at duplex. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions in the queue for this panel, so thank you very much for joining us today. Appreciate it. We are at our break time, so before we break, I'm just going to remind everybody that when we come back, it's panel 41. That is Mansoor Ali, Patrick Ryan, David Barrett, Katie Roth, Christopher Axford, and following that will be panel 42, Cece Yang, Glenys Godlovich, Adam Hedayat, Jean Weller, Barbara Hogan, and Cheryl Glebe. So we will see you all back here at 3:45. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans. Here. Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
Here.
Councillor Wong.
I'm here.
Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra. Councillor Chabot.
I'm here.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Carra. Noted. Councillor Chabot. Councillor Chu.
I'm here. I'm
thanks.
trying to enable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. Noted. Councillor Chu.
Here.
Councillor Demong.
Yes, please.
Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, let's start with panel 41. Do we have Mansoor Ali?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Mansoor, is that you?
It is.
Okay, it's just a little bit hard to hear, so you might want to get closer to the mic when I call you back to speak. Do we have Patrick Ryan? Patrick
Hi, I'm
Ryan?
on the line. Hold on. I'm on the line. Hi there.
Hi, sorry, who's this?
Hi there. It's Patrick Ryan on the line.
Okay, thank you. Do we have David Barrett? How about Katie Roth?
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. How about Christopher Axford? Hi. Okay, we're going to go ahead with these four. Let's start with Mansoor Ali, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mansoor Ali, and I am the Vice President of the State Students Association. We represent approximately 14,500 students at State, and we have been following this file closely on behalf of our students. I'm here to voice strong support for amending the land use bylaw that is before you today. While rezoning is not a panacea, approving these amendments will begin to offer benefits to future generations of Calgarians, especially students like me. Ultimately, rezoning will increase supply and density within the city limits and contribute to improved affordability and intergenerational equity over the medium term. First, rezoning will increase the supply of housing in Calgary. As a student, I know how hard it is to find a place to live in the city. Calgary's vacancy rate is currently near 1%, and many students must commute long distances, share cramped spaces, or pay rents that have grown by as much as 30% in the last 2 years, which I can personally attest to. The current process for expanding supply on a lot in an established neighborhood requires a land use change. This process, with which you are all intimately familiar, can take up to 6 months. Removing this barrier across the city will make it easier to build, and over the medium term will increase the housing choices that students have to make. Second, rezoning will enhance the diversity and density of neighborhoods in Calgary. As a student, I value living in a community that is inclusive and welcoming. I want to interact with people from different backgrounds, cultures, and perspectives and learn from their experiences. Presently, 67% of all residential parcels in Calgary allow only one dwelling unit. Additionally, 9 out of every 10 units in established areas are single-family homes. This is not sustainable from a planning, environmental, or generational perspective. Gone are the days that new graduates can get a job, save quickly, and buy their own detached home. In essence, what I'm saying is that Calgary is currently zoned for an era that no longer exists. By allowing more housing options in low-density areas, and not only in the neighborhoods adjacent to post-secondary institutions, there will be more opportunities for different types of students to choose a neighborhood that works best for them. This will save time, money, and stress, and improve their quality of life. Third, this proposal will help move the needle, albeit slowly, on allowing students and younger generations to have access to housing in their own city. A greater diversity of supply in all neighborhoods of the city will put downward pressure on prices and will allow those that are currently locked out of the housing market to have a chance to rent more affordably or own a place of their own. While I understand the opposition from those citizens that have written into your offices, I would suggest that your responsibility is to ensure the livability and affordability for those both presently and in the future, that are trying to make a life here rather than preserving the ill-defined character and the housing wealth for a select few. In conclusion, I urge you to support the amendment to the land use bylaw. It will help supply, improve housing density and diversity, and allow more affordability and fairness for future generations. Thank you for your attention and your support.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Patrick Ryan, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor, councillors, and shout out to all the staffers on the line too. So excited to be speaking with you today. My name is Patrick. I'm a citizen of Ward 6. I own a single-family home in Glenbrook, and I've been living in Calgary all my life. I'm calling to ask you to vote in favor of RCT as the new base for zoning here in Calgary. I read a quote recently by Angela Davis that really stuck with me, and in that he said, quote, "It's important for us to think forward and imagine a future history in a way that is not restrained by our own lifetimes," end quote. I was really moved when I read this, and it helped me recognize that we often fall victim to thinking. I believe that the proposed rezoning changes are one important part of a long-term view that's in service of creating a better, more equal, more prosperous future here in Calgary. I'll offer an example of short-term thinking here. I've heard some folks talk about how row houses or townhouses or duplexes are ugly or change the character of a neighborhood ostensibly in a bad way. And I think that's a valid aesthetic opinion to hold, and I appreciate that perspective. I do wonder, though, to what extent personal aesthetic preference is reason enough to withhold the opportunity for 2 or maybe 4 families to join a community where just one once was. Is this prospect of change to the visual landscape really so dire in the grand scheme of things? In listening to the stories here and at town halls I've attended, I've noticed that at the heart of the opposition to this discussion is often a desire to keep things just as they are, and the prospect of change being too uncomfortable there. I get it. And I believe we have an obligation to sometimes make uncomfortable decisions that are in service of those beyond ourselves. I wonder about established communities like Glenbrook and what it'll take for them to sustain a vibrant neighborhood that has people of all stages and phases of life over the long term. I speak with my peers, and some tell me that they want to live in established neighborhoods for the same reason I do, to make use of existing infrastructure and amenities. After all, I hope we can all agree that a more sustainable choice is to do more with what we already have in the built environment. With little housing diversity where I live, many are simply priced out, unable to contribute their own family to this family-oriented neighborhood. Even with extremely well-paying jobs by any metric, they are unable to make the same choices that their parents did. What would it take for communities like mine to continue to thrive, not just today, but 10 or 20 or 50 years from now? The answer surely cannot be keep things as they are and hope for the best, or just continue to build ever outward, or indeed enter into endless debate on the merits of land use parcel by parcel. The pace of change as it stands today is simply not fast enough to create the future that we need. I'll close by restating that I'm asking Council to fully approve RCG as the new base zoning in Calgary. We need lots of forward-thinking strategies like this one, plus decisive action to create the conditions for a future where families of all types can thrive and build a meaningful life in communities that we already love. Thank you so much for this opportunity to offer my thoughts on this issue.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Katie Roth, please.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. My name is Katie, and I'm a resident of Ward 8. First off, I would like to thank Council for taking the time to listen to your constituents. I know this is often a very thankless job, so I appreciate the work you are doing. I've spent most of my adult life in mixed-density neighborhoods, and I personally love it. Besides the diversity of housing, I also have easy access to a variety of services, usually within walking distance, and I have the freedom to choose whether I bike, drive, or take transit because I'm relatively close to where I work. But I realize that this kind of neighborhood is not accessible to many people due to lack of supply. Competition can be fierce, even for something as modest as a quadplex unit like ours. I believe the current zoning restrictions are not reflective of the changing needs of our populace. There is an increasing demand for middle density housing, which would allow for people to make smaller moves along the housing spectrum, rather than being forced to choose between high and low density options. My husband and I were lucky enough to afford the move into middle density, but some of our family and friends are not so fortunate. I have friends who have been priced out of Calgary's housing market entirely because they cannot afford to raise children here. And relatives of ours are stuck living in apartments that are too small for their needs because they cannot make the jump into a single detached house. And I'm sure anyone who has lived in a single bedroom apartment knows that space constraints can impact our hobbies, whether or not we have pets, and our decision to have children. But most of us cannot simply move to a detached house from a tiny apartment. We need diverse housing options that reflect the incrementally changing nature of our lives. I believe base RCG zoning is an important step in filling the missing middle housing gap. I know blanket upzoning will not immediately rectify such a complex problem, but I don't see that as a reason not to implement it. The longer we delay, the more drastic changes will have to be made later to accommodate a growing populace. I think we have an obligation to future Calgarians to make the city more livable and sustainable. And contrary to many people's fears, it won't happen overnight. Much like the legalization of secondary suites in 2018, I think upzoning will incrementally, slowly, improve options for the diversity of people who reside here. And while I agree that parking, shade, and tree canopy are all legitimate concerns, I believe they should come secondary to housing availability. In your decision-making, I would ask Council to center the needs of those who struggle to find housing. People like myself are going to get by no matter what you decide. But my friends and family, middle-income Calgarians, need policies that increase their chances at success. I understand that for established homeowners, reworking the system feels like a kind of loss. But we are all looking for the same things. We all want stable housing, access to services, and vibrant communities. In order for everyone to have that, we're going to have to adapt. I believe we're capable of making space for others in our communities without losing the things that are truly important. In conclusion, we have an opportunity to make housing more equitable, more diverse, and more sustainable for future Calgarians, and I believe it requires very little change in this moment to do so. I am asking Council to approve RCG zoning so we can prevent urban sprawl, reduce red tape, fill in the missing middle, and gradually create a better Calgary for all who call it home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Christopher Axford, please.
Good afternoon, Council, and thank you for letting me speak today. I'll try to be brief, and I'll try to be coherent because it's my first time speaking at Council, and I'm incredibly nervous right now. I'll simply say that I am in favor of the rezoning efforts. I believe that this is one part of a larger strategy to address housing affordability, sprawl, climate, and city building. And frankly, it's not that big of a deal that some neighborhoods might start seeing townhomes built, in my opinion. There are a lot of arguments against blanket rezoning, some more reasonable and more valid than others. One that has stuck with me a lot through this, though, is that blanket rezoning won't do much to address housing affordability. On the surface, this is pretty true, I must admit. From browsing realtor websites, a lot of multi-residential infills that would be permitted by right with this rezoning are very much not affordable, at least for myself and others in similar circumstances. But that unaffordability kind of actually makes perfect sense when you're looking at it holistically. I can't imagine that buying the home that used to be on the lot of an inner city infill was very cheap to begin with. I was browsing real estate listings last week, and I found a strawberry box home built in 1947 in West Hillhurst with 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, and little more than 1,000 square feet. That's tiny, but its asking price, $725,000. So just to say, if that home gets redeveloped, off the bat, that's $725,000 plus an additional $20,000 to demolish the home. Then factoring in the cost of going through to the rezoning hearing, development permit process, development charges, cost of labor, material, and sometimes community consultation, turning one home with 1 bedroom into up to 4 dwellings is going to cost well over $1 million before profit margins are even factored in. Right now, inner city infills are not very affordable. but that is more a testament to the value of the land they sit on, how expensive building them is, and how in demand they are. The easier it becomes to build these types of homes by right means more get built. The more that are built, the greater supply. The greater the supply, the lower the market price. Will they ever become truly affordable? Who's to say? Though affordability is often a vague concept, because what might be affordable to a member of council is not affordable to myself. I've also noticed a lot of people online catastrophizing over being forced to live like sardines. I don't really get this complaint. Nobody's forcing anyone to live like sardines. My fiance and I live in a condo in Lower Mount Royal, and between the two of us and our cat, we have plenty of room in a place that's roughly 900 square feet. However, someone very close to me is in a situation where he could really use more space. My brother currently lives with his common-law wife and their newborn daughter, who is only 6 weeks old right now. He's been wanting to get a home better suited to raising a daughter, and he certainly has the money to afford something more reasonable for that. There have been homes on the market that are exactly what he's looking for and within his price range. The only problem is they're in such high demand that they sell within days, sometimes even hours. And he has never had the chance to book a viewing, let alone to put an offer in. Changing the base residential zoning to allow up to 4 units by right would improve the market for people like my brother, who currently lives in a 1-bed plus den condo with no more than 750 square feet. The only people who are living like sardines are him, who are blocked from buying anything more than what they have right now. As an aside, I mentioned I lived in Lower Mount Royal, which is zoned almost entirely MC2 or medium density residential. One would expect a lot of concerns brought up during this hearing, like parking, traffic, noise, to impact my community. In reality, there are seldom any issues with parking. Traffic problems occur from people passing through my community as they're on their way to or from work during rush hours, and it's not caused by people living in my neighborhood. I live a few blocks away from the busiest part of 17th Avenue, and noise is rarely an issue, no more than any R1 community I've ever lived in. So in closing, I don't really get what the big deal is, and I think it would be wise for council to move forward with rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel, starting with Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. I'm going to go ask a question to Mr. Ali. I just feel like as a SAIT alumni, I'd like to ask you this question if you're on the line.
Cool.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm on the line.
Okay, great. I'm just wondering, what is SAIT doing to ensure that there's appropriate housing for the students? And second to that question is, what can someone like myself that's alumni and sits on some of the chats and boards, can we do to advocate outside of chambers?
So this issue kind of goes above and beyond what states can really do. They're quite constrained in the amount of funding they get from the province.
Mr. Ali, it's really hard to hear you.
Is that better?
That's way better. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. SAIT themselves are very constrained on what they can do as far as housing goes. They've been very generous in helping us with affordability as far as food security goes. So a couple of years ago, we started serving breakfast at SAIT in the mornings for students that may not be able to afford it. A couple of years ago, we used to have about 250 students take advantage of that every morning. Now that's up to about 600 students because a lot can't afford to eat. And SAIT has been quite helpful in helping us fund these types of programs where we can feed these students. They've also helped set up funds where if a student comes into some sort of emergency, SAIT can step in and help them fund whatever that crisis may be. So SAIT is doing a lot internally to help affordability, but as far as housing goes, that's something that SAIT takes the view has to be dealt with by municipally or on the provincial level or on the federal level. This issue is far bigger than something that just SAIT can address.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's, obviously our job as a municipality to advocate for more housing at a provincial level. Just a question and maybe some feedback. Has SAIT or, the Alumni Association ever had a list of students that are looking for housing and that maybe alumni that have secondary suites could take them in? Like if I had a secondary suite that was empty, I could offer it to a SAIT student. Do they have a program like that? I just would like to know, because that's something that I think it's kind of helping out the students in Calgary, but giving an opportunity to those that are also have gone to SAIT as alumni to house new students. Do you have a program like that?
Councillor, I think that's a great idea. We don't currently have a program, but we do have a list of students that would be looking for housing. This was the first year that SAIT actually fully filled up their residences and had to turn students away. So I think this is something we could probably work on in the future if you would be up to it.
I think it'd be a great idea, and I know names and phone numbers are private, but I think as alumni, and any obviously institution, U of C, I pick SAIT because I went there, but I think there's an opportunity to maybe info share and open up basement suites, secondary suites. If you're an alumni and have it, it's an opportunity for us to step up. As a council, we can do our best job to advocate for more affordable housing for students. But I do appreciate what you had to say regarding the RCG upzoning, and thank you for being here and as well as all the other speakers on this panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thanks everyone for joining us today. Appreciate you being with us. Let's go to the next panel, which is 42. Do we have CC Yang? What about Glenys Godlovich?
I'm here on the phone.
Hello. How about Adam?
Hi.
How about Adam Hedayat? Jean Weller? Hi. Do we have Barbara Hogan? Do we have Cheryl Glebe? Hi. Okay, I'm going to see if I can pull a couple of people from the next panel. So from panel 43.
Hi there.
Hi, who's this?
Sorry. This is Sarah Ritchie. I was scheduled for panel 35, and I unfortunately wasn't able to stay for that with my work schedule. But if there's a time soon that I can be fit in, then I am available for the rest of the evening.
We're going to put you right now as the fourth person on this panel.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. So the order will be Glenys, then Jean, then Cheryl, then Sarah. So Glenys, you can kick us off.
Right. Thank you very much. My thoughts about this are the following. I am concerned that this particular matter is advancing too quickly without ever having been a matter at the electoral level during the previous election of council. This means that people have not had the chance to question their councillors ahead of time about where they stood, and as a result, we're having something brought to us now which hasn't got sufficient background. That said, I think not only is it premature in that regard, I think it's irresponsible. And I think it's irresponsible because I truly believe that it's an abrogation of the responsibility of council to plan for a city. What you're primarily doing with this change, proposed change, is allowing almost, and I qualify this, almost an anything goes approach, where the decisions are no longer being made on the basis of representations from local residents or comments on specific design plans. So I'm concerned that you're losing all the advantages of the local area planning schemes, gaining nothing, but at the same time passing stuff over for decision to unelected administrators. So that, for me, is my starting place of concern. I can understand the rationale for saying there are a lot of people in Calgary who'd like to have houses and can't get into them. I really understand that. But at the same time, too, the effect that those people, that acting for the benefit solely of those people would have is you're derogating from the rights of existing homeowners. You're derogating from the rights of citizens of Calgary to make submissions on planning. And this is, I think, absolutely shocking that a council, the elected representatives, should be contemplating at this time. So let me speak a little bit now about another reason why I think it's premature. One of the big aspects on the change to upzoning is we would potentially have more households living in an area previously occupied by one household. I was looking up and recalling the debate about how many pets is it reasonable to own in a home. Pity, after a fraught discussion on it and lots of submissions, said, yep, you can have 6 dogs and 6 cats. Now, if we're going to be subdividing what is current, or redesigning what is currently a single detached home so that it can accommodate potentially up to 8 households, is that going to give us 48 dogs, 48 cats as upper limits? Oh, but it's not an upper limit, is it? There is another provision that says under exceptional circumstances the number may be increased. Now, I know the likelihood is very low of anything like this happening, but I've not seen anything that suggests councils looked at the impact of other bylaws. Again, too, what about fire pits in backyards? There is significantly greater risk if you're going to have more fire pits going in a backyard than if you have just one going. Where's the input from the fire department on the additional risks? Where's the input from fire department on reducing the risk of exposure to fire when you're actually sharing more walls, introducing more appliances, having more fires going in the home of all kinds, and essentially putting people at greater risk? So I think we needed to do more background work on other areas that needed to be considered. And from my own perspective, I live in Ward 14. Our street has problems on and off. It's a neighborhood that was built in 1979.
Ms.
Has
Godlovich?
problems on and off.
Ms. Godlovich, I'm sorry, you're at time, but if you wouldn't mind staying on the line, just mute yourself. If there's questions for you, I will let you know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to Jean Weller, please.
Sorry, I have a PowerPoint presentation. Thanks. You can actually go to the next slide. Sorry, I have a bit of laryngitis. So, my name's Jean Weller. I'm a concerned Calgary homeowner, resident of Bowness, and community association volunteer on our Planning and Development Committee. I'm in support of densification where it makes sense and if it occurs with consideration to nearby residents. However, I'm strongly opposed to blanket rezoning, as it's a blunt instrument that eliminates public involvement in the redevelopment process. It disregards the context of the neighborhood, and it is a faint hope to solve Calgary's housing situation. I reject blanket rezoning for a number of reasons. It will not create affordable housing. There have been land value capture studies presented at Sustainable Calgary Conference in 2022 that demonstrated how increased density in established neighborhoods actually results in higher housing costs and land values. Presenter Dr. Byron Miller, coordinator of Urban Studies program at our own University of Calgary, states that the evidence strongly suggests that simply leaving affordability to market forces alone is not going to solve the affordable housing problem. Presenter Patrick Condon of UBC and author of Sick City said, if there was any place that would have proved that adding density would reduce prices, it would have been Vancouver. And we know that didn't happen. I continue to see evidence of this trend in my community where affordable bungalows are torn down and replaced by duplexes and multiplexes, displacing many renters into a tight rental market. Just a block from my home, sorry, could we go to the next slide? Just a block from my home, 3 bungalows have been replaced by semi-detached housing. 2 of the units have already sold at about double the list price of the original RC1 properties. Nearby, row houses are listed for just over $700,000. Next slide, please. It's been suggested that the redevelopment of multi-units will be incremental. As a member of the Planning and Development Committee, I see tens of applications each month. Many of these land use change applications are for RCG and lately HGO, then followed by development permit applications. Bowness is a prime target for developers because our housing stock is old and it's ready for renewal, so it's not a transition at all. In places like Bowness, redevelopment is happening rapidly, not incrementally. Next slide, please. Neighbors report the developers are aggressively looking to buy properties, and there are signs in our community posted by developers seeking to buy your house. The current bylaws for RCG are not sensitive to the adjacent and established building form. These new building forms tower over private backyards and create shadow where sunlight was once enjoyed, negatively impacting one's privacy and enjoyment. It's creating winners, the developers, and losers, existing property owners, and it's forcing families looking for amenity space and affordability to move to the suburbs. Next slide, please. The densification is creating a hot city because the tree canopy that provides shade and heat protection is being removed. The city's own urban heat map demonstrates how Wildwood in the lower right-hand corner on the left-hand side has a lush landscape, and yet it's 10 degrees Celsius cooler than Bowness, so the heat map's on the left. Next slide, please. RCGs can cover 60% of a property compared to 45% of our RC1. And in most cases, mature trees are ripped out and there's little room to grow new trees. Next slide, please. Increased density doesn't make sense everywhere. Take Bowness with hundreds of properties in the flood fringe. If we increase density in flood fringe communities, we make it more difficult for communities to safely evacuate during a flood emergency. Bowness has only one egress in the case of a flood, one egress out of the community. Next slide, please. In conclusion, I recognize the need for densification. Given Calgary's projected population growth, there are alternatives to blanket rezoning. There are others who appeared before you and more qualified than I who presented some options, but I offer up a few. Consider their city sites for building density. One submission by a retired planner suggested that there's sites in Calgary that could be redeveloped for 410,000 units. Consider land trusts as a more affordable way for housing units. And don't use a scalpel instead of a hammer in your planning by considering phasing in rezoning of RCG where it makes most sense. And don't allow multi-unit dwellings and secondary suites below grade in flood fringe zones. Stop now before the province's draft flood maps are finalized next year.
Thank you very
much.
And
lastly,
Ms. Weller, thank you.
Thank you.
We've got this as part of our package because you've submitted the presentation.
Actually, there was a problem with my submission, so it didn't make it into your package.
Would you like to have it submitted?
I would love to have it added to the package. Thank you.
We can accept that. We'll just come and get it from you. And please grab some water. Thanks for taking the time, even with...
Thanks. It was important for me to be here. It was worth losing my voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Cheryl Gleave, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you today. I'm speaking to you as a 49-year resident of Calgary who lives in a single-family community and would like to advise Council that I adamantly object to blanket rezoning. A house purchase is our largest long-term asset investment. It's not just a house we purchased, it's our home and the neighborhood we invest in. I purchased my dream home 4 years ago, and I do not feel that any person or organization has the right to change my lifelong personal and community decisions. With respect, when did we as citizens decide that a group of people at City Hall get to say, we don't care what the zoning rules were when you bought your house, we know better and we're changing them. To date, I have attended a total of 11 meetings, and I've written numerous letters to Council and the province with respect to blanket rezoning. The 8 following points are a few of my findings, and I would like to share them. 1, if approved, the citywide blanket rezoning will be the biggest change to residential zoning since the creation of the land use bylaw, a decision that the public was notified 34 days prior to April 22nd. There is something fundamentally wrong with that. Why the push? 2, some of the council have taken the stance that 15% of the population should garner more attention and consideration than the remaining 85% that are against rezoning. This, to me, seems like the tail is wagging the dog. We are a democracy, all citizens have equal say, and when you boil it down, the majority decides, not the minority. May I remind council that the country is watching this unfold. 3, RCG will not open up the affordable market or help the most vulnerable. In fact, New Zealand found densification results have been known to be disastrous for middle and lower income households, sending house prices through the roof, lowering living standards, and increasing poverty. 4, we also know that the city failed to keep pace with build demands, and your failures cannot be at the expense of single homeowners. It really feels like it's rolling downhill. 5, you are affecting the health and well-being of most single-family homeowners, and especially mine. I made my home purchase under the assumption that I would have certainty. I have to tell you, I am absolutely terrified what could happen next door or in my community, especially when you're eliminating the possibility to object to land use changes in front of council, which, by the way, the city is effectively silencing its residents. 6, we have been told as citizens that we grapple with change. It will be gradual. I'm here to tell you I have firsthand knowledge. I purchased my first home in West Hillhurst. The change was quick and thoughtless. It didn't take long before I became disenchanted with the area and moved. I never want to live in a high-density community that lacks cohesion, character, and safety ever again. In my opinion, all inner-city communities are a hot mess. But the bottom line is, live where you want, but you can't take away my freedom of choice. I want to live in a single-family community. It's my happy place. 7, the only 2 stakeholders that will benefit from this change are the builders with 25% profits and the city with 4, 6, 8, 12 revenue streams per lot, along with our disproportionate taxes. 8, the 5 community open houses I attended, 99% of the people were against blanket rezoning. It was apparent council underestimated the anger, intelligence, compassion, and determination of single-family homeowners. In closing, can you please listen to the experts? New Zealand is freeing up more land for growth. It's time to abandon the densification strategy. Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, rules out 4-plexes, calling it a massive mistake. Windsor refuses to change its zoning bylaws because it wants sensible densification. Premier Smith says you're taking away our freedom of choice. The Calgary Real Estate Board says this is not the right solution to address Calgary housing challenges. More than 52 communities have written and met with the mayor, methodically explaining why blanket upzoning is not the solution. Lastly, I'd like to say this. This is the most consequential and far-reaching, undemocratic, never campaigned on decision ever undertaken by a mayor and council with the lowest approval rating in history. There are better ways to solve housing issues besides wrecking what greatness Calgary already has in place. Single-family communities are against blanket rezoning to its core. We do not want amendments. We want to stay RC1. I want you to stop this poorly thought-out approach and go back and find another way to solve the missing affordable market and non-market housing options. Greenfield development is my solution. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Sarah Ritchie, please.
Hello. Thank you for your time and thank you for having me here today. I'm wholly in favor of not only the proposed change to RCG as the base residential zone, but also all other recommendations made by the Housing and Affordability Task Force. We're in the middle of a significant housing crisis that has been decades in the making, and we need significant changes to help all Calgarians. Rezoning is just one step among many, and we will need to do a lot more than this to ensure both availability and affordability of housing. So while RCG is no silver bullet to solve the housing crisis, it is a first step and an important one. I'm a resident of Ward 4. My city councillor is Sean Chu, and I'm one of the lucky ones because 4 years ago, my husband and I bought our first home here in Calgary. We wanted a safe place where we could raise our kids. We wanted tall trees and nearby green spaces. We wanted a place where we could walk to the grocery store and easily access transit without needing to purchase a second vehicle. Last fall, when Council was considering the Housing and Affordability Task Force's recommendations, I called in and I spoke about how much I love townhouses, specifically how much I love my townhouse community. We knew 4 years ago that with our budget, we would find the best fit for us in a townhouse. And our idealistic pie-in-the-sky list of things that we hoped for, we found all of them too. We also found ourselves in a physical space that made it so much easier to meet our neighbors. We make new friends on our front step while our kids blow bubbles and draw with sidewalk chalk. We walk across the lane to birthday parties. And don't even get me started on how many doors we can knock on at Halloween. However, to hear some homeowners who have come forward during this meeting speak, it sounds like once there's one townhouse on the block, there goes the neighborhood. But you know, and I know that RCG zoning only might allow townhouses depending on context. And even in the cases where they are approved, what's so bad about that? You and I know that RCG zoning does not allow for large apartment buildings. You know and I know that the allowed 75 units per hectare equates to a maximum of 4 units on a typical 50-foot lot. You and I know that the maximum contextual height only increases by 1 meter, from 10 meters under RC1 to 11 meters under RCG. You know and I know that RCG zoning doesn't force anyone to sell or redevelop their property. This is not the end of single-family dwellings. It simply provides more choice for landowners. In fact, nearly all case-by-case applications for RCG zoning are already approved by this very council. And as we can see from Edmonton's example, RCG results in small incremental changes. This is still low to medium density. Please, if you're worried about the impact of townhouses on neighborhood character, come for a walk with me. I'll get out the kids' bikes. So, I am a homeowner in Calgary. I'm grateful that I have housing, and I want that housing for everyone, not just for me. Housing is not just for people who already have it. We've heard here in council from homeowners who believe increased density in their neighborhood will reduce their property value. I do have my doubts about the truth of that fear, but regardless, housing is a human right. It's not a guaranteed investment opportunity. The voices of current homeowners like myself should not be valued above those of renters and other residents of our city. Renters and other residents are our fellow community members. Ballooning home purchase and rental prices are quickly pushing an entire generation out of the housing market, and decisions made by council on this issue impact all of us in every neighborhood and quadrant of the city. You and I know that council has a responsibility to do what's best for all Calgarians. I would urge you to consider what that truly means in this context. All Calgarians includes both owners and renters. It includes all demographics and backgrounds. It includes the youth who are our future. The numbers are clear. Our current path will not provide even close to enough housing to meet our city's needs. We can anticipate 100,000 households in need of affordable housing by 2026. And we need to build 40,000 to 50,000 more homes to meet demand. We need council to step up and show that we are a city that values the human rights of all of its people. I urge council to approve the proposed RCG rezoning, taking this first step on the road to improved housing availability and affordability.
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate all the presenters coming and joining us today. There's no questions for you, so thanks for being part of this panel. Let's go to the next panel, which is panel number 43. Do we have Karen McPherson? Do we have Jasper Woodard? Okay, do we have Jenny Peepgrass, sorry.
Hello, yes.
Perfect. Do we have Gary Thompson?
Here.
Great. Do we have Kevin Brook? Great. So I didn't hear anything from Karen McPherson, and I don't think I heard from Jasper Woodard. Right, let me see if we've got anybody from the last panel. Do we have CC Yang? Adam Hedayat? Barbara Hogan? All right, let me see on panel 44. Do we have Marguerite Paulson? Hi, you can come on up. And do we have James Durward? How about Mark Sainer? Robert Howland? Hi, come on up, sir. Okay, so we are going to go in this order. It'll be Jenny, then Gary, then Kevin, then we'll go to Marguerite and Robert. So let's start with Jenny Peepgrass, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and honorable members of Calgary City Council. My name is Jenny Peepgrass, and I'm a homeowner in the Highwood community in Ward 4. And I'm pleased to be here today to voice my strong support for the implementation of blanket RCG zoning across our city. This zoning regulation represents significant opportunity for us to foster vibrant, inclusive communities while addressing pressing challenges such as housing affordability and sustainability. Moreover, the implementation of RCG zoning aligns with our city's commitment to environmental sustainability. By encouraging densification and reducing urban sprawl, we can mitigate the environmental impact of development, preserve green spaces, and promote more efficient land use patterns. Most importantly, blanket RCG zoning will have a positive impact on housing affordability issues by facilitating the development of diverse and more numerable housing options. Studies indicate that a 1% increase in overall housing supply correlates to a 10 to 30% drop in rental costs.
Did you forget anything?
No, he didn't. Did Vishak forget?
Sorry about that. Okay. Hi, if you're on the line and your name is not Jenny Peepgrass, could you please mute?
Thank you. So a 1% increase in overall housing supply correlates to a 10 to 30% drop in rental costs, which will have a significant impact on affordability in our city for those who need it most. Does it solve the entire problem? No, but let's not let perfect be the enemy of a very good start. I remind those concerned about what specifically will be built in the blanket rezone, that a blanket rezone does not eliminate regulation, scrutiny, or input on development and building. It simply streamlines the process, reduces red tape, and allows the market to respond to demand in a timelier fashion. Further, there's nothing in the title of your home that stipulates that the neighborhood you selected will never change. It's an odd thing to demand or expect. I would also encourage those who've expressed concerns about parking, building height, and neighborhood character to reflect on drawing an equivalency between minor inconveniences and basic human dignity. Not having constant convenient parking in your neighborhood is simply not the same hardship as having to sleep in your car. Can we as a city adjust to an incremental change for the sake of increasing housing supply and assisting our fellow citizens in accessing safe housing? I'm confident that we can. So in conclusion, I urge the Calgary City Council to embrace the implementation of blanket RCG zoning as a forward-thinking approach to urban development. By prioritizing sustainability, inclusivity, and community well-being, we can build a city that is not only livable but also thriving for all of its residents. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share my perspective.
Thank you for joining us. Let's go to Gary Thompson, please.
Hey, I'm Gary Thompson, a resident of Ward 6. When I was growing up, like many people my age, I believed that everyone wanted whatever the Canadian version of the American dream was. In any case, my actual dream is to one day live in a small condo close to transit. I'm on too tight of a budget to afford a car if I even wanted one. Topics like housing are far from being just about me, though. A lot of my friends fell deep into debt after high school and can barely afford renting out shared basement suites, if they can even afford to move out of their parents' houses. I'm often seen as doing a lot better than many of my friends, and I'm 26 and still living with my mom. Since graduating high school, I've seen the situation get much worse. I would text old friends to find out they're living out of vans. I would hear stories from friends going into debt to pay off even worse debt because they couldn't afford anything after the cost of schooling. Stories of people I used to hang out with who are now couch surfing. All that's to say, we need more affordable housing, and I'm grateful that Council has passed the housing strategy, though there's still a lot that needs to be done, including what we're here to speak on today. So then, why am I here to speak in favor of blanket upzoning? First of all, it genuinely does improve affordability. Y'all formed a task force to investigate that. Supply isn't meeting demand, and the population continues to skyrocket. The new housing doesn't even need to be affordable because it increases the supply. People who can afford it will move there, leaving vacant housing elsewhere. We need more supply. That requires higher density. Why? Firstly, lower density causes car dependency. We are facing a climate emergency. We need to let people choose different modes of transport, and we can't do that if we keep sprawling out the suburbs, as access to transit and amenities diminishes further from the city center. We can't sustainably expand upon greenfield development for many reasons, and one of those reasons is that those most in need of housing don't tend to own that many cars. Secondly, housing has to go somewhere. Less densification means more greenfield development. That means more natural habitats around the city getting destroyed, more paradise paid to put up parking lots, or in this case, 2-car garages. Denser housing is also more efficient. Shared walls means fewer surfaces to radiate heat from, resulting in not just an energy savings, but also a lower utilities bill. So right now, developers apply for upzonings, wait about 6 months or so for council to vote on them, and almost all of them get approved. We could cut out so much costly bureaucracy there. Like, 2023 was estimated to have a 3% population increase over 2022. We've got an estimated vacancy rate of around 1% right now. 3% does not fit into 1%. There's a significant demand for more dense housing. So why should we fear streamlining approval for places people want to live? When people say that upzoning their neighborhood means they don't get to have a say in the matter, yes, they do. They get to have a say on when they'll choose to sell their property. What they don't get a say on is the choices other people make. When you buy a house, you do not buy the surrounding area. Property investment does not guarantee a return on investment. It gets impacted for better or worse by developments in the surrounding area. That's all part of the decision to buy in the first place. I'll finish on one last note. I actually don't think RCG goes far enough. In the middle of my neighborhood of Glenbrook, there is a restaurant which serves some amazing pizza. The amazing thing about this pizzeria is it's only a 5-minute walk for me. It's so convenient. Why can't even more things be that close? Well, because it's actually a food truck. That's the most the zoning will allow for. I took a trip to India in December, and when I came back, Calgary just didn't feel the same. The city I visited had a thriving local business at every corner, minutes away by walking, no such thing as zoning, hardly any parking, the streets were bustling. Comparing it back to Calgary, many of the most thriving neighborhoods here are higher density, with a lot of the commercial space mixed in with residential in historic neighborhoods once serviced by cable cars. If even something as small as RCG were made to be this contentious, I would be pushing for more medium density mixed use. When we build neighborhoods with nothing but houses, that doesn't sound like a community to me. That sounds like driving far away to do anything, hardly ever having a chance to say hi to your actual neighbors on the street. Please vote yes for RCG upzoning. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We are going to Kevin Brook, and as we go to Kevin, can I confirm that Nathan Hildebrand is also here? Okay, you can come on up and grab a seat. We'll just add you to this panel. So Kevin, please go ahead.
It's not going to work the way I thought. Good afternoon. Thanks to council and city staff for your time and hearing me speak. I appreciate the effort it takes to listen to so many submissions and the time you're taking to engage directly with us as citizens. Quickly about me, I was born and raised in Calgary. I grew up in a neighborhood of mostly single-family homes, zoned RC1. I'm fortunate now to be a homeowner in Ramsey, but for most of my adult life, I've rented in various forms. The perspective I'd like to bring is informed by this, but in a bigger way by my work. I'm a social worker. My experience is in addictions, mental health, and outreach, mostly with people living in shelters or sleeping outside. I support this measure and the entire housing strategy, both because I think it will be good for my family and for the people I serve at work. I could probably speak forever about the issues facing our most vulnerable in Calgary, but I had a conversation last fall with one fellow in particular that brought home in really brutal terms just how much housing affects other social issues. This client had lived with addiction for a long time, and he bravely decided he was ready to make a change. I should also mention he was only alive to make that change because of harm reduction. He lived mainly outside, sometimes in shelters, and had serious health issues as a result. And over a period of weeks, we worked on housing options, applications for residential addictions treatment, and applying for ID and income support. He did extremely well. He was accepted for treatment in the program of his choice, and we made little progress in finding housing. One day I went to see him, and he quietly told me he had decided to leave. This man had done everything the system had asked, but he had lost hope. He knew that if he attended the treatment program, there was nowhere for him to go at the end. Even if there were, Alberta income support recipients receive a maximum of $824 a month to rebuild their lives from literally nothing. This is what people in Calgary face on a daily basis. This is a crisis. Let's take this client's case into the hypothetical. Say he somehow finds a place to live, but it's a basement unit at the edge of the city in a greenfield development. This client probably isn't going to find an office job downtown. Without a car, he'll need to take transit, which if you're not going downtown, we know can be time-consuming, if not completely impractical if you're starting at 7 o'clock in the morning for a labor job. I've encountered countless people in this situation. Many are not even at all like the client that I've described, but what you might call regular people who have just been squeezed until they had no other options and ended up on the street. If the human side of this is not enough, let me remind you that poverty and homelessness are extremely expensive to public services. We've built a city that structurally prevents those at the bottom of the income ladder from improving their lives. RC1 zoning, low density, and not enough viable alternatives to driving are the 3 pillars of that structure that would all be addressed by a change to RCG. We need the flexibility to build small and middle scale housing in these existing areas that already have the jobs, transit, and services people need. This doesn't just mean row houses, but also accessory apartments, basement suites, backyard cottages, you name it. It would increase the value of existing neighborhoods with minimal new infrastructure required, benefiting the city. I've heard many fears expressed about the negative consequences of this change, and I mean, I get it, fear is natural. Believe me, I would much prefer that a huge monolithic gray mansion wasn't built next to my little bungalow. I'd have the same concerns about light and privacy and loss of trees mentioned by so many, but I don't get a veto over that, and I don't get to dictate how that property looks. To me, there's little difference between these huge modern detached homes built routinely throughout our neighborhoods and row houses, except row houses give more people a place to live. The data is convincing to me. Upzoning increases housing supply and indirectly affordability. I'm convinced that it's a necessary positive change for Calgary, but I know it's also not a silver bullet. The change will be incremental, the pace is slow, as we've seen in comparable jurisdictions like Edmonton and Montana. Housing's a spectrum, and upzoning will address one portion, but it's a start. Now, I know you as councillors may not have run explicitly on this change, but the issue is before you anyway. Making tough decisions in the best interest of all Calgarians, especially the most vulnerable, is precisely what you were elected to do as representatives. The people who stand to benefit the most from this change are also the ones who have no voice in this chamber. Please remember them when you cast your vote. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Marguerite Paulson, please.
Thank you. Your Worship, Mayor Gondek, and members of City Council, good afternoon. My name is Marguerite Paulson. I have been a resident of Ward 8 for the past 56 years. I am opposed to this motion. In 1968, my husband and I purchased our house in a neighborhood that was affordable at that time and not the most prosperous. Since that time, there's been much renovating, much upgrading that has been done to these properties on this street. We have a comfortable, cohesive neighborhood with wonderful neighbors. Now, I don't think we're the only street in Calgary where this has occurred. And there are many comfortable neighborhoods which will be severely affected by this upzoning plan. And I have a question. What kind of due diligence was actually done before this idea was brought forward? I know there's been a discussion about, and several people have mentioned the New Zealand experience, but more than that, I haven't heard a lot. And I certainly would like to know how much has been really investigated. And I also would like to know what is the goal of this project. Originally, I thought it was to increase the supply of affordable housing. Now I'm hearing that it's not really going to do that. And perhaps I was naive. I've recently become aware that the federal government is holding the carrot of cash, but with strings attached. The City of Calgary will not receive the cash without passing this bylaw. Is the federal government now telling us how to run the city? And observing the results of some of their programs, for example, the daycare and the dental care, I become very suspicious of this idea. If we proceed with this upzoning, my understanding is that on a 50 by 120 foot lot, it will be possible to erect 4 main units, 4 secondary suites, and 4 backyard suites, 12 residences in all. If these types of residents will be shoehorned into a single family community, there will be problems with the sewer, with the electricity supply, with the water supply. There will be a lot of problems. Who is going to pay for the upgrading? Parking will be a nightmare. There's no space for garages. This will lower the property values of the neighbors, which will ultimately lower the City of Calgary's taxes. And what will happen to the trees? They will be destroyed on the construction site for sure. But what about the neighbors' trees? Roots and trees don't stop at city boundaries. The neighbors' trees are going to be affected as well. Now, there was an article in the Calgary Herald on March 21st where Councillor Wong spoke about the municipal development plan, which was concerned with the tree canopy. And our tree canopy is approximately 8%, which is lower than comparable Canadian cities. What happened to that plan? The statement by a council member that council should make decisions is true, and I absolutely agree. However, we, the voters of Calgary, have a right to be advised of the candidate's intentions before we vote. I do not recall any Ward 8 candidate or any mayoral candidate saying anything about blanket upzoning in their platforms. I respectfully offer the following suggestions. Defeat the motion. Spend time and effort and money investigating the options to build affordable housing on city property. There have been many knowledgeable ideas presented, which you have all received. And if council feels a year from now that the upzoning is still an idea with merit, by all means bring it to us in a plebiscite. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Paulson. You can have a seat and we'll have any questions in a bit. Next up is Mr. Howland. You have 5 minutes as soon as you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to participate. My name's Bob Howland. I'm representing myself, my wife. We've owned our home in Parkland since 1990. My sons own single-family homes in Calgary as well, and they're there with their wives, and we are all opposed. Why am I here? Well, certainly not because I'm a polished speaker, and I am a bit nervous. I felt that I had to speak at this hearing. I just could not accept the proponents' claims that this was to provide more affordable housing, change the homeless situation. So why am I opposed? Rezoning is a complex issue with multiple variables impacting outcomes. It's like baking a cake. Changing one ingredient of several can have a big effect in the outcome. I'm very concerned using the same ingredient in every community across our city will leave a very, very bad taste in many. Let's look at some of the other ingredients creating affordability problems. Before COVID-19, our national debt was $685 billion, ballooned to $1.05 trillion in 2021. It's continued rising to $1.17 trillion in 2023. Between 2015 and 2022, the Bank of Canada interest rates were varying between 0.25 and 1.75%. In March 2022, they began increasing, and they're now at 5%. That's a 2.5 times increase. Costs of mortgages to buy a home have followed this trend. Federal government spending and debt servicing costs remain out of control. Inflation affects housing like most other commodities. Carbon tax increases the cost of all building materials produced and transported to construction site. That may be a factor contributing to increased housing, many other commodity costs in the Canadian economy. Blanket rezoning will not help change interest rates, inflation, and out of control government spending, and increased taxation at all levels of government. What are the intended outcomes? Previous presentations, from presenters opposing have covered the negative impacts and unintended outcomes very well. I would point you to panel 7 and 8 in particular, and I'd point you to panel 40 today. That was very informative, I think, especially during the Q&A. Traffic, parking, infrastructure access, privacy, visual impacts, housing units not compatible with existing communities. The list is very long. I hope that the proponents on this council and the mayor, I hope, are listening. My Parkland neighborhood and many other communities have unique character and sense of community. All our one communities across Calgary are unique and different. That's why citizens choose to live in different areas. This feels like a recipe to change the unique fabric and character of established communities across Calgary. Not everyone likes the same cake. Not everyone chooses or can afford the same place to live. Seeing the developers and builders pitch compelling presentations has confirmed my concerns are well-grounded. Developers and home builders' prime motivator is maximizing shareholder profit, regardless of what they may claim about their ability to mitigate the negative impacts. Is anyone in council wondering why they're lined up so strongly supporting blanket rezoning? I heard student groups and other young single people present very compelling cases on the need for affordable accommodation. Yes, that is very important. But citizens in other age groups and family situations have different needs, different perspectives on what they value in the communities they reside in. I cannot accept blanket rezoning will achieve the outcomes some stakeholders and council members claim that it will. I also feel it will seriously infringe on my property rights in existing communities, and I feel there are many others across Calgary like that. To conclude, what do I feel council should do? Considering the number of Calgarians affected and the huge widespread impacts of unintended outcomes, defer the vote on blanket rezoning until after the next election. And I would also say consider giving the ability to exclude certain communities from the blanket rezoning amendment. That should be included when and if it ever comes back. Thank you very much for hearing my presentation.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to Nathan Hildebrand, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you and present and share my thoughts, but also the thoughts of those you've heard already. I know it's been a long week. My name is Nathan Hildebrand. I speak as a lifelong resident of the city. I love Calgary dearly. I love the people who live here. I love that we're experiencing this great influx that we've seen in the last number of years of people coming from all over Canada and in fact all over the world to come and live in our city, recognizing that this is a great place to live. I live in an established community, Northwest Calgary. It's experiencing densification in various ways, and I truly get excited at the prospect of that this generally means we'll be able to provide more housing for more people in this city that I love. However, the more that I've learned about the affordability crisis that we face, the proposed blanket rezoning that's supposed to work to combat it, the more I've become convinced that actually blanket rezoning, as it's currently being proposed, is not going to work to produce more adequate and affordable housing. So for this reason, I speak in opposition of blanket rezoning. I believe that citywide RCG rezoning should be rejected on the grounds, primarily that it will not succeed in fighting competitive demand and lowering housing prices for those in our city who need it the most. Supposedly, the primary intended outcome of this proposed change is to increase the supply of affordable housing and establish communities by bringing down the administrative barriers, eliminating the red tape, and speed up the rate at which construction can occur on these lots so that medium density housing can be added to a market that desperately needs it. I just want to say, if I believed that blanket rezoning would accomplish that goal, I would not be standing here today, or perhaps I'd be standing with a different message. Instead, I believe that this is a careless approach that won't only fail to increase affordability, but fail to do much, if anything, to serve the most vulnerable people within our city. Within our population, the more than 84,000 households that by the city's own definition require such affordable housing. So if affordability truly is the issue, the proposed land use redesignation is not the way to address it. And here I just want to insert, like, just with humility, I know I'm not an expert in these things, and I know there's dozens of people who've come before me and will come after me with more expertise and knowledge in these areas, but I believe that the basic economic principle that just simply increasing supply will lower demand, I believe that's true in theory, but I think it fails to account for the complexity and the reality that Canada has a virtually endless demand for affordable housing. The Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation estimates that Canada will need an additional 3.5 million homes by the end of this decade, in addition to the more than 2 million that are already being planned to be built in that time. So if you look at what's happening in our city and in our province, you begin to see that merely increasing the supply will not address the growing demand. Between the summer of 2022 and summer of 2023, Alberta saw a net interprovincial growth of 56,000 people. In the past, this would have been tied to a booming economy, perhaps the oil and gas sector, the strength of industries in our province, but now it's due to our relatively affordable housing situation. Because while we do have an affordability issue, we are still more affordable than places like Vancouver and Toronto, and citizens of those places are beginning to take notice. So we have literally thousands of families each and every year coming to our city from other parts of Canada, causing the market to become increasingly competitive. And beside interprovincial growth, you also need to account for the rapid international immigration growth. And again, I love this. This is exciting. It's a city that I love to call home, and I'm excited to see more people want to call it home as well. But I think what this tells me is that this rezoning proposal is perhaps too passive of an approach in increasing our supply without any system of checks and balances that will not ensure that there are adequate and affordable housing options for those who wish to move here, let alone the 84,000 households who already live here and require those options. Blanket rezoning doesn't feel so much like a plan to me as it does wishful thinking. I think it's removing any and every form of feedback process, crossing our fingers and hoping that things will work out for the best. But what I believe is that developers and land speculators will see this change for what it is, a city-wide opportunity to build lucrative medium-density housing without any regard for what will work or what may make sense in an area, and we won't have the ability to speak into the process anymore. So changing the land use designation of established communities is essentially to put the keys to the car in the hands of developers and hope that they're going to take us where we need to go. And I just believe that that won't work the way that we wish it would. Yes, we desperately need to increase housing supply in Calgary, but without an intentional and strategic plan as to how we can best do that, we can build all the duplexes, fourplexes, backyard suites, secondary suites that we want. But I don't believe that we'll solve the issue that matters most, ensuring that new housing is actually more affordable. I believe there's other actions that we can take, many of which have been suggested by the task force, but I don't believe that this is the one to pursue first. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. There are no questions for this panel, so thank you all for joining us today. Let's go on to the next panel. This is panel number 45. Do we have Bryce Williams? Great. Do we have Ariana Gaidar?
Yes, you do.
Perfect. Do we have Max Gruer? Hi. Do we have Nicole Zhang? How about Hazen Elwood? Perfect. All right, and let me just see if we have anyone from the previous panels. Do we have Karen McPherson? Jasper Woodard? James Durward? Mark Sainer? Okay, we're going to proceed with these four then, please. The order will be Bryce, then Ariana, then Max, and then Hazen. So let's start off with Bryce, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council for having us today and the past 2 days and the who knows how many days to follow. I really appreciate all the time that you've spent listening to all of us. Whether you strongly support or strongly are against, I'm grateful for your time. I am the type of person that really wants the white picket fence dream. My brother wants to live in an apartment. My sister, who has a husband and 2 kids, wants to live in a townhome. And we all want to be together, or as close as possible. Growing up, my family lived in Millrise and Evergreen and a few other communities that I'll mention later. Both of those homes had suites where my grandfather lived. This not only helped my parents afford the mortgages on those homes, but also gave my family 10 years of living with my grandfather. It was really nice to live there with him, and it gave us affordable housing to live and friends to be around. Later, we lived in Mackenzie Town, which has plenty of different housing in it, where I was able to visit my grandfather actually the day before he passed away, because the home that he lived in was walking distance from the house that we lived in. Living in Mackenzie Town as well allowed me to have my first job walking distance from the house, allowed me to walk to the store whenever needed, because sometimes we just didn't have a car around for someone to be my taxi. My mom loves the outdoors. My mom loves nature and gardening. She built a pond in our backyard that my brother unfortunately fell into one day, and who knows, maybe that's the reason why he wants to live in an apartment. He might just be scared of falling into a pond. I have had countless friends who have had the opportunity to move out and live with me, but they just said, nope, I'm good. It's expensive out there and I'm just gonna stay home. And then I know other people who unfortunately have toxic family members who don't want them to live with them. I have a friend who actually just recently got kicked out of his aunt's home. And sometimes it's just a better decision to leave home, but it's definitely a difficult time. Currently, I'm working 2 jobs and going to school to make ends meet. I live with 3 of my siblings. We live in a small family home, a single family home in Acadia, right next to an elementary school, a middle school, and a high school. All of us are single and have no clear plans in the future of having kids, as, again, we're single. And so it'd be nice to have this house used for families who have kids that can go grow up in those different schools. Between the 4 of us, we have 1 car, and that's my car. I like my car. It is a piece of junk because I can't afford anything else. But we make it work. I walk 25 minutes to the train station every day, hop on the train, go to work, then come home. Usually I'll pick up my car from the mall where my sister works, and then pick her up later that day. It's convenient to have, but we definitely don't need it. And I will say that, yeah, the cold days here are cold, but I still walk to work every day. Frankly, that was probably more reliable than my car starting. One note that I want to make is that everyone has been talking about it's how this is a one-size-fits-all thing. It's just a shoe company that makes shoes up to the size 14. They still make kids' shoes. They make every other size of shoes. I plan on living in a single-family home one day. It's just how it is. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Ariana Gaidar, please.
Hello, members of council. I am pleased to have the opportunity to speak in front of you all today. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to thank you for your patience and dedication to this matter. I'd also like to thank you for the chance to advocate for myself and my generation. My name is Ariana Gaydar. I'm 18 years old, born and raised in this very city. I started university this year at U of C, beginning studies for my second degree. I want to start with a quick question. When did property rights become more important than human rights? Over the past few days, you've heard many heartbreaking stories. Stories of struggle, loss, and pain. Struggles that can begin to be bearable with this proposed solution. You've also heard from experts and industry leaders advocating for the future that I now get to be a part of. As a collective, if we don't address these issues now, we won't only be dealing with these issues amongst this generation, but the next too. We are setting ourselves up for failure, doomed to repeat this process. If council doesn't pass this notion, then it'll only be a few years until my peers and I will be in this very spot again, advocating for a change that should have happened years ago. We simply cannot afford to address this issue at a later date. If this isn't addressed now, my generation will be dealing with the repercussions of a lack of attention to a housing crisis. We will be dealing with it from homeless shelters, from overcrowded and unsustainable housing options. The choices each one of you make today decide not just my future, but my peers. You are accountable for the opportunities I have access to. It would be a step backwards in the progress towards our future. The future change makers and leaders that are being cultivated today will simply not have the opportunity to positively contribute to society. Ultimately, we would be robbed of the opportunity to be a valuable part of society. Our heritage is in the roots of this land, and our legacy should be in the very same place. But that doesn't matter if we can't afford to live here. Not if we're struggling to make ends meet, working 4 jobs, or any other of the struggles you've heard in the past few days. These conditions are simply not acceptable for the forward-thinking society we claim to be. In order to meet the standard the rest of the world has set for us, it is imperative we make this change now, for my sake, for this generation's sake, and for the future's sake. I encourage you to take a moment and picture the repercussions of not implementing this motion for the future. Think about your loved ones facing the same challenges that have been brought up to you on this very podium. Think about the next generation of students eager to achieve their dreams, but ignorant to the fact that they will never get the opportunity because they are burdened with the aftermath of the choices you made today. Because they don't even have a place to sleep at night to even begin to deal with the burden you are placing amongst them. Most importantly, I encourage you to really consider the question as honestly and simply as possible. Why wouldn't we make this change? Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Max Gruer, please.
Hello. Thank you for holding this meeting and for putting up with all of us over these last couple of days. I just wanted to say I'm very much in support of this motion. I think that it will be a good thing not only for housing affordability, but also for our city as a whole, for our sense of community, for our access to amenities. However, it is only a first step. Without follow through for things such as social housing programs, cooperative housing programs, increased access to amenities, increased access to public transit, I fear that this will slow the rate at which rents are rising, slow the rate at which housing, the cost of housing is increasing, and in 5-10 years, however far down the line it is, we'll end up in a similar situation we are today. So I just want to take this time to encourage you all to vote for this and then continue pushing for motions that will allow for greater housing affordability and greater access to amenities for all citizens of our city, low income and high income. I think that without access to amenities, without increased access to local amenities, the concerns about parking and traffic are fair, and that also plays into the greater cost of living crisis that we're currently facing across our country, not only in Calgary. Cars are incredibly expensive, and being forced to be dependent upon them, as our current city is planned, is a large, it's a massive burden for a lot of people. Increasing density will allow for an increased number of amenities, and it will allow for an increased amount of public transit, and that will save people money. It's not a catch-all solution. It's not going to solve all of our problems, but I think it will make a serious impact, not only in housing affordability, but in the quality of all of our lives here in Calgary and in the cost of living crisis that we face across the country. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Hazen Elwood, please.
Hey, Council. Thank you, everybody, for your time, and my condolences for your time. And, of course, thank you to everybody who's been coming up and will continue coming up all this week. It's not easy, so let's try to get through it. My name is Hazen Elwood. 12 of you guys earned the right to call me Biz at the Housing Strategy, so let's try to keep that friendship going. You guys already know I'm 21 years old. I'm a freeloader. I wear at least 5 different hats, and it doesn't matter how hard I work and how much I love Calgary if it's not willing to love me back. I cry a lot. I hug my girlfriend, wondering where our future on this planet is. We are the fortunate few of my generation. Many of my peers work minimum wage on a weekday to tread the poverty line. They're not wonks. They're not thinking about long-term policy outcomes. They're thinking about how they're going to find the time to study for their exams, eat food this week, and pay for rent next week. A few years ago, this was my girlfriend, who at 18 years old was kicked out of her home for being transgender and autistic. She could barely work enough to pay for necessities, splitting rent on a clown car bungalow on Center Street North. Yay, Green Line. In today's rental market, she'd have to ration medication and food, and she may have died. Our communities are already changing. The only citywide blanket we need to stop in this public hearing is the anti-educational rhetoric about protecting the very status quo character that's bleeding us dry. This systemic failure to integrate people into our communities has put us over $7 billion behind on this decade's infrastructure maintenance and put 1 in 10 Calgarians at high risk of homelessness. Housing for people like me is about mutual aid and luck, and wheels like these don't squeak because they've already fallen off the axle. When kids are being kicked out of their homes, reaching the lower middle class shelf only by stacking atop each other in a trench coat that looks like a single family home from the outside, protecting the sanctity of land use redesignation public hearings is a tedious, futile, inadequate, and tone-deaf response. It is one of the most tokenistic and worthless outlets for community engagement. Most of us don't have the time or restful blood pressure for community engagement, fighting against the grain in a misanthropic planning culture that pits more places for us to live against existing homeowners' enjoyment of their property. Brain drain used to be a serious election issue, but it's okay, because there's nowhere else for us to go anyway now. Exclusionary zoning has added decades into our timeline for a dignified life. A more flexible base zone would allow those kids on Center Street to renovate, retrofit, give each other more space, privacy, and some extra front doors, maybe convert the garage that they don't use into a studio suite. But today's land use bylaw does not support manifesting your own dignity. Today, you'd need a professional developer and a policy analyst to hold your hand through the process of convincing the government to let you stray from the default. This is one size fits all. This is undemocratic, and it's Kafkaesque, yo. And when people say the same about citywide rezoning, I wonder if it's opposite weak. I commend Councillor Chabot for his dedication to community collaboration in this process, but his suggestion is exactly what commodified Toronto and Vancouver. Calgary needs to do something different. If you want nodes, corridors, and LAPs, put HCO, MU, C-Corps, and doubling the number of city staffers back on the agenda. We must dispel with this fiction that RCG has forced high density when we know it's the most toothless thing we can do, and when we know that our LAPs have been thusly woefully inept at delivering MDP promises. Rezoning is, of course, not the silver bullet for people like me, as many of our Realtor.ca browsers have pointed out, but what they miss is that these redevelopments are in fact more affordable, more ethical, and more available than what they replace, and the mansion that would redevelop otherwise. We'd be in less of a crisis if we did this 20 years ago, so we need to do a lot more today. Delaying, concentrating, and over-engineering this pent-up demand into a more competitive footprint would be catastrophic 20 years from now. We simply do not have the administrative capacity or moral license to hem and haw about mitigating temporary subjective inconveniences for those with entrenched power at the permanent objective peril for those without. Saying housing threatens community or property finally admits that these assets are fragile and survive only by denying others access to dignity, sometimes to certain types of people, and I hear more folks saying that out loud. I don't think they intend harm, and I don't think they're lying, and it's actually nice of them to be so honest. This is what exclusionary zoning was invented to do. It's all it's ever been good at, segregating people and making cities fragile. Traffic Parking, amenities, and asset speculation are festering, yes, but flexible zoning is just the expectorant, and ripping this Band-Aid off slower will not assuage the discomfort. We know we're experiencing record population growth, so let's start spending our highly paid public servants' billable hours on more meaningful stuff than reactive lot-by-lot low-density redesignations. If the appearance of organic or dynamic growth will allegedly tear our city apart, we don't have one. If folks want the power to guide community growth, they need to start taking responsibility. If we want feedback-seeking planning, we must liberate ourselves from this and start inviting Calgarians into City Hall and town halls to do more than just complain. It will be challenging. The housing crisis is challenging, so let's take those challenges collaboratively instead of downloading them onto the more vulnerable. Let's make our cities richer with diversity, interaction, and opportunity, because without that, all we have is a Calgary cardboard cutout, and it will burn fast. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hazen. I am looking to see if there's any questions of this panel, and I don't see any, so thank you all for being with us today. We appreciate your presentations. I'm going to assemble the next panel. We have James Durward is here now. Please come on up. Do we have Brad Stevens? Hi, please come on up. Do we have Larry Heather? Come on up. And do we have Bill Woodward? Okay, let me see if we've got anybody else. Do we have Rebecca Burtwhistle? Please come on up. And do we have Avril Payne? Avril, is that you getting up right now? Perfect, thank you. All right, so we are going to go in this order. We will hear from James, then Brad, then Larry, then Rebecca, and then Avril. So James, please go ahead.
Okay, hello councilors and mayor. I am Jim Durward and I live in Ward 8. I'm representing myself and I'm opposed to blanket rezoning. I'm not here to make a speech. Rather, I'm here to get answers to help me understand why the mayor and councilors are supporting upzoning. First, I'm looking to determine if councilors are acting on informed or uninformed personal opinions. And second, whether councilors are placing their personal interests ahead of their constituents' interests. I will ask all of these questions up front, and the first questions are directed toward Councillor Walcott and Mayor Gondek. What percentage of Calgary residents can't afford to live here? What have you done to determine the collective opinion of your constituents? Is the federal funding conditional? And if so, what are the specific conditions that cannot be changed? Is the intent of increased density to lower the affordability of housing? And if so, what is your definition of affordability? If affordability includes lower prices, what makes you think that prices will be lower? If prices remain the same or are higher, how does increasing the density help affordability? Do you expect that by increasing the doors per lot, the city can collect more taxes per lot? And if so, does this not effectively convert part of an individual's property value into tax revenue? If the density is multiplied in an area, say even 4 doors per lot as opposed to 1 door per lot, what are the specific plans for infrastructure upgrades and what is the associated cost? If this plan results in decreased property values, which values are often a main retirement asset for those without pensions, will council reduce their salaries and pensions accordingly? In your opinion, to what degree are increased housing prices caused by federal, fiscal, and immigration policies? Now, for all councillors who are in favor of blanket upzoning, are you aware of the specific rules that will be applied regarding parking, infrastructure, tree canopy, parks, schools, public transport, sun shadowing, and neighborhood uniqueness? If you are not aware, or if such rules are not yet in place, how can you come to an informed opinion related to the effect of such rules? And if you cannot come to an informed opinion as to the effect, how can your constituents trust you to act in their best interests? Remember, I'm not talking of your personal best interests. As the empty downtown commercial buildings have parking and already exist within a downtown dead zone that needs revitalization, why have these buildings not been fully open for residential development? Are you aware that building everything, everywhere, all at once results in labor shortages and higher labor and materials costs, and that you are the authors of this predicament? With this self-generated labor shortage, who's going to build these homes? Where will they come from and where will they live? How do you justify a $250 million vanity project that was recently announced when this housing crisis is going on? $250 million in a vanity project. I am a high school graduate, and when I left home, I was 18 years old. Nobody gave me anything, and it took decades of hard work and moving through various neighborhoods to earn my way into the neighborhood where I now live. This process is called life. I had to put in the time and effort before I could get to the end point. Why do public servants support initiatives that penalize constituents while at the same time providing high salaries and golden pensions for themselves? You are playing with our retirement funds when you have no skin in the game. Mayor Gondek, knowing that the previous plebiscite vote was very close, you could have used your vote to cause a public plebiscite. But apparently the federal bribe was too much to resist. With what we're seeing during these proceedings, are you now willing to put the matter to a plebiscite? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Brad Stevens, please.
Mayor and Council, first let me say that I admire your ability to sit through this marathon and stay somewhat engaged with the hundreds of presenters you have and will see before the end of this hearing. You've already heard most everything I had planned to say, so I won't make you sit through it one more time. I will only present a few summary remarks. For context, I'm a long-term Calgarian that lives in the inner city, and I feel I would be negatively impacted by the changes proposed. Therefore, I'm here to say that I'm totally opposed to blanket rezoning. You've heard all the arguments. Calgary has many great communities, and I feel that zoning decisions should be community-specific, not broad-based. Increasing densification by a factor of 8 or more in current single-family neighborhoods is a giant step too far to solve a problem that's very complex. I'm also confused as to how RCG and other processes such as the LAP engagement process overlap. The engagement booklet for Chinook communities seems to suggest that even higher density uses are being considered for our inner city community. Will moderate to large scale growth, that's 4 stories or more, surrounding schools, parks, and green spaces in the heart of our community, be layered on to RCG in the future? Why, if the LEP is in stage 3 refinement for spring 2024 and won't be realized, which is stage 4, till fall 24, winter 25, is it necessary to implement RCG now? The process leaves me nervous of the outcomes and distrustful of the planning department and a process that seems to lack clarity for the citizens of Calgary. I'm not opposed to increased densification, but it must be done with a more rational and sympathetic approach. Increased densification may increase supply, but I fail to see how it will increase affordability. The proposed RCG upzoning is a one-size-fits-all option that doesn't address the unique character or wishes of many, perhaps even the majority of residents in existing neighborhoods. Council, please step back. Direct administration to come forward with a plan, a meaningful plan, a plan that addresses the issues of affordability and availability for Calgarians in search of a place to call home. A plan that is laser focused and not one that will paint all neighborhoods with the same brush. One that maintains what should be a democratic right of citizens to challenge proposed changes to land use designations through public hearings and consultation. Remember the 5 or 6% of bad applications you don't approve that would now slip through in this new scenario. And finally, one that respects what I believe are the wishes of the majority of your constituents, the majority of the electorate, and a majority of the long-term single-family communities that make Calgary such a great place to live for so many people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Larry Heather, please.
There was a slide that I submitted. Is it there? There we are. Okay, beware, I'm a resident, homeowner in Ward 11, Courtney Brannigan's ward. Beware of him who creates a crisis and then proffers a ready-made solution. I begin by offering a key insight from the time of Solomonic wisdom. During Solomon's lifetime, Judah and Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, lived in safety, everyone under their own vine and under their own fig tree. That's land planning, and if you want to know where a residential one came from, it came from the Bible. Here we see King Solomon's optimal land zoning strategy that was applicable for his whole kingdom. Every family with its own land, a sphere of sovereignty over which they had control. They lived in safety because there was ownership title to property, which was not common property that could be intruded upon without notice or permission. Therein lies the basis for community stability, which provides a refuge from public disorder and chaos, such as nighttime LRT stations. Furthermore, the family was able to set up a productive enterprise from their land that could provide a steady income to independent sufficiency without the need of constantly depending on neighbors or the public purse. Imagine a society where the number of NGOs proliferates so that a virtual public supported army with ample working leisure time is able to amplify their voices within the civic bubble that we have here. The result is that the most productive citizens, the most stable, can no longer be heard over the din. Contrary to the Solomonic wisdom is the spirit of the Tower of Babel, whose denizens wish to make a name for themselves, not by spreading out, but by building upwards. Eventually, this results in six-city syndrome, such as Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and now manifesting in Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto. The planning class of Calgary includes the universities that must be called out for their malinfluence and studied detachment from the very heartbeat of Calgary's most solid citizens. If a person has done anything worthy of fame, they are said to have made a name for themselves. Their name is now treated with respect and handed down to subsequent generations. One such name in Calgary, that of the renowned horticulturist William Rowland Reeder, who transformed a bare cemetery hillside into an internationally acclaimed garden. R1 residential reserve communities are just such a legacy of the heart and soul of Calgary. There exist names of honor and also names of infamy. If one lives a life of ill repute, he may earnestly desire that his name be forgotten. But alas, the stigma of disgrace is indelibly stamped on his or her name. What kind of legacy are you going to inherit in the history books? Do not be surprised you're going to cause irreparable damage to the fabric of this city and make it a place not worth living in. This is a direct attack on the most stable and productive sector of the citizens of Calgary, and we will not forget what you are attempting to do. Do not prostitute Calgary's future to federal pimping programs planned by those who are proven to be of ill repute. Imagine a citizenry which no longer feels secure amidst their own community because of a constant flow of the unknown and culturally insensitive comers who constantly live a life out of sync with the community around them. Imagine the decrement of financial value in an R1 detached dwelling that ebbs away as the once valued qualities of life simply disappear from the community you have invested in. Imagine those who have lost this community and all like communities in the entire city. Living outside of the city becomes the only viable option for older and new residences. Blanket zoning will inevitably decouple land and living values after decades of hard discipline, earnings, and sacrifices. The families that are outgrowing a condo or a rental are robbed of a most desirable tier of living to which they would have aspired to. Calgary essentially becomes brown sky country because of a lack of choice. The supposed panic of the moment, the tyranny of the urgent, crowds out and suffocates proven standards of family and community growth. The overvaluation of high density is seen in the suspension of the Barron building conversion to residential, and it shows how much more expensive it is in compared to building greenfield in the first place. Reconversion of the core must be in response to market demand and market financing, or its subsidy will lead to certain bankruptcy. Moreover, the collapse of the monetary system is imminent and will stop subsidized planning in its tracks. The answer to urban rootlessness is not to make your most rooted population set adrift in confusion and uncertainty. Gardens and sunshine will become an uncertainty in any new purchase of an R1 detached dwelling that could be dominated suddenly by a behemoth development right beside it. The loss of safety for children in their own play spaces.
Thank you very much, Mr. Heather. Your time is up. Thank you very much for your presentation.
It's a pleasure to present.
Let's go to Rebecca Best-Birtwistle, please.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor Gondek and Council. Thank you for taking this process so seriously. I probably couldn't do it if I were you. I really appreciate how thoughtful you've been in the engagement. Also, big thanks to administration for facilitating this process. This is the first time I've spoken at a public hearing, but it seems to be going quite smoothly from what I know. My name's Becky Best-Birtwistle. I'm a renter and a resident of Ward 9, here on my own personal behalf, and I'm here to speak to you in favor of changing the base district to RCG. If you would have told me a year ago that I would be speaking at a public hearing about zoning, I definitely wouldn't have believed you. I've always been, tangentially aware of issues of urban planning and have understood that increased density and walkability, mixed use makes for better, more livable cities. But I knew there was a contingent of self-described urban policy nerds out there and who are surely tuned in right now, who are far better informed than me about issues of zoning. They had it in hand, no need to weigh in. However, as evidenced by the public discourse leading up to this hearing and in the last 3 days, I think it's clear the conversation has become about a lot more than just zoning. I felt it was important for me to come forward as someone who does not own property but still wants to have a say in the future of our city, how we build it and for whom. I was born and raised in rural Alberta, sometimes in places so far flung that it was a 40-minute drive to our closest neighbor. I was never able to see another neighbor's house from our front step my entire childhood. When I moved away for university, living in a city was a big adjustment for me because of something that is fundamental to the concepts of cities. I was now living closer to my neighbors, and there were more of them. I currently rent with my partner a 110-year-old single-family home in an inner-city neighborhood. Across the back alley, a large RCG purpose-built rental was constructed last year, replacing a derelict bungalow. Once people moved into the new development, all of the worst-case scenarios we've heard about the last 3 days materialized. The numbers of bins in the back alley have increased. There are about 3 more vehicles parked on the street, and our backyard has slightly more shade in it. But you know who else crowds the back alley? The totaled car that one of my single-family home neighbors left parked in their in the back of their garage for 2 months. You know who else takes up parking? My neighbor across the street, who lives in a single-family home and parks 2 Ford F-150s and his work van on the street. You know who else makes our backyard slightly less enjoyable? The 2 consistently barking dogs that live in the single-family home next door. As a person who is newer to living in cities relatively in my lifetime, I understand that this is part of the deal. If you live in a city, you will have neighbors. You will live close to them. Some of them will do things you like. Some of them will do things you don't like, no matter what type of home they live in. Leading up to this hearing, many of you have advised everybody engaged in this debate to have empathy for the other side. I would like to take this opportunity to express empathy for those who are feeling anger and anxiety over this potential change. We have built a society in Canada where so much of your financial future is tied up in your home. For many who have been able to purchase, not only is a house a home, but it also represents your retirement, what you might pass on to your children. It simultaneously represents the culmination of your life's work and your entire financial future. So of course, it's very understandable that people feel anxiety about these homes and something they perceive as a threat to them. I would, however, like to state that this anxiety that has been stoked by disinformation by those looking to further politically divide us does not give anyone the right to pull up the ladder behind them, to use generational or even parental advantage that life has given them to deny others the opportunity to purchase a home in the city or neighborhood of their choosing, from getting a little relief on rent or in some cases keeping some of our neighbors off the street. Studies have found that something as slight as a 1% increase, somebody already said this today, in housing supply can result in a 10 to 30% reduction in rent. For a family living in a 2-bedroom apartment, that could mean anything from a cart of groceries, $230, or it could be the $695 difference that keeps them housed that month. In the current housing and affordability crisis, I would argue that Council not only has the moral authority, but has the moral imperative to be doing absolutely everything in their power to give Calgarians a bit of relief in this crisis. As many have said before, and surely have said, will say after me, upzoning is not the silver bullet. We definitely need a new metaphor there. Upzoning is, however, an action and a decision that lands squarely in the jurisdiction of a municipal government. I ask Council to not only support RCG zoning, but also follow through with the other recommendations from the task force. I urge you all to be brave, forward-thinking. Do not make this decision with your re-election in mind, as many others have threatened you should. Make this decision based on what is best for our city and all of our neighbors, no matter their stage in life. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Avril Payne, please.
Pardon me. My name is Avril Payne, and I live in Acadia right now. I am a veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces, and I have 2 sons who will probably live with me for a long time, both on the spectrum. I also have other family that needs my help. I have never wanted to buy because I never wanted that kind of responsibility of having to fix everything myself. But you know what? I've spent $18,000 to $25,000 minimum a year. And when I got out of the forces, I couldn't buy a home. Like, I still struggle. And now for the very first time in my life, I have been told that my lease is not going to be renewed. And I don't have any stability left. Every time I walk by here, and it is hard because I also have PTSD, so getting on the train and getting here took everything. Every time I walk by here, I look at those little shoes out there, and there's a little pair of pink shoes that reminds me of a lady named Rose who spent time taken away from her family, taken away from her home. And I was honored to be a part of her story and to be able to listen to her story. Most of the people that should be here can't be here because they are working 2 and 3 jobs. Like, they are struggling. And they want one of the only things I ever wanted to do was go to the grocery store and not have to count every single penny that I spent. We are standing in one of the most amazing cities in the world. When I got out of the military, this is the only place that I wanted to come back to. And for all the density that we have here and all of the green spaces and all of the beautiful, we have so many spaces that are underutilized. And you know what? Finding options. I bet that there will be thousands of people out there that would be more than willing to do the same thing they do for Habitats for Humanity, to pitch in to build their own homes. And yes, build them up tall, put green spaces on the top. We know how to do that. It would be not only giving a family a place to live and giving them a future, but giving their children something of a future. See, as a veteran, what I want to do is I want to save the world. I still want to save the world. I've wanted to save the world since I was a child. Right now, I want to save my family and all the other families that don't have a voice in this because they have to work their 3 jobs so that they can pay for everything. I was lucky enough to be able to get my granddaughter into preschool. And every time we go to preschool and every time we come back, we pass by Glenmore Landing and the Castle House with the gargoyles. And it's one of the most beautiful houses I've ever seen. When I worked at the Renoir, I would go by there almost every day because it was so beautiful. And it's being upgraded, and it's on the market for $1 million something. It doesn't matter. I love that house, and I want that house. It's way too much to clean. But the thing is, I took a vow. I took a vow to give my life for my country, for my freedom, for the freedom of everybody here, for the freedom of all the immigrants that are moving in, that have no idea what to do and how to do it. What I'm saying is that we can do this. There are ways. There are ways to do this without infringing on somebody's half acre. I know that my time is up, but I just want to ask, let us try. They tried to do this when the NDP was in, and so many people complained that it was going to cost too much money and that it was going to cost us later down the road. It has. All I want is some safety. All I want is a home for my family that's not going to be taken away from me. And for putting my life on my country, I don't think that's too much to ask.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. Thank you for your service.
I work my ass off too, every day.
Thank you for being here. I'm just looking to see if there's any questions for this panel, and I don't see any, so I really appreciate all of you being here. Thank you very much for your time today. Could someone possibly get Ms. Payne a glass of water? Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, I'm going to call the next panel. I think what we'll do is truncate it. I've got 3 people left on page 47, and we'll try to go there. Do we have Taylor Dowd?
Very well.
Perfect. Do we have Carolyn Fisher? Perfect. And do we have Tern Kaplan? Let's go with Taylor, please.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Taylor and I currently reside in Ward 7 and I'm representing myself. I come before you requesting your much needed support for blanket rezoning. Since graduating from university in 2019, it's my goal to have purchased my own first home before I turned 30 years old. I was 27 then, and now I'm turning 32 this year and I'm unfortunately still renting within Calgary. I do have the privilege of renting in Calgary, unlike much and many who are my age. It's likely that you've heard a similar story, whether it's your friends' children, your family's children, or your very own. The undeniable reality is that home ownership is now further out of reach from young Calgarians than it has been in decades. And this should be a concern not only for those who do not own their own home, but for those who are privileged with home ownership as well. These young Calgarians are the current and future taxpayers who will be funding the costs of infrastructure and services that will support all generations. If these young Calgarians, like me, do not have adequate support for them to be productive in the economy and adequate resources to bring future Calgarians into the world, then we're bound to see more economic instability, larger deficits, and much more obviously, an increase in homelessness within our community. This leaves many young Calgarians with only one other option, renting. Unfortunately, it also has the side effect of increasing demand in the rental market, allowing for landlords to increase pricing to astronomical levels to match that of a standard mortgage payment without none of the benefits of building equity. Naturally, you can deduce that supply is the key issue with the real estate market. Demand for housing will only increase in the coming years, and there's very little, if anything, that can be done at the municipal level to stem it. Therefore, our only options are to increase supply as quickly as we can and have a wide variety of starting options, lower the barrier to entry to home ownership by providing a wide variety of starting options for Calgarian ownership or home ownership. Blanket rezoning will allow us to utilize the existing infrastructure more efficiently by increasing density to allow for costs of maintenance to be spread across a wider population. It'll also reduce our ever-increasing rate of sprawl and costs of building brand new infrastructure and services. Unfortunately, it will not remedy this supply issue single-handedly, but it will provide a critical foundation that can be built upon for generations to come, and be a catalyst for our city to evolve and meet the needs of our existing population and future generations. This begs the question, what kind of city do we want to become? Do we want to become like other metropolitan centers in Canada who sacrifice the economic futures of their children for the sake of quiet streets? Or do we simply sacrifice the ability to control what our neighbors build across the street in order to allow more Calgarians to join our vibrant city? I hope we choose the latter for the sake of my future children and children's children. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Councillors, for allowing this platform for all Calgarians to voice our opinions on this matter. I conclude my speech and release the rest of my time back to Council. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Carolyn Fisher, please.
Hello. Thank you for listening. I'm Carolyn Fisher, and I'd like you to vote yes on the RCG rezoning of Calgary. For the record, I own a 1950s bungalow in Capitol Hill. There's a 2-story infill next door and several fourplexes on my street. It's fine. Row houses have not ruined my quality of life, nor the character of the neighborhood. I'm glad to get to know the families and kids who have joined us. I'm a homeowner and a landlord of my registered basement suite. By trade, I'm a children's book illustrator, and my husband is a bus driver. We can afford to live in Capitol Hill because we bought 26 years ago. We chose our neighborhood because we wanted to live in a place that was walkable and bikeable and close to transit and grocery and parks and schools. I biked to work at ACAD, where I was teaching. Last summer, I rented my suite to new tenants. In the 3 days that I posted the ad, 72 people applied to rent our 2-bedroom basement suite, not just students, but whole families, refugees, young professionals, and more. A number of people were so desperate to get an apartment that they offered to pay 3 months of rent up front. All this in less than a week. It's brutal out there if you're trying to find housing. My family and I want to be part of the solution. In addition to our basement suite, we'd like to build a laneway rental suite over the garage in our backyard. This would allow us to make multi-generational home as our teen grows up and to age in place in our neighborhood, while still offering rental housing for Calgarians who need it. It turns out, though, that even though our 50-foot lot is zoned RCG, we're not permitted to have a secondary suite plus the laneway suite on our property. How does this make sense? In the midst of a housing crisis, homeowners who want to offer additional housing ought to be incentivized, not discouraged. Current city zoning says that nearly 2/3 of Calgary neighborhoods can only have single-family dwellings. If those homes cost $750,000 plus, like they do in my neighborhood, then only well-off people or homeowners who bought 26 years ago will live there. What about younger people? Where will Gen Z and millennials live as they launch their lives? What about teachers and nurses and social workers? Should they live in Airdrie because zoning allows only expensive single-family homes near their work? What about people who don't drive? Does it serve Calgary well for the person who cleans the hospital sheets? or takes care of our toddlers, or cuts our hair, to have to take a 2-hour bus ride to get to and from work? As our planet heats up and our summers get more and more smoky, we have a responsibility to ourselves and our kids to try to address the climate crisis. Citywide RCG rezoning will help because as people are able to densify existing neighborhoods that are walkable and bikeable and close to their work, then transportation emissions go down. As well, smaller multifamily row homes built on RCG lots have smaller carbon footprints. Not everybody wants or needs to live in a big house. With the housing crisis and the climate crisis in mind, I ask City Council to vote yes on RCG rezoning. This is an opportunity to encourage smart city design that promotes energy efficiency by allowing missing middle housing to germinate in neighborhoods where it hasn't been allowed. We want resilient, vibrant city with homes to serve a diversity of people of all ages, not just now, but for the future. We want our kids and grandkids to be able to make a life in Calgary too. So please vote yes on inclusive rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Tern Kaplan, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and members of council. Thank you for having my voice count. My name is Tern Kaplan, and I'm a grade 10 student at Western Canada High and a resident of Ward 8. I'm aware that high schoolers showing up during the week are sometimes accused of wanting to skip school. But rest assured, I'm not here to avoid any quizzes or assignments. I want to be here today because good grades won't mean much if my city is no longer a viable place to live. I want to be here because as a young person starting out my life in the city, I have an obvious interest in keeping municipal budgets and hence property taxes from spiraling out of control. I want to be here because housing availability is and will be a real challenge for Calgarians. It is unrealistic, that is environmentally and economically unviable for every household to have its own house with a yard. So we'll have to look for different zoning models and procedures. And I wanted to be here because my generation relies on what remains of these prairies to help avoid dangerous levels of climate change and will require a city that is more resilient to the effects of any climate change and other challenges. I believe the proposed bylaw, through its contributions to Objective 1C of the Calgary Housing Strategy, will help address my concerns. I had carefully prepared my arguments to support this statement, but this is panel 45 and plenty of others have already brought these arguments in front of council today. So instead, let me share a few observations on the hearings. I'm not against a plebiscite in principle. After all, I was born in Switzerland, the country of direct democracy. But after listening to over 40 panels, I'm not sure that we citizens have a sufficient understanding of the proposal to make an informed choice. There's also too much repeating of tired tropes, logical fallacies, and scaremongering, all of which I would say are not a good basis for policy making. Let's start with the tropes. I do not buy the argument that this proposal unfairly affects the rights of homeowners who see their homes as an investment. As with any investment, they would have considered the associated risks, which include the risk of change of any kind. Besides, is it the job of the government to protect their investments? I heard logical fallacies that would give my teachers a stomachache. Just one example. People argue that the plan is pointless, that new homes will not be affordable anyways, and rather priced at the luxury end of the spectrum. At the same time, they argue that this plan will bring higher rates of crime to their neighborhood. Why would that be then? The specter of crime-ridden neighborhoods, of course, is one of those scaremongering tactics. If density were the only or even a key driver of crime, why do places like Hong Kong or Tokyo have remarkably low rates of both violent and petty crime? There are also those who feel the democratic process is failing here. In my neighborhood, as I'm sure was the case for most of you, we have received many invitations in a variety of form. We have been directed to ample information, and there's plenty more out there without having to look too hard. Of course, there were opportunities to increase sharpness and clarity, and I appreciate the speakers that have synthesized such information for us on both sides of the debate. And, for sure, ideally, we would have many more opportunities for interaction, but there are 98 actions in the housing strategy alone. If we could already get on with this one, that would be a good start. The fact that we can all speak our minds here, at times without any sense of decorum, without any fears of retaliation, legal or otherwise, is a testament to our democracy. Many in this world cannot afford to have critical thought of their government, let alone voice them. If anything, I see the democratic failure. I do not think that we have democratic failure. Looking around this room, I do not think that we have our city well represented here. On Tuesday morning, Ms. Johnson pointed out that we have worked in the past. What worked in the past will not carry us into the future. Someone else agreed, but suggested such densification should be evolutionary, not revolutionary. I'm sorry, but the adults in this room have waited too long. Evolution will no longer do. I do appreciate that this proposal might change the character of neighborhoods. Change, of course, does not have to mean deterioration. Change is indeed scary at times, especially as children. We often think of our homes as the one immutable thing in our lives. It's something that will always be there, along with our neighbors and our friends. But if we do not change now, all of us, a little bit, then there may not be any place in this city for my friends and me. Because there's no affordable housing, because our property taxes have gone through the roof, or because Calgary's surroundings have been destroyed. Thank you for your attention. Please vote yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm looking to see if there's any questions for this panel, and I don't see any, so I appreciate all of you being here today. Thank you. I'm going to announce what the next panels will look like after dinner. First panel up after dinner at 7:15, we will have panel number 48. Panel number 48 is Christy Edwards, Dan Mowat, Barbara Johnson, Paul Maroney, and Richard Hill. Following that, we'll have panel 49, which is Kelly Zarnke, Gordon King, Diane Rogers, and Joel Trubilowitz. Now, I'm going to recall some people as well who missed earlier today in case they're here. So if after dinner break, we have Bill Woodward, Nicole Zhang, Mark Sainer, Jasper Woodard, Karen McPherson, Barbara Hogan, Adam Hedayat, Cece Young, David Barrett, Justin Similuk, Benjamin Payet, Michelle Dreffs, Andrew Bitts, David Conkin, or Henry Hansen. We'll try to slot those folks in as well. So when we come back, it's panel 48 and 49 to start us off. Thanks, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Penner, Councillor Pootmans, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Spencer, Councillor Walcott, Councillor Wong, Councillor Wyness, Councillor Carraw, Councillor Carraw,
He might not hear you.
I'll come back to Councillor Carraw. Councillor Chabot,
Here.
Councillor Chu,
Here.
Councillor Demong,
Here.
Councillor Dhaliwal,
Here.
Councillor McLean, Councillor Meehan,
Here,
and Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll confirm if Councillor Carraw can hear.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so everybody, we're starting off with panel 48. Do we have Christy Edwards? Hi, please come on up and have a seat. Do we have Dan Mowat?
Here.
Thank you. Do we have Barbara Johnson? How about Paul Maroney? Do we have Richard Hill?
Councillor Carraw is here, just for everybody's edification. Apologies.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me double check again. Barbara Johnson, Paul Maroney, Richard Hill. All right, do we have Kelly Zarnke from 49? Do we have Gordon King? I'm sorry, was that somebody on the line? Do we have Diane Rogers? Hi, you can go on up and grab a seat. Do we have Joel Trebilowitz? Hi, you can go on up and have a seat as well. Okay, so we've got 4 people, so we'll start off with this panel. Let's start with Christy Edwards, please.
Good evening, everyone. Your Majesty and the fellow councillors. It's a pleasure to look at a lot of friendly faces here on council. I have been heavily involved in the community and have gotten to know many of you through my active service. Tonight, I am surrounded by mothers, fathers, grandparents, brothers, sisters, friends, partners, neighbors, colleagues, and proud Calgarians ready to share their beliefs, values, stories, and ideas. They have let you come to know them in the last 3 days. You have listened patiently, sometimes bored out of your minds, but you have listened patiently. I'm impressed by the caliber and the quality of our residents who have chosen to make Calgary home. We have incredible people here in the city who have worked so hard and mightily to ensure that we have the way of life that we do. They have sacrificed so much. I'm an ordinary Calgarian. I've owned a house and ranch lands. I have a duplex. I'm just as somebody else, just somebody there. I am speaking for myself, and I'm just an ordinary citizen. I moved out west from Ottawa, and the first couple years were hard. I understand the young fellow who talked about homesickness. I was incredibly homesick for 2 years, but I chose that I wanted a job, I wanted a career, and I wanted to make a life for myself. Those were choices that I got to make. I got to rent for the first little while when I moved to Calgary. That was challenging, and that was hard. I got to live with various people. Then I read The Wealthy Barber. And The Wealthy Barber is a book that every Canadian should read because it says, buy a house, invest in a house. If you buy a house, you have an identity. So what did I do? I looked around, I looked at the neighborhoods I wanted to live in, and I became a resident of Ward 2 of Jennifer Wyness. I also have parents who live in McEwen, so they're in Jasmine Main's riding, and have been heavily involved in those ridings as well. I understand what it's like to have a home. I painted it. I decorated it. I was able to do different things like that. I was able to attach memories to my house. I got friends, and I had parties, and I had a lot of other things going on in my house. My house is my home, my identity. I get to home, when I'm tired about being in the public and being out running around and talking to people, I get to home and be relaxed. It's my sanctuary, it's my home. Tonight, we have a decision to make. Yes or no? Are we going to rezone or are we not? Are we going to be able to say we want a different life in Calgary, in your community? Guess what? I live in a duplex. My duplex is on the main street. That means my house has the ability to be rezoned because it's a top value real estate value. You know what? I had renters and I had tenants in my house from all over the world. I had people from Asia, Africa. I had people from all over South America living in my home. I understand what it's like to be a tenant, and I also have tenants. The property of my house is approximately $400,000. You know what? I don't make a lot of money because I decided to serve the community. I decided to give my hard work efforts and time and abilities to the community. That meant that I would sacrifice getting an amazing career and earning $100,000 a year. In Calgary, in 2021, we had an election. I got to participate. I was one of your election trainers. I got to see what was inside the city of Calgary and see what was going on. I got to train all the different people that would actually be working at the different stations. So, where did you all guys come from before 2021? The mayor was a professor at the University of Calgary. We have a sailing captain. We have an entrepreneur. We have an administrator. We have a police officer. We have an educator. 3 years ago, many of you had never sat in the seats that you did, but the people believed in you and voted you in. Now, you have a choice of how you're going to handle things. Are you going to go after the dollars that are available? Are you going to see how things are actually handled? How you choose this decision is critical. Not only does it affect the young people's lives, it affects my life. It affects me. And this makes me very angry and very upset because I'm now feeling threatened. I'm afraid. I don't know what the future holds. I put my money into my house. I did renovations. I did upkeep. I paid property tax.
You're at time. Thank you for joining us. If you have a seat, if there's questions, I will let you know. Can we go to Dan Mowat, please?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Good evening, City Councilors, Mayor, staff, and fellow contributors to this public hearing. The proposed citywide rezoning to allow a fourplex unit to be built on a 55-foot lot. Each fourplex could have one secondary suite per unit and one backyard suite per unit. And that's the major concern that I have today. I'm going to try to speak a little more slowly because some of my fellow contributors have spoken so fast that I thought their shoes were on fire. So please bear with me. I'm going to start with two definitions so that we're clear on what it is that I'm speaking about. RCG, which many people are referring to, stands for Residential Contextual Grade-Oriented Infill. And fourplex is the pluralism of the term duplex, the former having 2 ground floor principal units and 2 second floor principal units, each accessible by a separate entrance. I've seen and heard many presenters over these 3 days. Some are meek, some soft-spoken, some aggressive, some naive, and some offensive, but all of them are very passionate about their perspective. Improved housing affordability is needed in Calgary. I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that many households in Calgary may not be able to afford their current residence. One way to achieve improved affordability is to increase market housing supply. Other ways include taxation reduction, subsidization, non-market housing supply. Blanket rezoning, like most blanket approaches, seldom achieves the real objectives of the problem that needs to be addressed. It may be a hasty solution, but big problems should never suffer hasty solutions. Often, hasty solutions will create new problems and eclipse the original problem. I've seen no evidence that rezoning, such as that proposed, will actually improve housing affordability. However, it will improve housing availability. Recognized empirical studies show that development of higher-end homes quickly delivers benefits to all levels, high-income, mid-income, and lower-income groups through moving chains, and I'll come back to that later. Broad rezoning, as proposed, increases the likelihood that city staff will make interpretations of the bylaws over time. Vast gaps between initial intention of the city council and the actual implementations could occur. There are already bylaws that cannot be enforced by city bylaw enforcement staff because they're too vaguely written. My example of this is Section 41 of Bylaw 32M98. That deals with lodging houses. The province is responsible for affordable housing, according to Councillor Demong. So the federal plan to bypass the provinces with funding is a jurisdictional breach. Permitted use has no right of appeal, while discretionary use does have a right of appeal. Mr. Henry, who presented earlier today, made several excellent points on this topic. You can't do anything about planning decisions after the bylaw is enacted, but property owners do have a voice through council before the bylaw is enacted. I'm concerned that no real risk assessments, that is, for example, what-if scenarios, are adequately performed because of the perceived need for haste in implementing what is determined to be a solution. It's clear that developers, speculators, and real estate investors, such as flippers, seldom deliver on improved affordability. Their motivation is profitability. However, it's acknowledged that they do result in increased housing supply. Increased taxation, limitations on building materials and supplies, and most importantly, the declining number of qualified tradespeople all contribute to cost escalation. Early on day one, Councillor Chabot asked how the proposal could have gone from 4 units to 12 units. And again, I'm speaking of the fourplex situation. A single family dwelling unit. Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your 5 minutes are up. So if you could hang on the line with us in case there's questions for you, we would appreciate that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Diane Rogers, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors, administrators, and fellow constituents. I am not an expert on zoning, nor have my college, continuing life education, or career choice in law provided me with the wealth knowledge on this rather controversial issue expressed so far over these past few days. Therefore, I appreciate the opportunity to speak in my personal capacity and story today. My name is Diane Rogers, and I spoke before Council regarding the housing affordability and start of zoning ideas in September of last year. At that time, I had been forced to make a decision to sell my 3-story townhome I raised my family in over 22 years and downsize to a 1,300 square foot main floor of a single detached home where my landlord resides in the basement, which is not legally registered. During this year period, my experience has been demoralizing. I had hoped to purchase again that year. However, a series of devastating events occurred as a result of an unscrupulous landlord. I have suffered the loss of the use of my car over 3 months from a hit and run on the street outside the house because they did not provide me with the parking spot I had been paying for. I lost the ability to budget as a landlord neglected to pay their share of utilities, which were registered in my name because I had the credit. This was terms of the lease. I lost the use of sanitary facilities on more than one occasion as the water pipes inside the external walls froze for weeks at a time, for which repairs were not initiated prior to my rental of the premises. I even lost personal security as the door locks were in disrepair, in addition to the loss of trust from promises that were mere words with no actions. The rental increase went from 100 to 300 to 200 without any written notice of assurance. This is a 20% increase over 1 year. On a disability income, I had no choice but to serve a 30-day notice of termination 1 month shy of my tenancy year, based on a public health inspection that was done, resulting in multiple violations to the landlord. I must now attempt to recover my security deposit and the landlord's share of utility arrears through the Residential Tenancy Dispute Resolution Service and/or Alberta courts. I share these facts with you because my hopes of owning again in Calgary are even lower than last year, especially without higher privilege, generational wealth, and multiple family owners. Even affordable renting is a stretch, as I'm now at 50% of my income plus the shelter, 50% of the utilities. 6 months ago, my application for accessible affordable housing was at 5,300 in the queue, which has now ballooned to nearly 7,000. The current task set before Council is a daunting one. Housing 101 is based on supply and demand. Calgary's affordable market does not meet this demand. With the ever-increasing rise in population in this vibrant city, an acceptable compromise solution must be determined. I may have missed the discussion, but I have not heard anything about housing co-ops. Maybe I missed it. With each new development request, considerations regarding infrastructure, water supply, climate considerations, parking, education, waste control, and so much more must remain on the table. As I understand it, our RCG and RG rezoning will help to increase density so that we can avoid the increase in taxes to the same extent. As in all cities, as we age, Calgary will soon be facing infrastructure replacement costs, which I imagine will be in the billions of dollars. That may mean that we accept change, increasing the density of our neighborhoods versus increasing the taxes charged to maintain people's lifestyles to which they have grown accustomed. This past Friday, I understand the agreements were put into place regarding water sharing and the reduction of water use 5 to 10%. I realize that the gist of this agreement is regarding anticipated drought conditions. However, with the hopeful increase in required housing, how will these agreements affect the future supply of essential water and water sanitation? These are huge infrastructure considerations. Mother Nature may only supply so much. Fortunately, just to let you know, I did find another place to rent, and it's in Ward 7. I am surrounded by R1 homes, infills, duplexes, and a variety of living arrangements. There is hope. On behalf of your voting constituents, I urge Council to do what is best for all people who currently live and dream of living in and around Calgary. Blanket rezoning must be carefully scrutinized. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Joel Trebilowitz.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Yeah, I'm Joel Trebilowitz. I hope everybody had a good dinner. I'm a resident of Ward 11, and I'm here to represent the City of Calgary's Climate Advisory Committee. So this committee is a group of Calgarians appointed by the Mayor and Council, you folks, as recognized experts in our field, whether that be in predicting the impacts of climate change, that's my area, or in methods for reducing emissions and getting us on track to meet Calgary's net zero carbon emissions targets. The Climate Advisory Committee has a mandate to provide council and the administration with advice on city policies that relate to climate change. So back in September, I was here saying pretty much the same thing that I'm going to say today. Your Climate Advisory Committee fully supported adoption of the city's housing strategy, and in particularly, we recommend the base RCG zoning bylaw update. We still unanimously support this and recommend that council adopts the bylaw change. On a personal note, I'll add that I'm a homeowner in Lakeview, and I would like to say yes in my backyard. I want all Calgarians, new and old, to have the chance to have a happy and prosperous life here, and I believe our neighborhood will be better off with this zoning change. For people worried about changes in their neighborhood, you know, I might say maybe a little change will do you good. I think Sheryl Crow said that. So the mandate, back to the advisory committee. So you adopted the Calgary Climate Strategy, voted on in November 2021 to go on record in support of action to respond to climate change. and creating the Pathways to 2050 climate strategy, which specifically states the goals of prioritizing energy efficient development in all areas through land use bylaw rules and policy direction, and through a land use bylaw update, enable increased housing types in residential areas to facilitate complete communities and reduce dependency on private vehicles. That sounds pretty close to what we're doing right now. Yeah, so the specifics, which I'm sure you're all well aware, base RCG zoning is a direct way to move towards the goals set forth in the climate strategy. This removes barriers to densification of housing within the city, which is good for both affordability and reducing the carbon footprint. 1/3 of Calgary's total greenhouse gas emissions come from fuel used in vehicles, in part from the need to drive due to our low density. Increasing density means people will be closer to the places they need and want to go. Additionally, increasing density within the city means slowing the outward expansion of the city boundary, leaving natural places more natural, hopefully. Further, base RCG zoning makes it easier to build high-efficiency homes, which reduce the energy consumption from both heating and cooling due to sharing walls and other shared efficiencies. And reducing energy consumption is both a benefit for greenhouse gas and for affordability. Yeah, Calgary is pretty fortunate, I would say, to have mostly avoided serious negative impacts due to climate change so far, but we know various threats looms. Wildfires are only predicted to become worse. We have these impending drought conditions, and all forms of extreme weather are supposed to increase. The point is, there's still time for us to take meaningful steps to help reduce these potential impacts and enjoy a happy and prosperous future in the city that we all love. The vision that you and council committed to in the climate strategy is a Calgary that is denser and allows for more walking, cycling, and transit use for day-to-day activities. This vision of Calgary will be more affordable and help us on our path to net zero emissions. Everybody said it, but we know the zoning update isn't going to solve everything. It is a critical step that helps Calgarians new and old to have safe and affordable housing and to keep us on our path to net zero in 2050. You and council appointed my committee to advise on these matters related to the path to net zero, and we would say emphatically yes. And further, we've met with many of the city staff over the past 6 months, and they're a bunch of highly skilled professionals working for the city on planning housing affordability, your carbon reduction plan. All these people don't just work for the city, they also live here, they love Calgary, and they want it to be the best that it can be as well. So I urge you to all vote yes and do what's best for the city of Calgary and pass this bylaw. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel, and we'll start with Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. My question is for Ms. Edwards. So, Ms. Edwards, you're very passionate in your submission. However, I don't think you quite got to where I was hoping you were going to get, which is I'm not 100% sure about where you stand on your take. Are you for or against the blanket zone?
I am definitely against the rezoning. I also wanted to say that I'm a Canadian, a free Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship in my own way, and free to stand for what I think is right. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak, because I believe I oppose what is not here. So I thank you for the opportunity, and I pledge to uphold myself to this whole entire situation. So thank you.
Thank you for being here, and thanks for providing me that 100% clarity. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Rogers? Thank you for being here. Your very last statement there with regards to the rezoning.
Yes.
Can you just elaborate what you meant by that very last statement there about being careful?
Oh, simply because I think although the rezoning is very important, I think there are so many considerations that have to be looked at, especially where infrastructure is concerned, water supply, electrical supply, and depending on the areas that are chosen, given the ages, what it's going to look like to have to pay for the upgrades that will already be in existence before new houses or infills or whatever are created, even backyard suites. You know, what the property, the existing property will be like. So I think there are so many considerations rather than looking at a blanket upgrading. I think there's a lot that has to be looked at, and I'm worried that that is not, or I should say it's going to be bypassed.
Okay.
That is my consideration.
So given a choice of blanket versus more a nuanced surgical graduated approach, which of the two do you prefer?
I would say not the blanket rezoning. I would prefer the other, and I know that it takes more time. I realize that. And we are running out of time badly.
Yep.
So that is one of the reasons why I said that council has a huge daunting task in front of them, because we don't have the opportunity to play the waiting game anymore. However, blanket frightens me.
Right. Okay. And then for yourself and for those that spoke before and those that will likely speak after you about rental situations, we certainly feel for you, and we will do our best within our authority and power. But thank you for, and also thank you for coming into Ward 7 as well.
Absolutely. It was given to me. And I mean that not out of a physical given to me. It was a blessing in disguise, because what I experienced over this past year rental, having been a homeowner in Calgary for many, many years, going back to the rental situation, I was frightened at first, but what I experienced was I can't imagine, because I have the legal background, I had an idea of what I needed to do. However, for people who are new to this country, people who are just starting out, they don't know.
Right.
And where do they turn?
Right.
It's awful. So,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Mr. Trubillowitz, please. Did I say that right? I did. Okay. Because I was like, you know, when you see something and you say it so many times in your head and then you're not sure if you're saying it right. Okay. If my memory serves me correct, you're a water guy-ish, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my day job. Yeah.
Okay. We've heard a lot about you. We've heard a couple criticisms. Do you want to put your like climate advisory hat on or your like day job hat on?
Climate advisory hat, I think. Yeah.
Super. Okay, good. I'm clarifying so that we ask you the right questions. So I ask you the right questions and I don't go down the wrong path and get in trouble. Climate Advisory Committee. They're coming out in support of this recommendation. How does the Climate Advisory work with administration around things like utility capacity and water consumption? Is that within the purview of the things that you're reviewing?
Yeah, I mean, we've had those discussions within the Climate Advisory Committee for sure, because, you know, people have brought it up, of course, like if you're going to have more homes in the same area, there may be utility upgrades that are needed, you know, street upgrades, that kind of thing, and we recognize that. Our kind of I guess, informed look at it, though, is on balance, those upgrades and things are less resource intensive than developing new green fields and new neighborhoods on the whole. So that's, yeah, certainly it's not that you can just build in for free and for nothing. There's upgrades that are needed, but it's still worth it.
For sure. So on the balance of it, replacing existing infrastructure is still more effective than building new.
Okay. I mean, I know that the city's growing rapidly. Like, there needs to be more houses no matter what. And it's not as though we can just build up and not expand anymore, but allowing this to, you know, this kind of densification to help ameliorate that expansion is the best approach in our opinion.
But you're aware of our capacity to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so my next question, have you been involved in any of the recent conversations around like water licensing? Or just even our general water capacity?
Not much more than your normal
okay.
person. I mean, it's a provincial issue for the most part, and yeah.
Okay, but I'm only asking. We had a caller yesterday say that we should probably like not grow so quickly because we wouldn't have enough water, and so I was like, maybe I wonder if climate advisory. So I'll leave it. Thanks for coming.
I mean, I would say like we're growing no matter what, right? Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Winus, please.
Thanks. For Ms. Edwards, please. Thank you for coming down today. You mentioned that you live in a duplex, and that's kind of one of the housing options that we're trying to target. Is there an assurance you're looking for out of zoning that is missing from the plan? I'm just kind of curious and like to play devil's advocate too. So,
I bought a house that was a duplex. I'm afraid, as I look around the city and I see the different kind of structures that are there, that if one of my neighbors chooses to build a 2-story or 3-story, that's a different kind of structure that's above, or my house value is going to go lower. There is nothing to be able to rent that. So if I have no say about how my developer or the person who chooses to develop it, I have no rights. And so that makes me very upset because all of a sudden I have invested time, money, resources. I have sacrificed from going to events and everything like that, and I have no rights. As a property owner that has lived there for 20 years, all of a sudden my rights are gone. And that makes me, because I don't know what my neighbor's going to do. In the building code, I'm not a builder, I'm not a developer, I'm not that sort of thing. I know that, but I've seen it. I've seen it where houses have destroyed the property value of their neighbors. You know how much of an argument a neighbor has with a fence? And there's a major argument with a fence. You're asking all of a sudden to put a building there. There is going to be all-out anger. This council is going to be struggling with massive anger issues, which is maybe why we've chosen to not allow the homeowners to speak.
So, all right, I'm going to digest that. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions in the queue for this panel, so thank you all very much for joining us today. You can take your seats, and if you're on the phone line, you can hang up and follow along on the live feed. I'm going to see if anybody that we missed from earlier is here now. Do we have Gordon King? Kelly Zarnke? Paul Maroney? Barbara Johnson? Bill Woodward? Nicole Zhang? Mark Sainer? Jasper Woodard? Karen McPherson? Thanks. If you could just give me a wave so that I know. Please go ahead and have a seat. Yeah. Barbara Hogan? Adam Hedayat? Oh, sorry. Who's that on the line?
Adam Hedayat, I'm here.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Great.
Thank you.
How about CC Yang? David Barrett? You can come on down. How about Justin Similek? Yeah, you can come on down too. 2, 3, 4. Do we have Benjamin Paye? How about Michelle Dreffs? Andrew Bitts? David Conkin? Henry Hansen? Okay,
Here.
Is that Henry?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Me.
Okay, so the order that we're going to go in is Karen, Adam, David, Justin, and then Henry. So Karen, whenever you're ready.
Good evening. Sorry I wasn't here earlier. I'm actually not feeling 100%, so please excuse me if I kind of fade off. Your Worship, members of council, and the City of Calgary staff who are attending the public hearing, I just want to acknowledge your commitment to this process by being here for such long hours this week, and I promise to be brief. My name is Karen, and I'm a resident of Ward 4. I live in a townhouse. I love our city, and I'm a former MLA for the constituency I live in. I care deeply about my community. I'm the operations director for Be the Change YYC, a street outreach agency that provides direct support to people experiencing homelessness. While Canada has adopted housing as a human right, every day our organization sees the impact that not having a home has on people, and it's pretty devastating. Not everyone is able to enjoy the right to housing, largely because housing is in short supply, and they don't have the means to compete in a competitive market. Some might claim that higher density neighborhoods can cause mental health to suffer, but there are very few situations that negatively impact mental health as much as homelessness does. Our city's been grappling with the impacts of rising homelessness, and Calgarians seem pretty clear that something needs to be done. We just don't seem to agree on what that is. RCG zoning is not a panacea, and no one has asserted that upzoning will solve the housing crisis. It's one important tool in the toolkit that's needed to address an ever-growing problem. Lack of affordable housing isn't just a housing crisis. It's also a public health crisis, and it's a dignity crisis. We cannot expect people to get themselves off the streets if there's nowhere to go. I understand the pressures that members of council might feel to try and make as many people as possible happy. And the current situation is a call for you to be courageous. I urge you to vote in favor of this amendment and add another tool to the toolkit needed to resolve the housing crisis. And as you deliberate, I want you to keep in mind the thousands of people in Calgary, many who are steps away from City Hall, who are not able to be here because they don't have anywhere to call home. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Adam Hedayat, please.
Mayor Gondek, councillors, thank you for accommodating my delay. I waited for 2.5 days and I would have loved to present in person, but I had to leave town. My name is Adam Hedayat. Calgary has been my home for 52 years. I'm an immigrant, naturalized Canadian. I live in Ward 11 in a single detached home. I am appearing here on my wife and my behalf as residents and taxpayers in the city of Calgary. I appreciate the pressure making that has to be made in a very difficult time and issue. While I support real initiatives for affordability and reducing taxes and cost of living, I am totally against such blanket zoning policy. I oppose the proposed blanket zoning policy throughout the city for the simple reason that it's going to fail in many communities. The change will deliver negative, irreversible results and would not achieve the intended outcome of affordability for the following reasons. First, many have spoken about the increase in cost of rent, not the reduced cost of rent, as developers buy single detached homes, older homes, and then turn them into infills or fourplexes or 12plexes, I guess, as they could go that far. The beneficiaries will be the developers because they will have a euphoria in picking and choosing wherever profit maximization is going to take place, regardless of how close to transportation corridors. The irreversible damage of the character of successful neighborhoods that were never planned for such development. I have experienced the long-term impact of other cities much larger than Calgary, and I would be happy to discuss with you if one of the councillors or the mayor would like to ask me about this after, and I'll describe that to you. The negative impact on the relative values of the most valuable possession of most Calgarians, and I understand that there's more than 100,000 single detached homes owned by Calgarians, probably 600, 700,000 people in Calgary. The unintended burden on services. People spoke about parking, about water, about sewer, And the one item that I'm familiar with, being an electrical engineer, is the cost of having to replace the distribution systems, as we have to go to electric cars by 2035. Is just to give you the quantum of this number, the Alberta Electric System Operator in a report have indicated that they need $52 billion just to upgrade the transmission system and substation system. So that does not include the distribution system in a city like Calgary. The city and the taxpayers will have to pick the tab for this major change of construction that's not accounted for. There's no evidence that such blanket upzoning produces the results that are intended by this initiative. I would be happy to spend some time later on if somebody would be interested talking about some real solutions. City needs to count on some of the positive success stories that we have in the city. I take Seton, where the hospital has been built, as an exceptional success story, where you have single homes, you have row houses, you have condominiums, you have apartments, you have hotels, all built in such a nice way, and people have the choice of where they need to live and what they can afford. McLeod Trail, 58th Avenue, again, except success stories. 75th Avenue to Heritage Drive with McLeod Trail, again, densification is taking place. As a council, you need to decide, are you democratic or autocratic? I don't know how you make such a decision with more than half the population taking one stand and maybe the other half taking the other stand. And also, you're dealing with symptoms that have been created by a failed immigration policy, where the number of immigrants have been increased from 200,000 in 2003 to 500,000 last year, without thinking about education, about services, about all these aspects that needs to be considered. You have three choices. One, continue with the status quo with tweaks. Two, approve a plebiscite and let democracy take its place. Three, leave it as an election issue, because none of you have put this in your platform when you were elected, except maybe Councillor Peter DeMonk. I urge you to decline this, investigate the matter thoroughly before you make decisions that will have negative, irreversible impacts on the city. I love Calgary, and I'm sure that you all do the same. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to David Barrett, please.
Hello, Mayor and councillors and administration. I applaud your tenacity, patience, and respectful candor so far. You've heard from speakers much more eloquent than myself from diverse perspectives over the last couple days, and you'll hear from a lot more. I'm going to try and cover off two things in my short 5 minutes before you today. First, I'm going to do something that I don't generally like doing, by telling you a story about myself and where I live as a taxpayer. In the inner city community of Renfrew, I live in a single detached home. In the inner city, I'm surrounded on three sides by properties zoned RC2, all of which have single detached homes currently. One built in 1946, the other in 1947, and one in 1941. Great neighbors. My neighbors across the alley live in a fourplex built in 2008. My and my neighbors' homes were built in the 1930s. Cozy, quirky, single-level bungalows, single-detached, zoned MCG. It has been zoned in some sort of multifamily, duplex or greater since 1952. Well, I acknowledge that this is an anecdote. This is one data point. I also raise this to illustrate the point that this zoning change is by no means radical and by no means confirms that there will be change. In fact, I'd go as far as to say, this is just fine. Things won't change overnight. We're planning for the future. The second point I want to touch on, and Joel, I think, in the panel before me stole a few of my ideas, but I'll let him have it, is the idea that increasing density is bad for the environment. I am, by training and profession, a geographer and environmental scientist. What is being lost in the discussion around environmental impacts of urban growth and change is the concept of scale. One of the first things we do in science when approaching a research question is identify the scale and scope of what we're looking at. In this instance, it seems that many, including some of those around the horseshoe, are focused on the plot scale. Whereas when discussing environmental impacts, we really need to be zooming out. Focusing on the city and ecosystem scale. This is extremely evident when discussing potential changes to lot coverage and impermeable surfaces, though marginal, I'll acknowledge. While there may be arguably some changes in surface runoff, I'm talking about when that rain falls, where it goes, this has to be placed in the context of the alternative as well. Increasing our already extremely high paved road distance per capita further entrenches car dependency and introduces huge amounts of infrastructure requiring upkeep. And it also adds exorbitant amounts of impermeable surfaces, roads. When evaluating ecosystem scale impacts, we need to be switching our perspective to acknowledge that we can build in a footprint that is already disturbed, that is to say, established or built communities. Or we can continue to sprawl out into the areas that are less disturbed or priority, such as agricultural land or sensitive habitat. Building efficiency increases in multifamily homes compared to single detached. People are less reliant on personal vehicles if they can locate near where they work, recreate, and where their activities are. It's just generally all around better for the environment. Our Kentucky bluegrass, as I said in an article to the Calgary Herald, our Kentucky bluegrass cannot be viewed as an oasis of an ecosystem. In closing, I'd like to suggest, as many others have already, this change is not a silver bullet. I think we've heard that from many. Think about who you're hearing from. Thank you, Karen, for bringing that up before me. It is an incremental change. It is a relatively small change that will likely benefit my child more than it will me. It will impact many of the eloquent students that came out to speak over the last couple of days. For those of you that have been involved in post-secondary, when you get the students coming out to talk, you better listen, because you've lit a fire, and so kudos to them. At the end of the day, this will be just fine. This is fine. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Justin Simila, please.
Hello, Mayor and Councillors. I'm Justin Similuk, a property tax-paying homeowner, and I'm thrilled to speak on this item as a step towards 100% supporting the housing recommendations that came forward in September. This quilt rezoning helps strengthen the rights of citizens, allows gentle density, protects the environment, and improves the vibrancy of neighborhoods. A neighborhood that's become a bit of a punching bag for opposition in this city's Marda Loop. One of the fastest growing inner city areas, it has a booming main street, offers a variety of housing for people to live in, and the city's now investing in upgrading its road infrastructure, making it a wonderful and vibrant community. People keep claiming it's some disaster of density, yet more and more people keep wanting to move there. There's people on this council who seem a bit content with the problematic status quo approach to housing. It isn't Trudeau that's causing these problems, as much as that's like such a winning line in Alberta politics. It isn't immigration or inflation that's causing this crisis. It's political inaction. I think we can start using another name for these people on council, performative actors. I would hope that this council has better things to do than approve low-density housing types and complain about parking. A city of almost 1.5 million people, and we spend our time sitting around asking, like, what if somebody wants to park a car? What about a shadow? Where are garbage bins gonna go? We've lost the plot if we think these are issues great cities should be hyper-focused on, when the solutions for them are so simple. Parking got you down? Invest in better and more frequent transit so we can stop the excuses about needing to drive. There was a protest against this upzoning out front the other day, and the people who complain about congestion and parking were out there. You know how they recommended to get down here on their website? Taking the C train in transit. Property has a shadow over it. Make sure that there's an abundance of public parks, plazas, and gathering spaces for people to enjoy. Too many bins, have shared communal bins, taking up less space. Housing is too expensive. Make it easier to build multi-unit homes that are more scalable with the workforce that we have. These are the solutions a can-do city talks about, not inventing justifications to encase communities in amber so they never change. We're talking about row houses. This isn't a nuclear option. It's sensitive, contextual, and you already approve it 95% of the time. Do you think in Berlin they sit around discussing if a cafe or townhouse is appropriate for a community? They don't. They just approve it and build it. There are can-do solutions to all the problems people bring up. Calgary isn't some special microcosm of urban space that makes it just oh so different from everywhere. The reality is we kind of have some leadership that's out of touch with what a sustainable city is. If you're a councillor who believes we must address climate change, then all the solutions demand increasing density in existing areas. That is, unless you might be performative acting. Are we a growing city of 1.5 million, or are we a small city like Regina? Actually, I'm going to take that back. Regina already approved upzoning their city, and they have 0 parking minimums too. It seems like Regina has more capable leaders right now than Calgary. How many of you have kids, grandkids, nieces, nephews, and they're all asking you what they're doing to help their future? Are you fulfilling your duty to ensure we're creating a great place for generations to come? Or are you ensuring that Ward 2 and Ward 5 are zoned RG so that people in Briar Hill and Elbow Park don't have to live beside a row house? This is a generational housing crisis where the haves have greedily been leeching wealth from future generations. So forgive me if I do not care that people are crying over perceived loss of neighborhood character, parking, and shadows. I keep hearing that we need to be building near transit, and sure, we should, but we should also be allowing low-density contextual row housing in established areas as well. We've been using the nodes and corridors approach for years. So is Vancouver and Toronto. On its own, it's lazy, uninspiring, and failing. I thought Councillor Wong quoting Jerry Maguire back in September was kind of funny. So to quote Tom Cruise again, but this time in Vanilla Sky, every passing minute is another chance to turn it all around. We can reverse these terrible housing mistakes we've made. No great city has ever sat around objecting to change. The Paris of today doesn't look like the Paris of 170 years ago when Haussmann went nuclear on it. The great cities can accept mistakes and correct course. Right now, I don't think Calgary is a great city. It's not modern and it's not equitable. It's a relic of 1960s era planning, and it's barreling toward generic North American city stereotypes. It's very clear that some councillors don't care about this city, and their bad acting has made it blatantly obvious they care more about the next political wedge issue for re-election. To those councillors, I have to be blunt and really honest. If you don't correct course, your children and your families will hate you for this, and they'll move somewhere that they can afford. Like, that's not a great political legacy to leave behind. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Henry Hansen, please.
Hello. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor Gondek, for hosting this public forum. I'm here to urge you to vote in favor of base RCG zoning in the city of Calgary. I will try to keep this brief, as I know you are listening to and considering many of these statements. I also just wanted to take a moment and say thank you to City Administration for putting together a really informative presentation that they shared on Monday. I found that information to be really valuable and compelling. I think administration has done an excellent job of illustrating why this proposed rezoning is critically important to Calgary's future. I often find it quite hard to believe, but I am a homeowner. I live in Inglewood in Ward 9. As someone who went through the home buying process a little less than 2 years ago, I can speak to the lack of housing supply in the city. That's especially true within the core. That's where we wanted to live, so that's where we looked. We looked at single-family homes, we looked at townhomes, we looked at duplexes and fourplexes, we looked at condos. It was challenging, it was stressful, and there were a lot of times when it didn't seem like it was going to work out. The supply just wasn't there, and we felt like we were running out of options. And then we found a place after a long time searching. I'm absolutely one of the lucky ones. I feel so incredibly privileged to be speaking to you as a homeowner, even though it also terrifies me quite often. And so I just wanted to offer my perspective as a new and relatively young homeowner. I have been listening to as many of these presentations as I've been able to. I've heard a lot of established long-term homeowners sharing their concerns, and I'm grateful to them for doing so. But there are also a lot of folks like me out there who feel differently than they do. I feel differently because I'm really concerned about housing supply and affordability, as I've touched on already, and I have so many friends and peers who are struggling to afford to live here in this city. I don't want them to leave, but they might. I also feel differently because I'm concerned about the future of the climate. The decisions we make in urban contexts absolutely have significant impacts on our ability to still have a habitable planet for future generations, and I don't think that's hyperbole. I also feel differently, and I think I can speak for a lot of Calgarians when I say this, because what I love about living in this city is living in this city. And so I would like to push back against anybody who thinks that creating more housing supply can be done just by building more greenfield development. That may be fine for some people, but there are a lot of us who don't want that. We don't want more sprawl. We don't want to spend an hour in our car every day. What we want is density. What we want is neighbors. What we want is a vibrant city that is walkable, that is bikeable, that is accessible. We want choice. I'm a homeowner in Calgary's oldest neighborhood, and yes, I absolutely do want this in my backyard. So to conclude, I think it's critically important in our city to create more housing supply, to do so in a way that creates choice, streamlines and eliminates needless red tape, and doesn't just create more endless sprawl. This proposed rezoning isn't a silver bullet, as many people have said, but it absolutely does help us move in the right direction, and so I urge you to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm just looking at the queue, and I don't see any questions for this panel, so thank you all for being with us today. We appreciate your time. Let me go to the next panel. Do we have Ross Vaughan? Thank you. You can go on up and take a seat, sir. Do we have Peter Weichler? Peter Weichler? How about R. LaFelice?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi there. Thank you. Just hang on the line. How about Nicole Talbot?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. And how about Andrew Kaiser? Hi, you can go on up and grab a seat right there. So that is panel number 50. Just before we start with this panel, I'm going to confirm who's here from panel 51. Do we have Whitney Punchak? How about Christian Ramesh? Alandra Williams?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Do we have David Phillips? Perfect. Do we have Chris Bell? Great. So when we get to panel 51, after we do 50, I'll call out the names again. But for now, let's start with Ross Vaughan, please.
Your Worship, Mayor Gondek, and members of council. My name is Ross Vaughan, and I am here to oppose the rezoning proposal. Wildwood has been my home for 56 years. It was developed in the 1950s during a period of unprecedented rapid growth and opportunity brought on by the oil discovery at Leduc in 1947. The city grew from a population of 100,000 in 1947 to 325,000 by 1965. A surge of adventurous people came looking for jobs, spurring a need for new housing. As a result, a plateau area on the south side of the Bow River, along what was then the western outskirts of Calgary, became the community of Wildwood. The residents at the time could choose among 24 relatively small developers, all competing against each other, to build their newly designed single-detached homes. The quality of material and workmanship at the time was relatively high in comparison to later periods, and many of the houses have since been significantly upgraded through renovation. These houses are good until the end of the century, I'm sure. Walking along the streets of Wildwood, one notices that owners have taken great pride in making their property as visually appealing as possible by planting numerous trees, hedges, flower gardens, etc. The urban forest is a unique and distinctive part of Wildwood. The forest is home to a great variety of birds and animals, the largest of which inhabit the old-growth forest that covers the escarpment along the south edge of the Bow River. Winding through the forest is a popular Douglas Fir Trail, and Edgeworthy Park forms the north boundary. Wildwood has always been noted for its community spirit, where neighbors get to know and care for one another, and kids develop lifelong friends. Wildwood is a fairly affluent community, more so than the area that surrounds it. One of the reasons for this is a higher education level. 74% of the residents aged 15 years and over have a post-secondary certificate, diploma, or degree, and a full 53% have a university degree at the bachelor level or above. If Council wishes to diversify our economy and attract the brightest and best minds and skills the world has to offer, it's imperative that we preserve neighborhoods like Wildwood as a place for them to live and raise their families. Regardless of what is happening elsewhere in the world, the single detached house is still regarded by most to be the gold standard for couples wishing to raise families in North America. It symbolizes stability, space, privacy, freedom, and the American and Canadian dream. I appreciate the importance of increasing the density. However, I feel that without more targeted and careful planning, blanket zoning would subject communities like Wildwood to the same problems that have occurred with densification in the inner core neighborhoods of the city. That is, problems related to reduced tree cover, privacy, shading, parking, traffic congestion, infrastructure, bylaw infringement, and changing the overall character and integrity of the neighborhoods. Wildwood just participated in the Westbrook Local Area Plan, LAP. I was just down here myself a little while ago here trying to keep the RC1 zoning. Anyway, it was voted on by City Council just last year. The net effect was that areas zoned RC1 single detached were changed to RC2 semi-detached. And anything above 2 dwellings per property, that's where the problems start to happen, like row houses and townhouses, were restricted to specific areas along main streets and on corner lots where streets and alleys intersect. The present rezoning proposal would allow row houses and townhouses anywhere and everywhere. The fact that rezoning has the potential to impact every homeowner in Calgary and that was not part of any platform in the last election, I believe this to be more than enough to justify a plebiscite. Recall having a chat with the Honourable Peter Lougheed when he was Chancellor of Queen's University. When he asked me where I lived and I answered, he said he thought Wildwood was one of the best areas in Calgary in which to live. I believe if he was alive, he would be very disappointed to see the character and integrity of Wildwood change through rezoning and that the homeowners had no vote in preventing such a thing from happening. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to R. LaFelice, please.
Oh, hi. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name's Rose. I'm a longtime resident of Calgary. I live in a R1 home in an established pre-1985 community. Thank you for letting me speak. I listened to quite a few previous presentations, and so rather than reading my previously prepared presentation and reiterating so many points that were already raised, I'm going to speak to the key points that I really want to get across in the short term. To me right now, it doesn't matter why we got here, or who got us here, or who's right and who's wrong, but what's most important is how we move forward together. There's so much divisiveness in this community, in the city. I think the way we're going is not the right way. So at this moment, I'm opposed to the blanket rezoning as it is currently proposed. I recognize that the city is changing. There are affordability issues, and I am willing to support some level of densification, but not the blanket rezoning as presented here today. Here are my reasons. The proposal is just too big an ask for me as an R1 homeowner, especially with the minimal consultation provided, considering the monumental and dramatic changes being proposed.
Hi, Rose.
Yeah?
You're kind of, you're fading at times.
Oh. Okay, I'll talk a little bit
That's
closer
perfect.
to the phone.
Whatever you're doing right now
okay.
is perfect. And if you want to go back a couple of sentences, we'll accommodate you because we missed all of that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I recognize that the city is changing and that there are affordability issues. And I am very willing to support some level of densification, but not the blanket rezoning as presented here today. And here are my reasons. This proposal is just too big an ask for me as an R1 homeowner, especially with the minimal consultation provided and considering the monumental and dramatic changes being proposed. I also feel that there are some flaws in the assumptions of the proposal. So let me explain each point. First, too little consultation. You know, I essentially got a vague one-page form letter outlining 3 scenarios regarding this blanket rezoning. So I'm scenario 1, a pre-1985 homeowner, which tells me that my 50-foot lot can now potentially have 4 units on it with secondary suites. So we're going from R1S 2 homes to 8 homes. That's a 400% increase. And to me, that's just too extreme to accept with the little consultation that we've had so far. Then if we add the backyard secondary suite to be added and relaxed parking, that turns my home into like a 600% potential densification. That's just too extreme, and it's not gentle. Let me see what I have here. I just can't blindly support this blanket rezoning. I did attend one meeting, thankfully, that was done by Councillor Pootman. However, it was sold out, and again, we only had 5 minutes to talk. There really hasn't been a lot of discussion to and fro. And this is, you know, monumental, these changes. I faithfully relied on, you know, the rules that were in place. And yes, we must change. I agree with that. But it just can't be so fast. The second reason I object to blanket rezoning is the flawed assumptions regarding the application of RCG to establish neighborhoods. It was explained in the video, I got to speak faster, that over 10 years the RCG has been used in new communities, and it's been tweaked and fixed, and the city is confident it could be rolled out to established communities. But in a new community...
You're just at time with your presentation, so if I could get you to just hang on the line on mute in case there's questions for you, would that be all right?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Nicole Talbot, please.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm not against nor afraid of change, diversity, or density, but I want the rights of all property owners, current and future, protected, even if they don't yet know they need it. I can only speak to my neighborhood, but it used to be diverse in income, ethnicity, orientation, and affordability. But the city's current zoning LAP is removing that entirely. I cannot see less zoning controls making that better or more affordable. The following is actual lived experience from one single inner city block in Ward 7, not research, not should haves or expect tos. In 9 years, our block has had 9 homes destroyed, 4 of which were affordable rentals, and replaced with 14 high-end, expensive and taxable new $1 million bills. This is not gentle, and there are concerns. I would like someone to address the apparent lack of regard for asbestos mitigation. Homes mostly built in the 50s in our neighborhood contain asbestos. and are being demolished without any evidence of proper testing, management, or mitigation. This poses significant risk to existing residents and reflects a blatant disregard of the safety protocols. I believe that 5 of the 9 homes demolished on our block contained asbestos, and I would expect that maybe they all did. We purchased an older home based on affordability, individuality, trees, and character of neighborhoods, but this is being destroyed with no thought to the impact to our existing neighborhoods. Promises of character, diversity, and affordability are under current or future rezoning ring hollow when our street is lined with indistinguishable $1 million per side duplex homes benefiting developers, affluent buyers, and city tax coffers at the expense of residents and affordable housing. I think that once 60 or 80% of a block is side-by-side $1 million homes, no one's going to be willing to purchase a standalone home, and only developers will buy these properties and drive down the resale value, as exampled recently. This month, a detached home went for sale in our neighborhood, and the developer offered $150,000 below asking. I believe that this will become the norm when new development overtakes old development. Existing residents will bear the brunt on their investment simply so affluent buyers can obtain expensive new homes, not affordable housing. I already support 2 Gen Z children, and I don't understand why I should expect myself or others to shoulder the additional financial burden for others to live in the most desirable neighborhoods of their choosing. This is not how it has worked historically for anyone else. There are examples of possibility, though, if we quit making our neighborhoods so expensive. 9 years ago, a small wartime house on our block, affordable because it was older, not decrepit, housed a young family. The Syrian family came to Calgary with no savings. He worked washing dishes, and she stayed home with their daughter. They interacted with and became part of our neighborhood, but eventually left as the rental that they were in sold to developers. Despite their hurdles, this family worked hard, and at the beginning of this year have purchased a home of their own. Surely if this family can manage to feed with what little they had, then this can be done by others far more privileged, and should not require current homeowners to defund their investment to provide expensive row housing for the rich. This is not affordable housing. FYI, that affordable rental property was replaced with a 2.5-story side-by-side, which is 5,000 square feet per side, and each side sold for over $900,000. This $1.9 million duplex housed 2 individuals until 3 weeks ago. It now has 5. Ironically, the city's push to density and affordability has removed all the trees on these affected properties, removed the affordable rental properties on our block, and removed the diversity that we loved. Diversity of people created the character of our neighborhood. I ask why the city keeps deconstructing affordable housing if it is needed so badly. There are other options besides blanket rezoning. Please ask me about this. Under current zoning, neighborhoods live with constant construction issues, including parking and noise issues, debris on lawns and roadways causing damage to tires of vehicles, damage to sidewalks and roadways that does not get fixed, mistreatment of residents, and all greenery gone, devastating the tree canopy and creating a very hot area where cool shade once existed. All right. Recently, a tradesperson told a senior in our neighborhood to F off when she told him to move his vehicle from the driveway of another senior citizen.
Ms. Talbot, hold that thought for just a second. Just back up a sentence or two and just hang on. There's somebody on the line that's not muted, and you're just interrupting a presenter. Could everyone please mute if you're not Nicole Talbot? Thank you. Nicole, please go ahead.
Recently, a tradesperson told a senior in our neighborhood to F off when she told him to move his vehicle from a driveway of another senior citizen. Is that the community that the city is looking to foster? RCG is supposed to streamline processes, remove red tape, and make it easier for everyone, but it seems to only be making it easier for developers to profit, the rich to purchase homes, and the city to generate taxes. There are a number of appropriate multifamily developments in and around our neighborhood, but RCG simply does not seem to be creating benefits for new home buyers, the environment, our neighborhoods, or the existing homeowners. It's imperative that the city reevaluate its approach to growth and development so that we can have housing for all and not just the rich. Listen to your existing homeowners.
Thank you for your presentation. You're just at time. But please hang on the line in case there's questions. Let's go to Andrew Kaiser, please.
Yes, hello. Thanks for talking to me. My name is Andrew Kaiser. I live in Dover, Ward 9. I oppose the blanket rezoning initiative. I was told 8 months rezoning phase and 6 months permanent development on average. Roughly 98% of applications are approved. This raises questions for me, like why so long for the rezoning process if it's meaningless and we can dispose of it? Why have we been wasting taxpayers' money on salaries if we could just eliminate this process altogether? Is this an important step being cut to get federal funding? If the federal government was genuine, they would be asking, how can we help, not adding strings attached. From all the info I received from Ward 9, the tone is our minds are made up. Look how wonderful it will be. This is the biggest public hearing in our history, which should carry some weight. It's hard to get people to care about municipal politics. There's a lot of apathy because people feel decisions are made before they are discussed. I was told by the city, you can still voice your concerns at permanent development phase. If you pass the blanket rezoning, you'll be proving them right and squashing any trust that might be left. These are complex problems, and a lot of people are quick to rush into solutions. It is often the case that with complex problems, they can be made worse if not thinking about the consequences. In fact, if this doesn't fix affordability, which in my opinion it won't, what are we left with? A bunch of new problems. The problem with this is these issues will come up later when some of these councillors may not even be here. Who will be accountable? Life is a series of trade-offs. There is no one-size-fits-all solution to solve problems. Blanket rezoning is an example of trying to unify all neighborhoods. We are all unique with different needs. People who live in dense areas should be free to do so. Those who don't want should have the right to choose. There are lots of people that want to live in single detached. This will drown out their ability to choose. Look at neighborhoods that have changed their dynamic. Inglewood, Marteloup, Manchester, for example. They end up losing their character. It's a matter of perspective. When you haven't lived in your own house for 40 years, hard to speak on behalf of somebody with that kind of experience. I was just wondering about a show of hands of how many city councillors own a single detached home. Perfect. The problem I have with this blank check approach is changing the dynamics of neighborhoods. Please leave established neighborhoods alone. I hear people talking about affordability, availability, and personal situations. I feel like it will make things worse before making them better. The rich will get richer and the poor will get poorer. If developers invest to tear down and rebuild a plex, they will be charging higher rent to recoup costs. Construction takes time, and depending on how many people start building, they could end up adding to the shortage when people get displaced. I was told more places on the market will bring rent prices down. The problem with this is we have record numbers of people immigrating and migrating here. There is no way to be certain how many more are on the way, many of which could be possibly coming because they're sick of dense living in whatever city they're coming from. I work in construction, and a problem that will occur is you can't rush quality. The more you rush them, the more corners will be cut. You will end up with a crisis in years from now: mold, plumbing, electrical, sewage problems. Once things are built wrong, it will take more time and effort to fix them after the fact. I've heard a lot of youth desperate for places to live, and I sympathize with that. However, when this blanket rezoning doesn't address the issues correctly, all you will do is disrupt neighborhoods in vain. I've heard many talk on how great it will be, and maybe it will be, but who will take responsibility if it doesn't? We're talking years in the future. These are decisions and consequences that won't be known for a long time. Dover is an area that will be targeted the most by this, in my opinion, from cheaper houses, older houses, inner city, and an aging population. Seniors are on a fixed budget, and they will not be able to afford the big increase in property taxes. Traffic, schooling, availability, crime, noise, lack of parking are just a few of the many problems hard to fix after the fact. In summary, I think we should look to other solutions for this: higher density where people request it, and high-rise condos getting turned out of office space. And then what you guys are doing seems to be working in the newer communities, like somebody mentioned Seton earlier, where you have the option, people have the option to choose what they want. Thanks for listening. Please reconsider.
Thank you for your presentation. let's go to questions of this panel. We'll start with Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Vogan, please.
Peter Weichler here.
I think it's a question. Oh, you know what? Hang on a second. We're just going to go to a question, and then Mr. Weichler will come to you, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead with your question, Councillor.
Thank you. You outlined some of the classic, thank you for your presentation. You outlined many of the classic problems with densification. What are your top 3 worries that what will, not so much the issue, but what do you think will happen to Wildwood?
Well, I think probably there'll be, I've seen what happened in Ross Carrick. There'll probably be, as the older people die off and whatnot, there'll be some houses come up for sale. And what'll be done, they'll take the single detached probably and make semi-detached and create secondary suites with them, whatnot. And my problem is I'm uncomfortable with the fact that I've got to know where these row houses are going to be. It's just open-ended. They can be anywhere. And even though I may not lose money as far as selling my house is concerned, but I know if the row houses are suddenly next door to me, the demand for my house is going to go down. And it's just sort of living with the uncertainty that when you read the plan, it's going to be row houses everywhere, really, And I don't want that to happen. I don't want Wildwood turning into another Altadore and Marda Loop area. That's one of my main concerns. And I think clearly that, you haven't demonstrated that this is affordable at all, really. I think if you're going to do something affordable, you're going to have to move to the periphery of the city, and you're going to consider one of these large wartime type housing developments that brings the price down to $200,000 or $300,000 for a smaller house or whatever. I'd consider, I think you should honor the LAPs that have been done, honor them and keep to them. Consider things like more trailer parks for some of the less fortunate people and whatnot. I think basically that you people are moving too fast, and you haven't really made it targeted enough and sort of laid out a plan that answers all the questions. I just feel that it would be better and wiser if you had a plebiscite on the matter and give yourself some time to answer all the questions that people have in their minds. That's just the way I feel about it.
Thank you for coming out this evening. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so Council, the 5th person from the panel is on the line. So Peter Weichler, please go ahead. Peter Weichler, are you still on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
oh, good.
We can hear you now.
There. Yes, so I wish I could be there, but unfortunately I have a family obligation. I'm out of town. But at any rate, I have to start off and talk about how, I think this whole thing is about trust. I used to trust the system. The government and the bureaucracy, I figured they worked in the best interests of its citizenry. With the advent of a socialist agenda that's for some reason permeating at all levels of government and being supported by our bureaucracy, that trust has been challenged. This council gets elected and 10 minutes later exclaims, "We have a climate emergency," then proposes and votes to indebt our city beyond belief to support what I am convinced is a false premise, fostered by the out-of-control regime in Ottawa, which is apparently a global agenda fostered by a rogue group in Europe. Why this didn't go to plebiscite makes zero sense, especially since we know today the real science accepts that climate is changing, but addressing on the false CO2 agenda is folly at best and will be destructive to our society if we follow it as proposed. And why we turned our backs on what built this city and provides the necessary energy and wealth for our country is truly mind-boggling. Maybe we could have asked for their opinions and their input. Now, today, we have a bump in migration affecting the country and Calgary. So this results in increased demand on housing. So the solution proposed is change the way we execute the planning process, make it more efficient, as Richard Putman says. What I don't understand is why you're not pushing back on the feds to stop this incredible influx. You seem to think criticizing hijab laws in Quebec and going after our responsible premier is fair game. Yet you go out of your way to support this corrupt federal regime and its agenda from Ottawa, a gang that clearly will disappear in the next election because our citizenry, our whole country says, enough crazy. Unfortunately, your approach impacts us all by changing the neighborhoods, eliminating trees, cramping space, more congestion in cramped neighborhoods. And really, come on, building structures with half a parking space per unit in Calgary? There appears to be no forethought on setting up the infrastructure to handle this before we start building. I call this a serious negative impact on the quality of life we expect and take for granted in our peaceful neighborhoods. Why have we not looked at the old European cities, how they handle it? And why have we not looked at Phoenix? They have an infrastructure. They have housing that seems to satisfy everybody. Why are we trying to copy the lifestyle of Hong Kong? We have the space. And this argument that taking away necessary wetlands is ludicrous. Let's focus on making life nice for all of us. The ducks and the geese like the ponds we build in planned parks, and so do all the important mosquitoes. You know, we have a planning department. Why can't they focus on the quality of life for its citizenry, rather than the behest of all these developers? I question and I wonder why you councillors think that you need to work for the developers and not me, a taxpayer. I simply believe in family values. I think those are sacrosanct, a priority that shouldn't be messed with. And I demand that my government not overreach in these duties. You are all way out of line with your approach on debt, these increase in taxes, and this zoning proposal. A reasonable approach when you're overreaching, when the stakeholders involved, you should have a plebiscite. Let the citizenry do this. This is dictatorial and this is bordering on communism. Oh, and by the way, maybe we could look at budget control. Something every family in this city understands.
Thank you.
I got to tell you, if you don't,
thank you for your presentation.
A lot of you resign.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Weichler. Thank you.
How dare you be
Mr.
so
Weichler, you're just at time. Thank you for your presentation. We appreciate you being with us. And there's no further questions for this panel, so thank you all for joining us today. We will move on to panel number 51. Let me call out the names again. Do we have Whitney Punchak? Do we have Christian Ramesh? Alandra Williams?
I'm here.
Thank you. David Phillips? Please come on up and have a seat. Do we have Chris Bell? Thank you. And I understand we have Joseph Kalnan? Yeah, please come on up and have a seat. So the order will go in is Alandra, David, Chris, and Joseph, please. So Alandra Williams, we're ready for you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Alandra Williams. I am here representing myself, and I am here to urge you guys to vote yes to RCG upzoning. I was born here. I have lived in almost every part of this city. I've watched it grow in my short life as a young adult. I not only have had a hard time finding housing, but I have also met many others also having a hard time as well. I have had friends stay on my couch for a time because they couldn't find a place. When I have looked for roommates, I would receive upwards to 50 messages a day for the room. Unfortunately, I had to turn down so many people. I want to stay here like many others, but I can't afford to buy. If we had made this change 30 years ago, I might be able to. I think it is very important to draw on all of our strategies to build more housing of all kinds in order to build a more resilient city. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to David Phillips, please.
Although I'm a member on 2 advisory committees for the city, I would like to make clear that I'm speaking personally today. I'm here to urge Mayor Gondak and members of council to see the decision in a strategic context. The world is undergoing tectonic shifts in human behavior, driven by technology, climate change, and economic imbalance. There's little choice. Resist change and eventually be overwhelmed, or be flexible, adjust to change, and build a new city. Zoning is more than a planning tool. It's the key to future social harmony in our city. I came to Calgary in 1965 with my young family to assist in the design of a new 24th Street crossing of the Bow River, and stayed to play a role in the design of much of the infrastructure of the city. I love this city, and I've watched closely its development over the last 60 years. The world for which we designed it bears little resemblance to the world today. Looking back, I see that too much rigidity developed in the planning and policies. There should have been more flexibility to change as the world changed. Now we find ourselves in a place where the built city is out of sync with the needs of society. The consequences are upon us, and necessary changes become increasingly painful for many people. I've made it my mission in the time I have left to give back to this city that's given me so much. And over the last 18 months, I've tried to get a picture of its social fabric. I cycled well over 1,000 kilometers through different neighborhoods, observing them closely, and have met with at least 24 widely diverse social groups. I'm alarmed at the future I see unless bold and courageous action is taken. This city has enormous social and ethnic diversity, which has the potential to create a thriving and vibrant city if it is allowed to do so. But it will not be the same city as the long-term residents have known. What I have found is that there's little social mixing. Lack of diversity of living units has caused many neighborhoods to become bastions of social and financial privilege. This causes stereotyping of those who are of a different social group because there's no contact between them. This in turn breeds feelings of racism until you have a powder keg waiting for a spark. Look at the list of cities that delayed such decisive action. London, Paris, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and see the consequences. Council's hearing a lot of objections to this rezoning, which is understandable. People are frightened of change. Many of the objections are based on fear fed by alarmist, emotive misinformation. There's little understanding that this rezoning is to enable a vision of what could be. I still believe that people can be inspired to act for the greater good of their fellow citizens if they understand the vision. I've read the study that the city administration have done on this rezoning and find it to be thorough, fact-based, rational, and taking a broad world view of trends. Nobody can foresee the future. We can only look at the evidence worldwide and not base our decisions on a static status quo. We must trust in the ability of society to adapt to change if it is enabled to do so. This zoning change does that. In a separate written submission to this public hearing, I've suggested a temporary method for solving the immediate homelessness crisis. I'm not aware of any other city that has tried this solution, but innovative thinking and bold actions are required. I urge Mayor Gondek and members of the council to see this decision for what it is, a pivotal moment that will set the city on the right course to cope with the tidal wave of change which is already upon us. A turbulent century is before us. Please support the vision and do not waver. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Chris Bell, please.
Good evening, Mayor Gondek and members of council. As has been said before, thank you all so much for your time being here today. I am here speaking today on behalf of the Board of Directors of ESG Housing, formerly the Elder Statesman Group. ESG Housing strongly supports this rezoning proposal, allowing row houses, townhomes, duplexes, and semi-detached homes, with or without secondary suites, of course, across the city will be a major help in addressing our housing crisis. Of course, and as you all know, this is a necessary but not sufficient step. We agree that much more work is needed to do, in particular with supporting non-market housing providers such as ourselves. And now I'd just like to provide a little bit of context about our own organization and our journey with regards to the specific type of housing that we're talking about here today. ESG Housing, we provide affordable independent living options for low-income seniors here in Calgary. We currently own and operate 2 apartment buildings in the city with plans to grow, and our residents have extremely low incomes, around $20,000 per year, with many receiving rent subsidies from the province through our organization, which we are extremely lucky to still have. We got our start in the early 70s building, you guessed it, it just so happens, affordable townhouse and row house projects across the inner city on behalf of the Alberta government. These, of course, are just the kind of homes that can and will be built across much of the city if this proposal is approved. Many years ago, one of our former residents spoke to the Calgary Herald about what it was like to live in one of these buildings. This resident, she lived at Alder Court at 1633 20th Avenue Northwest. She started by telling the Herald that she just hated living in apartments and that she really preferred to live in a place, quote, with a front door leading to a yard where she could grow flowers and rose bushes and, most importantly, have lots of privacy. This is the kind of home that I like, she said. That quote is from page 35 of the Herald's February 4th, 1980 edition. Today, low-income seniors continue to call Alder Court home. It has a small scale and fits well within the character of its street. Its height and its setbacks with neighboring properties are also contextually appropriate. And yes, Alder Court continues to provide privacy as well as space for rose bushes to its residents. From my reading of the RCG and HCO districts, these are pretty much the kind of homes we could expect to see if this rezoning was approved. These homes are livable, they provide choice and are wanted, and they have been wanted for a very long time. And now back to the present. This past year, our housing wait lists have grown by over 600%. Every day now, our staff continually receive calls from seniors in increasingly urgent and desperate situations, including those living in unsafe basement suites, couch surfing, living out of their cars, and much worse. Our housing system is collectively failing low-income seniors in this city. Housing is indeed a system. What goes on in one part of the system ripples throughout the rest, as we've heard today. Affordability problems at the market end of the spectrum, for example, like what we're seeing today, inflate the demand for non-market housing like what we provide, hence huge waiting lists. Many are concerned that homes built today under RCG won't be affordable, and I'd like to emphasize in response something that has been shared many times over the last couple of days. We have to separate the related ideas of housing affordability versus affordable housing, and as we know, the former relates to how easily households can afford market or unsubsidized homes, while the latter refers to non-market or subsidized housing provided by governments and nonprofits like us. Market or unsubsidized homes can, however, become more affordable relatively through filtering. However, that's only when enough new supply is added over time. Adding market supply is thus one important way to ease the pressure on non-market providers like us, in addition to urgently needed non-market supply. Every bit does help. Just like with planting trees, the best time to build housing is 20 years ago, and the second best time is today. We urge Council to approve this rezoning proposal and continue with implementing the city's housing strategy. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Joseph Calnan, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. Now, there's many people here who have far more experience than I do, far more intelligent than I am, so while they'll handle the ethos and logos, I'll just generally go for the pathos. So when I was young, I was fortunate enough to be born and raised in Rideau Roxborough neighborhood, and of course, there was a recent op-ed about Rideau. So when I was a young kid, and I'm still fairly young now, so I'm not going to get into that. But when I was a child, every Halloween there were, we would go out on the street and there'd be hundreds of kids there. And, it was really a great experience going around, and there were just dozens and dozens of kids and parents walking around visiting the houses. My parents still live in this house, and I think the most recent number of kids who came by their house is around 15 to 20. So it's gone from a situation where it very much was a community, all ages living there, elderly people, families with teenagers, families with small children, and people hoping to start families soon. And that's generally what the idea of a single family home neighborhood should be. But Rideau Roxborough isn't much of a single family home neighborhood at all. It's a, places for elderly folks who are empty nesters. And so I suppose what I'm wondering about is this the way we want these communities that are close by to downtown to be? Is this really what we want these places to look like? The places nearest by, all of these amenities, nearest by restaurants, grocery stores, all of that, and generally the way of life that a lot of young people want to live is exclusively for people who have a much larger resources than you'd think. So I guess, in my view, zoning seems to be a way to kind of push, not necessarily poor people, but poorer people than who you'd like to have in your neighborhood into designated areas, kind of out of sight, out of mind. So right now, it seems as though young families are now categorized into this sort of area of poorer people who you'd like to not have in your neighborhood, especially where it comes to neighborhoods like Rideau Roxborough. And this isn't the type of city that I would want to live in. So, of course, I'm in support of this rezoning policy. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. And I'm just looking at the queue. I don't see any questions for this panel, so thank you very much for joining us. Madam Clerk, the transcriber went down.
No, you cannot
Nice
go
try.
home, but thank you. We'll look into that.
Thanks for looking into it. All right. So we are on to panel 52. Let's see who's here. Do we have Gail Pocock? Do we have Julie Hamilton? Hi, you can come on up and have a seat. Hi, who's on the phone line?
Hi, I'm so sorry. This is Whitney Punchak from panel 51. I have been very nervous with the mute button.
I'm going to see if I can get you onto this panel if there's space, so just hang tight.
Thank you.
Do we have Fuhong Jiang? Do we have Patty Auger?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Do we have Shane Roberts? Perfect. So we've got 3. Let me just see, do we have Joanne Reynolds? So on to panel 53, just to see if we have Scott Ritchie. Okay, given the time, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go with Julie Hamilton first, then Patty Auger, then Shane Roberts, followed by Whitney Punchak. So we are ready when you are.
Now? Okay. Your Worship, Council, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. Yes, we need more housing, more affordable housing, but blanket rezoning is not the way to go. This morning I threw out 4 pages of what I was going to say because you've heard it already. 2 points I want to make. Number 1, the main issue I have with the rezoning bill, the way it sits, is you have a one-size-fits-all, but one-size-fits-all doesn't. You have lost the ability to anybody appeal something in their neighborhood. That has to find a way to get back in. Citizens deserve the opportunity to speak up. Secondly, last night on the 6 o'clock news, one of the aldermen, and I don't know who it was, commented that this issue was generational. And that's quite clear to see. There are a lot of young people who are terrified about their future. We can help them. But I don't want you to dismiss people with gray hair. The gray hair has come with experience, hard-earned experience. The younger people do not have the history of what the possibilities could be. So pay attention to both, please. Growth is a dance, not a light switch. This has to be far more graceful, has far more dexterity in it, this law. Please, please, stop the blanket rezoning, step back, ask for even more help from the remarkably knowledgeable people who have spoken to you so far this week, and I'm sure will for the end of the week. Ask them to come in and sit down with you. Work out the pitfalls. Collaborate with your communities. Then come up with a better plan, because Calgary deserves it. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Patty Auger, please.
Thanks, Mayor. I was born and raised Calgarian for 51 years and an accountant for over 25 years. I've also served on my community association board for over 10 years and most recently served as president. Our community is currently part of the in-progress South Shaganappi Community Local Area Plan. I am in favor of plan density as we are doing in the current local area plan, identifying those areas where density makes sense. But I am not in favor of the blanket upzoning, which allows for random development throughout a community. As Community Association President, my board works hard to bring community together from all areas of our community, which is home to high-rise apartments, multiplexes, duplex, and single-family homes. We will soon see new residents as the first residential building of the Uxborough development opens. Building community is a challenge and becomes even harder when neighbors are pitted against neighbors, and that is what I see happening if blanket upzoning goes through. I have heard speakers over the last couple of days who are in favor speak about how this will improve affordability. Yet yesterday, when Councillor Sharp asked questions digging into affordability data provided by a speaker, they were advised that affordability is not part of the bylaw being heard. That does confuse me, as that is exactly how blanket upzoning has been publicized as the answer to affordability in Calgary. When I looked at the South Saginapi Communities Area Plan, completed in July 2011, in Appendix A of that plan, it states that the need for affordable housing is consistent over time. In Calgary, this need has been recorded at approximately 18% of all households since 1991. The data referenced the 2006 census, which showed 72,000 households in need of affordable housing compared to 396,000 dwellings, 18%. Statistics Canada 2021 census shows 531,000 dwellings, and using the city's 84,600 of households who cannot afford housing, that is 16%. That is actually less than what it was in 2006. Seems like we are in line with the data since 1991 that the need for affordable housing is approximately 18% of all households. I grew up in a low-income family. My parents rented various houses until my mid-teens when they received a small family inheritance which allowed them to purchase their first home in Eltador. Within years, the infill development started as many of the properties were 50-foot lots. They were not contextually designed to fit the neighborhood, and the infill box that was built beside my parents loomed over their little bungalow. An air conditioner unit from the neighboring property was within feet of their bedroom window due to limited space between the properties. This pushed my parents to sell. They reaped the benefits of the impacted developers pushing property prices up as they competed to scoop up real estate that was primed for the upzoning. Their little bungalow at $500,000 torn down and 2 infills built, just to sell each of them at more than $500,000 individually. Not more affordable, less house for the same money, and more money for the city as property taxes. The same applies today. Input costs are extraordinary, so once a developer or investor purchases the property, the average property owners cannot afford to do this on their own. The inputs are still high: building materials, government fees, labor costs, and more. None of that in my math adds up to affordable housing, so long as it remains in the open market and up to private developers and investors. Let's also look at the demographics of those 84,000 households, and 23% of those are seniors. Infills and row houses built on a 50-foot lot are narrow and tall in order to get the square footage people desire. Steep stairs are not what seniors need, nor people with mobility challenges. Accessibility has rarely been mentioned and is a challenge in the city as well, not just affordability. Blanket upzoning is not the answer to creating affordable housing, nor adding appropriate density. We need to continue to have strategic planning that allows existing infrastructure to be updated or replaced as needed, given older communities are starting to fail with the current load, and needs investment before adding more to it, as well as investments by all levels of government into non-market housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I apologize for mispronouncing your name, Ms. Suche.
No problem, thank you.
Let's go to Shane Roberts, please.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors. I'm a resident of Capitol Hill. Good evening, Councillor Wong. Sitting there, I was excited to see this clock counting down because it reminded me of my days as a navigator on the CC-130 Hercules, which I'm going to bring in some of my experience that has to do with operational planning and risk assessment. During tactical airlift formations, when we would take off in formations of 3, it was my job as the navigator to set my clock to 30 seconds and wait for that 30-second gap so that we could start rolling after the lead ship. And during training, I missed my timing, and I was told by my instructor, you do that a second time, I have to fail you, and you'll be recoursed. So we're counting down, but you know what? Let's not rush to fail. Let's not do that. We just had a construction worker telling us what happens when we try to rush things. And I hope, with my background as a navigator and planning, that we're looking at the actual wins, because we're going into a headwind. We're going into the inner city, we're going into neighborhoods where infrastructure is reaching end of cycle, and there's not even data to tell us what it can handle when we densify by a factor of 8 in our CG. So I was trying to come up with an analogy. One thing I was told as a navigator when I was a second lieutenant in training at the Canadian Forces Air Navigation School in Winnipeg, was I was rounding up or rounding down the wins on the forecast chart, which were symbols. And in that day, everything was done by hand and writing. And yes, we used sextants, and yes, I did 3-star fixes. We had to, by aviation law, in order to enhance the navigation as we went across the Atlantic with only a 1950s along and a cross-track computer and an INS or something else that was even less accurate. But the point is, he told me, Shane, don't be optimistic about the winds and don't be pessimistic. Write them down as you see them. And what are the winds in Altadore? What are we being told anecdotally by a resident and by an expert in real estate? That we remove affordable rentable stock that was $1,800 a month for a basement suite, and now a family of 4 is being evicted because they won't be able to afford a rent of $3,500 after the developers put 2 infills that will go for $1.2 million. We go from $800,000 or $900,000 to $1.2 million. Those are the wins. Those are the actual wins. What's the entry level for a row house? $500,000. So we're dealing with some really important numbers. We have an entry level of $500,000, and we know the median income can afford $200,000. That's a huge deficit. And we're making some assumptions that have to do with the mysterious affordability piece. And as Councillor Wyness mentioned the other day when we were looking at a linear graph of projected housing supply and increasing, she rightly asked, is there an affordability layer in there? No, there isn't. The data isn't there. You don't have the forecast wins. Maybe we could look at the full data set from Auckland, New Zealand. I think we're being overly optimistic. We're going into headwinds, and we've got to consider the fact. And this isn't going to work in terms of creating housing supply, because as Peter Gao rightly pointed out, this is piecemeal, this is ad hoc. You don't have the scale as you roll into the inner city neighborhoods. And you're going to put more and more expensive homes into the hands of a select demographic who can afford them. And we also had an expert in real estate explain that when these properties appreciate, and if we do say yes to massive upzoning, I predict that overnight, the land values in the inner city will start appreciating. And the developers, they know this. They know this. So we're going into a headwind. We don't have reliable data. If we were doing that on a mission, if I was in a situation, maybe I'm in equatorial Africa and trying to take off. We don't have diplomatic clearances to land in certain countries, so we have to carry a lot of extra fuel to hold what was called the alternate. What would I do? We would fill that aircraft to the gills. Tens of thousands of pounds of extra fuel because we're going into an unknown situation. So I recommend folks, that $232 million, you're going to need that extra fuel. Because whether you think of this as sufficient scale to somehow bring that $500,000 entry level down to $200,000, it's not going to happen. There's too many dampening effects. But let's say you did. You're going to do this in scale. Well, you're going to need blanket infrastructure repairs. And all I've seen on 17th Avenue Northwest to compensate for increases in density has been ad hoc piecemeal infrastructure, and that's going to be expensive. So my recommendation is take the money and put that in your tank. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Whitney Punchak, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, I just wanted to thank you so much for your time. I'm sure that you've lost all sense of space and time by now, but it is much appreciated, especially at this late hour. So my name is Whitney. I live in Ward 7, and I have a single detached family home in a neighborhood where we have seen increased densification. And I just kind of wanted to talk about some of the wonderful effects of increased density that I've seen here and have benefited from, both me and my young family. It means that we have a lot of volunteers to draw from. We have a great volunteer base, and we can do things like offer community soccer with over 300 families involved every spring. It means that the families who come and partake in soccer can largely walk and bike to enjoy it. All of our community events are just wonderful and well attended, and I'm sure that Councillor Wong can attest to that. And we have options like Playgroup, where families within the community can walk to the community association and partake in that. And these things are one of the things that's odd about Playgroup is that about half the families in the community, but the other half come from Skyview and Panorama because other communities simply do not have the density and the opportunity to offer these to their community members. So they come to the inner city for a sense of community. And the area that I live, I do find it unique because while it is an aging neighborhood and would easily fit within kind of the circle of decline that I've seen mentioned, but because it has had increased density, we've benefited from all of these people who have moved into the neighborhood to help keep and maintain its vibrancy. So the rezoning, the RCG zoning, it really seems to be something that just makes a lot of sense for the future. It will happen, I imagine, similarly to what I've experienced and seen in my neighborhood, and it has been tremendously positive. And I really hope that it can move forward so that other neighborhoods and other communities can reap its benefits as well. And I hope that council will consider moving it forward and also alongside it move forward all the other plans that will help make communities more vibrant. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I do not see any questions in the queue for this panel. We have about 10 minutes left. I'm going to see if there's anybody available. And I see if there's Joanne Reynolds, Scott Ritchie.
Yes, I'm on the line.
Oh, hi, Joanne Reynolds, perfect. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, councillors, and my fellow citizens. Thank you, everyone, for your time. We're going to finish you off here tonight, I promise. I have two personal stories for you tonight. One is a pitch to your head, and the other to your heart. For your head, my name is Joanne Reynolds. I was born in Calgary. I live in the Southwest. I'm a graduate student, a mother, a caregiver, and a lifelong community volunteer. I am a homeowner of a bungalow in Ward 11 with a large backyard. Years ago, my mother moved in with us so that I could take a promotion in my career and she could help with our young kids. We wanted to then build a laneway house for her to preserve her independence, but it wasn't permitted in our neighborhood, so we did our best, renovated a room in our basement, and she moved in. Fast forward 10 years later, and after significant decline in physical health and a diagnosis of dementia, I long ago left that job to care for Mom, and I just moved her into an assisted living facility a few months ago. I know we could have kept her at home longer, and our family relationships could have had better outcomes if we would have had a slight separation of living space. Additionally, her finances are now paying for private care until her subsidized bed comes through. I know she would have preferred to know that her money was going to be fed into bolstering the city's housing availability and, of course, to lend equity to her grandkids someday. But instead, her life's income is... Oh, excuse me. Still okay? Can you hear me okay? I think there's another line unmuted.
We can hear you. You're good.
Oh, okay, sorry. But instead, her life's income is going into a private care facility. So given the encouragement from all levels of government, including your own... Sorry, I'm sorry, there's a lot of feedback on the line.
Can you hang on just 1 second, Ms. Reynolds? Hi, if there's anybody on the phone line who is not muted, could I get you to do that, please? Okay, let's try that again.
Sure. Given the encouragement from all levels of government, including your own age-friendly Calgary and the seniors age-friendly strategy for a dream of an age-friendly city with a pillar of more age-in-place senior care, I'm disappointed that my family has added to, rather than alleviated, the burden on an already incredibly strained healthcare system. Instead of staying in her community longer, my mom will soon be accessing a government-funded subsidized bed for the rest of her life. So that's my intellectual economic argument for why you should support this opening up of zoning so that families like mine can help you achieve your own goals of an age-friendly city and ease the institutional cost of seniors care. Additionally, I have 2 teenagers. I don't see a current path forward for them to have home ownership in the city. If we could build a laneway housing in our backyard, that would be a step towards their housing independence and frankly keep them in the city longer, contributing to the growth the city values. Looking even further down the road, a tiny home in our backyard that we could rent out to other seniors, students, new immigrants, and our refugees would contribute to the housing crisis that I know everyone in this room acknowledges. So that's my pitch to your head, now to your heart. My name is Joanne Reynolds. I am an uninvited settler on these lands. I own my home because of colonized privilege. Settler privilege, privilege from the color of my skin, privilege from the education I've received, privilege I didn't earn. I've worked hard in my life. I've paid taxes in this city since I was 18, similarly to the other people here today arguing how much they deserve to preserve their rights. But I believe my argument differs in that I acknowledge that the rights of one person are not more important than the rights of the collective. I believe this is an act of reconciliation for my privileges to do everything I can in community to help others. And I believe each of you have the same duty. We're social beings. We weren't meant to do any of this alone. Raise children, care for parents, fail or succeed. We're strongest when we support each other, not when we fight to protect what we think is only ours. And my heart is hurting a bit today when I hear so many people here wanting to pull up the ladders behind them, stand up here today using their 5 minutes to tell you the most important thing to do is preserve their world, their wealth, their privilege. That self-interest, self-preservation, as my mom would say, isn't going to help any of us. And I would add, looking at human history, it hasn't gotten us anywhere when we think primarily of ourselves and only of what we can see in our world now instead of dreaming about what could be for those we don't know. So I will repeat as I close, we weren't meant to do any of this alone. In my final minute, an appeal to your heart and a reminder to you, Mayor and Council, that you're elected to make choices for the common good, for all of us. Those that are thriving, those that are struggling, those who simply want a life, and those who dream of coming to build a life in this beautiful blue sky city we share. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks very much for joining us today. All right, let's get ourselves set up for tomorrow. Tomorrow I will go through the list of people who registered to speak but were unavailable, and so that will take a couple of minutes to go through to see who we can catch. And we'll go through it from April 22nd up to the end of day today. Here's what I can tell you for the stats nerds that are out there. We have heard from 204 people. We have had approximately 49 people not available, and we have 842 people registered. So probably we're about a quarter of the way through. Probably, possibly. So we'll be here a couple more days. We'll start tomorrow on panel 53, the rest of panel 53. We will look for Scott Ritchie, Greg Holtz, Jesse Bennett, and David Cumming. We'll then go to panel 54. That's Maria Virginia Castillo-Toro. It's Cam Kernahan. It's David Locke, John Chandler, and Spencer Howard. So panel 53 is up first tomorrow, then panel 54, after I read all the names of our lost souls that couldn't join us yet. So everyone have a good night, and we will see you tomorrow at 9:30.